Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Wrath God of Thought God and Essentient God? Season 1 Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the Descry, PTION to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The vast expanse of stars shimmered beyond the viewports of Earth's spacey dock, a glittering monument to human ambition and perseverance. The air inside the ceremonial hall was thick with anticipation. Hundreds of Starfleet officers, diplomats, and dignitaries gathered under the banners of the Federation, their uniforms a tapestry of rank and distinction. At the heart of this grand assembly stood former Captain Cho Chong, now elevated to the rank of Grand Admiral, a title hard-earned through trials that spanned galaxies, war zones, and personal loss. Cho's story was the stuff of legends, whispered in academy halls and studied in Starfleet history courses. It began humbly enough. A young cadet at Starfleet Academy, wide-eyed and eager, but carrying the heavy burden of a past she rarely spoke of. Her graduation to a universe defined by warp drives and tricorders was nothing short of miraculous. But Cho was a survivor, a woman who turned her pain into purpose, and Starfleet, with its mission of exploration and diplomacy, became her new field of play. Her early years aboard the USS Endeavour honed her skills as a tactical officer, navigating the treacherous waters of interstellar politics and Borg incursions. But it was her daring, some might say, reckless encounter with the Klingon Chancellor that first earned her galaxy-wide recognition. In a volatile negotiation over the disputed Khitomer Accord revisions, Cho's impassioned plea devolved into a headbutt, a gesture both audacious and culturally significant. The Chancellor, impressed by her boldness, declared her an honorary warrior of the Klingon Empire, a title few outsiders could claim. But glory did not come without cost. Cho's rise to command the Ente R Prize F marked both the pinnacle of her career and the nadir of her personal life. The loss of Harry Potter, her first love, a tie to her past, cast a shadow over her journey. The circumstances of his death were shrouded in mystery, but the impact on Cho was devastating, throwing herself into her work, often to the detriment of her own well-being. In one infamous incident, used a phaser to melt Nd Nagus Quark's priceless latinum reserves, a desperate gambit to save an endangered species being auctioned off by Ferengi opportunists. Starfleet's reprimand was mild compared to Quark's fury, but Cho's actions resonated with those who valued principle over profit. Her resilience and ingenuity earned her the respect of her crew and allies. Time and again, she turned impossible scenarios into hard-won victories. Whether brokering peace between hostile species or navigating the temporal anomalies of the Typhon Expanse, Captain Chong exemplified Starfleet's ideals. Promotions followed, from captain to rear admiral, vice admiral, and eventually to Grand Admiral, tasked with overseeing the Federation's most sensitive diplomatic missions. Now, at the zenith of her career, Cho stood before the assembly, her gaze sweeping the room. The hall fell silent as she began her speech, her voice steady but resonant with emotion. Fellow officers, esteemed delegates, and cherished friends, today we stand as witnesses to the power of unity and hope. In the vast darkness of space, we have found not only new worlds but new facets of ourselves. The path we walk is not without peril. We lose friends, we face failure, and we bear the weight of decisions that shape the future. Yet we endure. We endure because we believe in the promise of a better tomorrow, a tomorrow where the stars are not barriers but bridges. Her words, underscored by the swelling orchestral strains of Starfleet's anthem, resonated deeply. She spoke of her own journey, of the pain, the triumphs, the lessons learned in the vacuum between stars. She acknowledged her mistakes, her losses, and the sacrifices of those who had walked beside her. But she also celebrated the indomitable spirit that had carried her forward, spirit she saw reflected in every uniform before her. As I look into your faces, I see the future, a future we will build together. For the Federation, for our shared ideals, for the limitless potential of life itself. We are Starfleet. The room erupted in applause, a thunderous ovation that seemed to shake the very foundations of Spacey Dock. As Cho stepped back, her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and humility. Her journey had been long and fraught, but it had brought her here, to this moment a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the boundless possibilities of the stars. Grand Admiral Cho recalled back at the incident fresh in her mind, in the earlier days of taking charge of the newly christened Enterprise F after Starfleet Command called her back to Earth for an immediate debriefing. The starlit conference room aboard Starfleet headquarters was eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the air filtration system. Every admiral in attendance, from the stoic Rear Admiral Calden to the grizzled Fleet Admiral Sharp, wore expressions ranging from disbelief to begrudging admiration. At the center of the room, Vice Admiral Cho Chong stood tall, her piercing gaze scanning the room with unrelenting intensity. Her uniform was pristine, as if daring anyone to find a fault in her demeanor despite the firestorm she had ignited. Fleet Admiral Sharp cleared his throat, breaking the oppressive silence. Vice Admiral Chong, let me ensure I've grasped the situation fully. During the Enterprise F's recent diplomatic mission to Konos, you headbutted Chancellor Gowron. Is this correct? His voice was even, but there was an unmistakable undertone of exasperation. Chang's lips quirked into the faintest of smiles. Correct, Admiral. It was a calculated maneuver. Calculated, Sharp repeated, his left eyebrow arching as though it sought to escape his forehead. Would you care to elaborate on this calculation? Chong clasped her hands behind her back, shifting her stance as if she were addressing a room of cadets. With all due respect, Chancellor Gowron's aggressive posturing threatened to derail negotiations entirely. He had dismissed our diplomatic overtures as the mewling of spineless Pedic. And he challenged me to prove my resolve. She let the words hang in the air for a moment before continuing. A headbutt was the most expedient way to communicate our position in a language he respects. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the room. Rear Admiral Calden shook his head, muttering something about Klingon insanity. Fleet Admiral Sharp, however, leaned forward, steepling his fingers as he regarded Chong with a mixture of incredulity and amusement. And the aftermath? Sharp asked. Chang's expression didn't waver. The Chancellor laughed loudly. He proclaimed me a true warrior, and promptly agreed to resume negotiations. The resulting agreement strengthened our alliance and secured vital trade routes. Starfleet intelligence has also noted increased Klingon respect for Starfleet's unconventional methods. Sharp's lips twitched, betraying the faintest hint of a smile. And yet, you must understand, Vice Admiral, that our actions could easily have provoked a diplomatic catastrophe. The Federation Council will want assurances that such unorthodox tactics are not standard protocol. Chong inclined her head. Understood, Admiral, but if I may, the Klingon Empire does not adhere to standard protocols either. Meeting them on their terms without compromising our principles was essential in this scenario. Diplomacy is not always about avoiding conflict. Sometimes, it's about resolving it with integrity. Before Sharp could respond, the room's holocommunicator chimed. An image of Chancellor Gowron materialized a wide, toothy grin. Ah, Starfleet High Command, Gowron boomed, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. I bring greetings from the Klingon High Council. And I must commend your Vice Admiral Chong. What is the word? Audacity. Yes, her audacity has brought honor to our negotiations. I propose we memorialize this moment with an annual exchange of ceremonial headbutts. The room was stunned into silence once again, save for Chong, who allowed herself the smallest chuckle. Sharp's composure faltered for a split second before he nodded diplomatically. Thank you, Chancellor. Your proposal will be considered with due diligence. As the hologram faded, the room erupted in muffled laughter and hushed conversations. Sharp raised a hand, silencing them. Vice Admiral Chong, he said, his tone lighter but still firm. You may have just redefined Starfleet's approach to diplomacy. Be warned, though, any further incidents will be scrutinized even more closely. Dismissed. Chong saluted crisply. Understood, Admiral. Quote, as she exited the conference room, she could hear Rear Admiral Calden muttering, I'd give my left arm to see the look on Gowron's face when she headbutted him. Fleet Admiral Sharp's voice carried over the murmurs. He's not wrong. Chong allowed herself a rare grin as she strode down the corridor. She knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but for now, she'd savor the victory. After all, diplomacy, like warfare, often rewarded those bold enough to rewrite the rules. Present day at Earth's spacey dock. The massive windows of Starfleet Aya. RTH dock offered a breathtaking view of the Enterprise F and the bustling orbital fleet. Two figures, both legends in their own right, stood side by side. Fleet Admirals Jean-Luc Picard and Benjamin C. Sco observed the activity with quiet contemplation. Time had softened neither their sharp intellects nor their commanding presences. Picard, ever the diplomat, broke the silence first. "It's remarkable how far she's come. I remember when she was just a fiery vice admiral, headbutting Gowron." A small, bemused smile played on his lips. Even then, she had the makings of greatness. Sisko chuckled, his rich, baritone voice carrying a hint of admiration. "Greatness, Picard, that's putting it lightly. She's rewritten the book on diplomacy and command. And let's not forget, she didn't just survive the Klingons, she earned their respect. That's no small feat." Picard nodded thoughtfully. "True, but what impresses me most is how she's balanced her boldness with wisdom over the years. She's no Lon Jeer, the officer who charges in without considering the consequences." Sisko crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the Enterprise F. "You mean Grand Admiral Chong? She's earned that title. Even the Domi Nyan speaks of her with respect, and perhaps a little fear." He glanced at Picard. "Do you think she's ready for what's coming?" Picard's smile faded, replaced by a look of quiet determination. "If anyone is, it's her. She's proven that time and again." At that moment, the doors to the observation lounge opened, and Grand Admiral Cho Chong entered, her presence commanding immediate attention. Her gaze shifted between the two legendary officers, and a rare, warm smile appeared. "Admirals," she greeted, her tone respectful but confident. "I trust you've had enough time to critique my latest fleet maneuvers." Sisko grinned. "Oh, we've had our debates, but one thing is clear, your fleet is sharper than ever." Picard inclined his head. "Indeed, though I must admit, it's strange seeing the students surpass the mentors." "You've set a new standard, Grand Admiral." Cho's smile softened. "High praise, coming from you both. I hope I can live up to it." Fleet Admiral Yuri 3 years earlier remembered the time when he sought control and domination. His primary end goals were outdone until a new path was forged he did not foresee. Yuri stood at the edge of the observation deck, staring into the void of space. Once a master manipulator, he had spent years seeking power and control, pulling strings behind the scenes. Yet now, the game has changed. Cho Chong, the one person who had seen through his machinations, was offering him something he had never anticipated, a chance to lead alongside her. "Commodore Yuri," Cho began, stepping up beside her. "You have a choice to make. Continue as you are, or accept this position of Fleet Admiral at my side. Together, we could reshape Starfleet and ensure its future." Yuri turned, her expression unreadable. "You trust me after everything?" "After what I've done." Cho's gaze was unwavering. "Trust is earned, but I believe in redemption. You have the mind of a strategist and the experience of someone who's seen the darker side of leadership. Starfleet needs that. I need that." For a long moment, Yuri said nothing. Then, a slow smile spread across his face. "You're bold, Cho. I'll give you that. Very well. Let's see if we can reshape the galaxy." The two officers clasped hands, sealing a partnership that would redefine Starfleet's leadership for years to come. Yuri, once a feared master manipulator and puppet master, now stood at the helm of the galaxy's fate alongside Grand Admiral Cho. Their once disparate paths had converged, and what had been a game of control and domination had transformed into a shared vision of redemption and restoration. Yuri's perspective had changed fundamentally. The power he once sought to wield over others was no longer her goal. Instead, he had come to understand the true weight of leadership not as a means of control, but as a means to guide, to serve, and to reshape the galaxy into a place of balance and hope. His past actions, riddled with manipulation, were no longer the driving force behind her ambitions. He sought not to conquer, but to rebuild. It was a realization that hit him like a bolt of lightning. True strength lay not in subjugation, but in unity. From the viewpoint of Cho Chong, Yuri's redemption was nothing short of remarkable. To see her former enemy, once so consumed by his desire to control everything, now standing beside her as an Equal no longer scheming, but genuine. Li's striving for change was a testament to the power of transformation. Cho Chong had been a witness to Yuri's inner turmoil and had seen firsthand the internal struggle between his old nature and his desire for something greater. Both Admirals Cho and Yuri stood before the vast expanse of stars, contemplating the future. Yuri, I never imagined this moment. I thought I knew you better than anyone. But seeing you now, standing beside me with no schemes, no ulterior motives, it's a different you. I was a fool. I thought control was power. I thought that domination was the answer to all things. But I was wrong, Cho. Power, true power, lies in freedom. In reshaping this galaxy, not through force, but through collaboration and understanding. And yet, the old you, the one who pulled the strings behind the scenes, could never have dreamed of such a vision. What changed? I learned that leadership isn't about standing above others. It's about standing with them. I've spent too much of my life looking down from the top. But all I saw was emptiness. Now, I see what I can build with others, not for my own gain, but for the good of all. It's a different kind of power, but it's the one I now strive for. It's hard to believe this transformation, Yuri. You were once the architect of chaos, but now, you speak of balance and harmony. It's not easy. It's a daily battle to suppress the old urges, the need to control, to manipulate. But I know that if I want to be a true leader, I must change. I must help reshape this galaxy, not through fear, but through trust. It's about empowering others, not ruling over them. And what about us? About the alliance we've formed. We are partners now. We lead together. I no longer seek to dominate, Cho. I seek to share the weight of this galaxy with you. Let's guide it to a new era, one built on respect, understanding, and hope. It is time for the galaxy to be free from the chains of manipulation. As conquerors, but as liberators. Yes, together. No one controls anyone. We will reshape the galaxy, not through power, but through unity. In that moment, Yuri and Cho Chong stood united, no longer enemies or rivals, but leaders with a shared vision. The galaxy that had once been at the mercy of manipulation and fear would now be led by those who believed in freedom, collaboration, and the possibility of redemption. And through their partnership, they would show the galaxy that change, though difficult, was possible. The memory of the devastating loss of the USS Endeavour and all hands on board still something she will never forget till this day. One she clearly remembered like an open wound recalled the events. The USS Endeavour was in critical danger as the warp core containment breach began to tear through the ship. The crew had been running out of options, and Cho, now the captain, could feel the weight of the responsibility pressing against her. The entire ship was on the brink of destruction. The warp core, the heart of their vessel, had suffered severe damage from a hostile attack, and it was unstable. The countdown to a catastrophic explosion was ticking faster than anyone had anticipated. The Endeavour was doomed unless someone could stop the breach. In the final moments, it was Harry who made the ultimate decision. With no time to spare, Harry, a seasoned officer and friend, volunteered to perform the risky maneuver. His plan was to manually initiate a containment override and reroute the energy buildup from the warp core, stabilizing it long enough to allow the crew to evacuate. However, the risks were unimaginable. Harry knew he wouldn't survive, but he didn't hesitate. As Cho watched, helpless and desperate, Harry entered the heart of the breach. The containment fields flickered, and the warp core hissed and crackled. Unstable and dangerous, he made his way to the core, each step more perilous than the last. His final words to Cho, before activating the procedure, were etched in her mind forever. "Captain, it's been an honor serving with you. Just know, I believe in what we're fighting for. We all do." Harry's hands worked quickly, his eyes never leaving the core's volatile interface. The power surge was immense, and the ship's alarms screamed in warning. The bridge crew tried to reach him, but it was too late. He had already sealed his fate. With a final, determined push, Harry initiated the containment protocol. For a fleeting moment, everything went still. Then the Endeavour shuddered as the core's breach was sealed, but the force of the surge sent a shockwave through the ship. The explosion, though contained, was enough to tear through the Endeavour's hull. In those final moments, Cho, standing on the bridge, felt the tremor of the explosion. The ship's lights flickered, and a quiet alarm sounded. She knew, deep down, that Harry had given his life to save them. The loss of her boyfriend and a valued officer was a bitter pill to swallow. Now, years later, Cho stood in the ready room aboard the Enterprise F. She stared out the window at the stars, her hands folded behind her back. The memories of the Endeavor and the selfless sacrifice of Harry still haunted her, and she had never truly been able to move on from that moment. The weight of that decision of losing him had shaped her into the captain she was today. The soft hum of the Enterprise was a stark contrast to the explosions and chaos she had endured on the Endeavor. She had accomplished so much since, but that sacrifice remained her anchor. She hadn't let herself mourn Harry's death fully, not until now. Cho quietly to herself, "You saved us, Harry. But who saved you?" The thought echoed in her mind, as if the ghosts of the Endeavor still haunted the hulls of the Enterprise. The loss of life had been devastating, and the consequences of Harry's death were still felt deeply by her. Even though she had since earned the title of Grand Admiral aboard the Enterprise F, the pain of that sacrifice lingered, carrying the weight of lives lost and decisions made. Her communication console beeped, signaling a request from the bridge, but Cho remained lost in her thoughts. She thought back to the final moments with Harry. His eyes filled with determination and courage. His sacrifice was a stark reminder of the stakes of leadership, of the lives that hung in the balance with every decision made. Cho, speaking aloud, more to herself than anyone else, "I promised I'd carry on for you, but sometimes I wonder if I'll ever be able to live up to the price you paid." As the door to her ready room opened, signaling the bridge crew's need for her attention, Cho wiped a lone tear from her cheek and straightened her uniform. She couldn't allow herself to show weakness. Not here, not now. She took one last look at the stars. Harry had given everything, and Cho would continue to honor his sacrifice in every decision she made, every battle she fought. She wouldn't let it be in vain. As Cho stepped toward the door of her ready room, preparing to leave for the day, she froze. There, standing in front of her, was a figure she had long believed lost to time and space. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw him, Commander Harry Potter, or rather, the 17-year-old version of him, fully intact, standing right before her. For a moment, Cho's mind couldn't process what she was seeing. It felt as if the galaxy had shifted beneath her feet. She had long mourned Harry's sacrifice on the Endeavor, the memory of his heroic last act still etched in her heart. But this was impossible. He was dead, or at least, she had thought so. Her eyes widened, and her heart raced. The room around her seemed to close in, the sharp lines of reality blurring as her mind tried to reconcile the impossible sight before her. "Cho," her voice trembling, disbelief coloring her words, "Harry. No. This can't be. How are you here?" "You." Her words faltered as she took a tentative step closer, her gaze scanning his face for any sign of a trick. Any hint that this was just another cruel illusion. But there was no mistaking it. This was Harry alive, standing in front of her as if no time had passed at all. Harry stood there, youthful and composed, though his green eyes held a depth of experience that didn't belong to a 17-year-old. There was no hint of the young man Cho had known back on the Endeavor, or the one who had sacrificed himself for the crew. The transformation was surreal, the man she had mourned now standing before her, seemingly untouched by time. Harry now with a gentle, almost wistful smile, "I know. I don't understand it either. One minute I'm in the heart of the containment breach, and the next, I'm here. Back in this form. This is complicated." Cho took another step forward, her hand reaching out, unsure if she was even allowed to touch him. Her emotions were a whirlwind: joy, confusion, anger, relief. She had lost him, and now, here he was, standing as if nothing had happened. Cho, almost whispering, a mixture of disbelief and anger, "You how? Why didn't you tell me? I watched you die. I had to live with that. The weight of it. I cried so many nights wishing, begging Q to bring you back, Harry. Why are you here? Why do you look like you did back then?" Harry's expression softened, his eyes meeting hers with an understanding that only he could have in this moment. "Harry," his voice steady but tinged with regret, "I didn't choose this. Something happened when I died. When I sacrificed myself. I don't fully understand it yet, but I was brought back. It's as if time itself twisted And I was pulled from that moment on the Endeavor into this, younger version of myself. Cho's hand trembled as she gripped the edge of her desk, trying to steady herself. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of trick, some new technology or anomaly. The Harry she knew had died in the line of duty. She had buried that pain, learned to carry it with her as a part of her past. And now he was here, as if nothing had changed. Cho, her voice breaking, a mixture of joy and sorrow. I carried your sacrifice with me. And now, you're here. I don't know if I can. Harry took a step closer. His eyes full of understanding, but also regret. He could see the pain and confusion swirling inside Cho, knowing that this moment was as much a burden as it was a blessing. Harry speaking softly, I never wanted you to carry that burden. I never wanted you to think my sacrifice was in vain. You led them, Cho. You saved the crew, and you've led with honor. Cho closed her eyes for a moment. The weight of his words hitting her like a wave. She felt as though the very foundation of her world had shifted. This wasn't how she had imagined their reunion if she ever had imagined it. It wasn't supposed to be like this. She had moved forward, built a new life, a new future. But now, Harry was here, and everything she had rebuilt was shaken to its core. Cho, her voice trembling, struggling to find clarity. I don't know what to do, Harry. How do I even begin to understand this? You were gone, and now you're here, like nothing ever happened. Harry looked at her, his expression filled with sympathy and compassion. But also a deep understanding of the burden she was carrying. The weight of time, of loss, of everything they had been through. Harry quietly spoke. We face the unknown together, Cho. We always have. Whatever this is, we'll figure it out. But first, we have to accept that things are different now. Cho met his gaze, her emotions churning within her, but she knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be the same again. The past, the present, and the future had collided in a way she couldn't yet fully comprehend. But Harry, standing before her in his youthful form, was the key to unraveling the mystery. As she looked at him, she realized that whatever had happened, they would face it together, just as they always had. Cho with a small, bittersweet smile. I don't know where this path will lead us, but I'll be damned if I face it alone. The door to her ready room closed behind them as they stepped out into the unknown, ready to confront the impossible together. Cho stood in the center of her ready room, her mind racing and her heart pounding. She had just seen Harry alive, or at least, as alive as someone who had once died could be. There was no way this was a coincidence. No way this strange resurrection could happen without some force behind it. And Cho knew that force all too well. She stormed out of her ready room, her steps quick and purposeful, heading straight for the bridge. As she passed through the corridors of the Enterprise F, her mind kept returning to one possibility, Q. The enigmatic, unpredictable, and all-powerful being who had caused chaos and tested the crew countless times before. If anyone could be behind this, it was him. She could feel his presence like a dark cloud hanging over the ship. As she entered the turbolift, she barely had time to think before the familiar, chilling voice echoed through the room. Ah, Grand Admiral Cho, always so delightful to see you in such a state of distress. Cho whirled around, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of anger and suspicion. There, standing at the opposite end of the turbolift, was Q, his usual smirk plastered on his face. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous and unsettling delight, as though this entire situation were nothing more than an amusement to him. Cho, voice trembling with anger, don't you dare, Q. I know you're behind this. What sick joke are you playing now? Bringing Harry back from the dead. Making me question everything I thought I knew. Q tilted his head in mock curiosity, as if he were savoring her reaction. He stepped closer, aiming casually against the wall of the turbolift, completely at ease in the presence of Cho's fury. Now, Grand Admiral. Let's not jump to conclusions. I didn't bring Commander Potter back. Though I can see how you might think that, considering how fond you were of your little Endeavor crew. But, no, this is not one of my little games. Cho's hands clenched into fists, her frustration mounting. She had been through so much already, leading the Endeavor through the darkness of space, losing Harry, and now to have him reappear like this, with no explanation. It was maddening. And Q, of all beings, was standing in front of her, enjoying her turmoil. Then who did, Q? If you didn't do this, then who? Something is manipulating time itself, bringing Harry back to me. The universe doesn't work like this. You can't tell me this is just some coincidence. Q's expression shifted, his usual playful demeanor now replaced with a more serious, contemplative air. He stood up straight, his eyes losing some of their usual flippancy. Ah, there's the rub, isn't it? The universe does not work as it should, Admiral Cho. There are forces, ancient forces that even beings like me barely understand. They are the ancient forgotten ones. Powers that predate even the continuum itself. They can rewrite the very fabric of reality, and I have my limits. Cho's brow furrowed as she tried to make sense of his words. Ancient entities. Forgotten forces that could manipulate time and space. The implications were too enormous, too terrifying, for her to fully grasp. Ancient forces. What are you talking about? And why is Harry part of this? If you didn't bring him back, then who did? What do they want with him, and why now? Q stepped closer, his voice taking on a more ominous tone. There was a strange weight in his eyes, something that suggested he knew more than he was willing to say. That, my dear Admiral, is the question. Harry Potter's return is but a symptom of something far larger. There are entities, beings that even the Federation has forgotten, lost to time and memory. They are stirring, and their actions are unpredictable. They might just be testing the waters, seeing what kind of ripple they can create in this galaxy of yours. And you, Admiral, are right in the middle of it. Cho felt a chill run down her spine. She had always known that Q was a force of chaos, but this was something different. She had no idea what these ancient entities were or what their intentions might be, but she knew enough to realize that this was far bigger than she had imagined. Ree's return wasn't a miracle or a mistake, it was a signal, a sign that something much more dangerous was at play. You're saying that Harry's return is just the beginning? That something bigger is coming? Q nodded, his expression now completely serious. Precisely. You will have to deal with the consequences, Grand Admiral Cho. You and your precious Enterprise crew will soon discover that the galaxy is not as safe as you think. Forces beyond your comprehension are moving. And you will be the ones to face them. Cho stood in stunned silence, her mind racing. She had faced countless threats, fought battles both within and beyond the Federation, but this was different. Ancient entities, forces beyond her understanding, and now Harry's return, all tied together in a way that made her feel small in the vastness of the universe. She wasn't sure whether to feel more fear or resolve. I don't know what you're playing at, Q. But if these forces are coming, we'll be ready. We have no choice. Q's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped back, fading into the shadows of the turbolift. Oh, I have no doubt of that, Admiral. But remember, this is bigger than you, bigger than the Enterprise. You are but pawns in a much larger game. And when you look to the stars next, remember that they may not be what you think. With that, Q vanished, leaving Cho alone in the turbolift. He weight of his words hanging in the air. The universe was changing, and Cho knew that she would need to face whatever was coming, not just for her crew, but for the galaxy itself. As the turbolift doors opened, Cho walked onto the bridge, her mind filled with uncertainty and determination. Something was coming, and she had to be ready. For Harry, for her crew, and for the galaxy that was about to be shaken to its core. The bridge of the Enterprise hummed WNERGY as Cho stepped onto the command deck, her mind still racing from her encounter with Q. She moved to her chair, her thoughts churning over everything he had said. Ancient forces, forgotten entities, and Harry's inexplicable return. It was all too much to process. But one thing was certain. The galaxy was no longer the same. As she settled into her seat, trying to focus, a soft chime rang out, an incoming transmission. The screen flickered to life, and Cho's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't a message from Starfleet or any allied force. It was a single symbol, a dark, pulsating sigil she had never seen before. It seemed to shimmer and shift in the dim light of the bridge, and as her crew members exchanged confused glances, Cho felt the familiar weight of impending dread. Before she could react, the symbol shifted into a distorted image, a face, or rather, something resembling a face. It was old, ancient, and yet, its eyes glowed with an eerie unsettling intelligence. The voice is low, resonant, and unnatural. We are the Forgotten. You have felt our stirrings, Grand Admiral Cho. You and your crew have already crossed the threshold. The game has begun. Prepare yourself, for what you have unleashed will echo through time itself. The cost of your ignorance will be your undoing. The transmission cut out abruptly, the screen going black. A heavy silence filled the bridge, broken only by the sharp breaths of the crew, all of them staring at the dark screen in a mix of confusion and fear. Cho felt a chill creep down her spine, as though the very air around them had thickened with the weight of something ancient and terrible. She reached forward, her hands trembling slightly, and activated the communications system again, hoping for a trace. A clue to who or what had just spoken. But there was nothing, only the emptiness of space. Cho whispered, more to herself than anyone else, "What have we done?" And as she looked out into the cold vastness of the stars, her gaze hardened. Whatever was coming, it was not just a threat to the Enterprise, it was a threat to everything they had ever known. But even as she steeled herself for the battle ahead, the silence of space was broken by a distant, unearthly sound, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing second, a chorus of voices, ancient and powerful, rising in a chilling crescendo. "You have awakened us," said a voice, distorted and fragmented, echoing in the distance. The crew stared at Cho in horror, knowing that the true storm had just begun. "Here's Grand Admiral Cho Chong." Cho Chong by Potterlover 7 on DeviantArt. The Enterprise F. Lexington-class starship, high resolution by Enethran on DeviantArt. Fleet Admiral Yuri. Red Alert to Yuri Rev. NGE by X-Spy Manx by X-Spy Manx on DeviantArt. Look them all up on Google Images. Also, here's a special theme song just for you, my devoted reader. Next chapter will within 3 days. Stay tuned for more. Star Trek First Contact main title. Look this song up in YouTube, you likely will shed a tear or more. The Rise of the Force Gods. To my devoted Star Wars fans and readers, you are most certainly going to love this. Enjoy. The Rise of the Force Gods. Far within a desolate, ancient temple hidden within a swirling nebula, Darth Vader, scarred and weary, kneels before a colossal statue of a forgotten goddess, Nixthara. Suddenly, the air trembles as the goddess manifests a figure of ethereal beauty, her presence exuding both terror and grace. "Anakin Skywalker, or what remains of him. You stand before me seeking vengeance. Yet you are but a shadow of the man you once were. Why did you come to me?" Vader, his voice deep and resonant, "I seek not redemption, nor pity. I seek power to end the rule of Darth Sidious and to fulfill the destiny he claimed I abandoned. The Force is no longer enough." Nixthara, her eyes blaze with ancient fire, "The Force. It is a mere ripple in the ocean of creation, child. My power bends reality itself. But I do not grant such gifts freely. If you desire my strength, you must become more than Sith, more than Jedi. You must stand as my equal, my partner." Vader, rising to his feet, his voice defiant, "I am no one's servant. Not Sidious's, not yours. Speak plainly, goddess. What is it you desire in exchange for such power?" Nixthara, a faint smirk dances on her lips, "Eternal cooperation. I seek no thralls, but a force to match my own, a partner bound not by chains, but by shared will. Together, we will reshape the galaxy. Betray me, and you will wish for the oblivion your master promised." The room trembles. A surge of energy envelops Vader, shattering his mask and armor. In their place, a new body emerges, stronger, unscarred, radiant as Anakin Skywalker once was. His hands flex, feeling the raw, infinite power coursing through him. "Lord Anakin," voice now calm, yet filled with unshakable resolve, "I accept your terms. Together, we will end the tyranny of Sidious, and beyond that, we shall see." Nixthara, her laughter is like thunder, "Ah, there is fire in you yet. Good, let us begin, partner." As they walk together from the temple, the galaxy shudders. A storm is coming. Unlike any before, within the throne room of the Galactic Empire, Darth Sidious sits smugly on his throne, sensing a disturbance in the Force. Suddenly, the grand doors burst open, revealing a radiant figure, Lord Anakin Skywalker, reborn, his body unscarred, his presence both Jedi and Sith, yet transcending them both. The goddess's power ripples around him like a storm. Sidious, grinning wickedly. So, my wayward apprentice returns. But I do not sense Darth Vader. What is this facade? A desperate attempt to reclaim the man you once were. Lord Skywalker. Calm, yet commanding. No facade, Sidious. I am beyond Vader. Beyond your lies. You called me the chosen one, yet you sought to enslave me. That ends here. Sidious, rising, his hands crackling with Sith lightning. You are a fool if you think the power of the Force, no matter how twisted, can match the dark side. You will bow, or you will die. Sidious unleashes a torrent of lightning, but Skywalker simply raises his hand, absorbing it effortlessly. The room is bathed in a blinding light as the two clash. Sidious moves with feral speed, wielding the dark side like a tempest, his lightsaber ignited in crimson fury. Skywalker counters with unmatched precision, his own blade golden, infused with the goddess's power. Each strike from Skywalker sends Sidious reeling, his strength no longer bound by the limits of the Force. Sidious calls upon his mastery of Sith sorcery, summoning shadows and illusions to disorient Skywalker. But Skywalker's connection to the goddess pierces through the darkness, unraveling the illusions effortlessly. With a devastating Force push, Sidious hurls Skywalker into the throne, shattering it. Laughing maniacally, he sneers, "You are nothing but a pawn, boy." Skywalker rises, unyielding. The goddess's voice echoes in his mind. "Remember, my power is your will made manifest. Bend the Force to your design." Skywalker extends his hand, and reality itself bends. The air distorts, pulling Sidious toward Skywalker. The Sith Lord struggles, but his power is nothing against the combined strength of Skywalker and the goddess. With one final, earth-shaking strike, Skywalker's blade pierces Sidious's chest. The Sith Master lets out a blood-curdling scream, his body consumed by the very darkness he wielded. Sidious, gasping his last breath, "This cannot be." Sidious collapses, his body disintegrating into ash. The room falls silent, the darkness lifting. The goddess Nixthara materializes beside Skywalker, her form radiant and serene. She speaks with both power and tenderness. "Nixthara, you have done well, Anakin. The shadow of Sidious is no more. As promised, I will now grant you a gift, a chance at the love you lost, and a partner to stand beside you in the new age." A glowing figure appears, coalescing into Padme Amidala, her form aglow with the goddess's power. Her eyes flutter open, meeting Skywalker's. Padme, her voice trembling, her hand instinctively touching her really you. Or is this another nightmare? Lord Skywalker, stepping closer, his voice soft yet filled with sorrow. "It's me, Padme. I've returned, stronger than I ever was. This is no nightmare, but a second chance." Padme, her eyes narrow, unsure. "A second chance. Anakin, I died because of what you became. How can I trust that this time will be different?" Nixthara, interjecting, her voice gentle yet firm. "He has earned this, Amidala, just as you have earned a piece of my power. You are no longer a woman bound by the chains of mortality. You are something far greater." Padme looks at her hands, which shimmer with faint golden energy. She takes a shaky breath, overwhelmed by the weight of her newfound power. Padme, softly, to herself, "I feel it, this power. It's incredible, but it's not mine. What am I now? What am I to you, Anakin?" Lord Skywalker, kneeling before her, his tone earnest. "You are my heart, Padme. My guiding star in the darkest of nights. But you are more than that now, you are my equal. My partner. Together, we can shape the galaxy anew, free from the chains of the Jedi and Sith." Padme, hesitant, pulling away, "I don't know if I can trust you, Anakin. The man I loved died the day you chose power over everything else. Tell me, are you truly different now?" Lord Skywalker, his voice breaking slightly, "I am. But I know words mean nothing without proof. Give me a chance to show you. Let me earn back your trust." Nixthara, watching silently, she smiles faintly, "Your journey together has only begun. This is not the end, but a beginning. The Gala XY will remember the names Skywalker and Amidala, not as victims of fate, but as its authors." Padme looks into Anakin's eyes, searching for the truth. Slowly, she extends her hand. "Padme, one chance, Anakin. Just one." Lord Skywalker, taking her hand, his resolve unshakable. That's all I need. Padme and Anakin standing together, the Nithara beside them, clasped their hands together like newlywed. As the galaxy outside trembles in anticipation of a new dawn. In a barren, windswept canyon on a distant world, Lord Anakin Skywalker, now imbued with the goddess's power, approaches a cloaked figure. He standing amidst the ruins of an ancient temple. It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, older but still radiating the calm resolve of a Jedi Master. The two lock eyes, and the tension in the air is palpable. Obi-Wan, lowering his hood, revealing his weathered face. Anakin, or should I say Darth Vader? No, that title no longer suits you. What are you now? Lord Skywalker. His golden lightsaber ignites with a hum, his voice cold yet mournful. I am what you made me, Obi-Wan. The apprentice you abandoned, the chosen one you failed to guide. Now I am beyond the Jedi, beyond the Sith. I am the will of the galaxy itself. Obi-Wan, activating his blue lightsaber, his tone heavy with regret. I failed you, Anakin. But you chose this path, this darkness. I cannot undo the past, but I will not let you destroy what remains of the light. Lord Skywalker. His eyes burn with anger, his voice rising. You speak of light, of justice. You left me to burn. You let Padme die. Everything I became is because of your weakness. Obi-Wan. His voice firm, though sorrowful. No, Anakin. You made your choices. I tried to save you, but you were lost to your own hatred. The duel begins. Obi-Wan adopts his familiar defensive stance, Sorzu, while Lord Skywalker attacks with relentless, brutal strikes fueled by the goddess's power. Skywalker's blows are overwhelming, each strike infused with raw energy that cracks the ground beneath Obi-Wan's feet. Obi-Wan deflects with masterful precision, his movements measured and controlled, but the sheer force of Skywalker's attacks pushes him back. Skywalker hurls chunks of large boulders at Obi-Wan, bending the force to his will. Obi-Wan leaps and spins, avoiding them narrowly, but the strain begins to show. With a ferocious clash of sabers, the two lock blades, their faces inches apart. Lord Skywalker, gritting his teeth, you can't stop me, old man. Not this time. Obi-Wan, struggling to hold his ground, I don't need to stop you, Anakin. Only remind you of who you were. Obi-Wan presses his advantage with a flurry of precise strikes, catching Skywalker off guard momentarily. But Skywalker recovers, disarming Obi-Wan with a devastating blow that sends his saber spinning into the dust. Obi-Wan drops to one knee, breathing heavily. Unarmed, Skywalker looms over him, his golden blade poised to strike. Obi-Wan, looking up at Anakin, his voice soft, if you kill me now, Anakin, you will truly lose the last part of yourself that remains. Lord Skywalker, his blade trembles slightly as he hesitates, his voice conflicted, you don't know me anymore. I am not the boy you trained. I am not the friend you abandoned. I am power incarnate. Obi-Wan, meeting Skywalker's gaze, power without purpose is nothing but destruction. Look at what you've become. Can you honestly say Padme would recognize you now? At the mention of Padme, Skywalker falters, lowering his saber slightly. But the goddess's voice echoes in his mind. Nithara, her voice in Skywalker's mind, do not waver, Anakin. He represents the chains of the past. End him and free yourself. Skywalker tightens his grip, his resolve returning. He strikes Obi-Wan down with a single, decisive blow. Obi-Wan collapses, mortally wounded but still alive, gazing up at Skywalker with a mix of sorrow and peace. Obi-Wan, his voice faint, as he clings to his last breaths. You may have won this fight, but you've lost yourself, Anakin. I only hope you'll find your way back, one day. Lord Skywalker, coldly, his golden blade deactivating, there is no Anakin. Only Lord Skywalker. Obi-Wan smiles faintly as he breathes his last, becoming one with the Force. Skywalker stands over his fallen master, the canyon eerily silent. The goddess materializes beside Skywalker, her voice triumphant yet questioning. Nithara, you have done what was necessary. The past is dead, yet I see doubt in your heart. What troubles you, partner? Lord Skywalker, staring at the spot where Obi-Wan vanished. He was right. The man I was is truly gone. But perhaps, that is for the best. Nithara, smiling enigmatically, only time will tell, Anakin. The galaxy now bows to you. Let us see if you are as unshakable as you believe. The two walk away from the canyon, the winds carrying the echoes of the fateful duel into the void of the galaxy. After the duel, Anakin Skywalker stands alone amidst the desolate canyon, the wind howling around him. His golden blade is now extinguished, and Obi-Wan's body lies motionless in the dust. Anakin stares at the horizon, his thoughts a tumultuous storm of conflicting emotions. The goddess's presence is felt, but she remains silent, watching him. Lord Skywalker speaking to himself, I've done it. I've ended it. Obi-Wan is gone. The man who once was my mentor, my friend, is no more. He couldn't stop me, but why do I feel empty? Clenching his fists, trying to push down the wave of guilt rising within him. He was weak, a relic of the past. I am beyond him. I'm the one who was meant to shape this galaxy, not serve it. The Force, the goddess's power, it's mine now. Closing his eyes, feeling the immense power surge within him. His body, strong and unscarred, pulses with the energy of creation itself. Yet beneath it all, there is a gnawing feeling of loss. But why does it hurt? Why does his death still feel like a betrayal? I have nothing left but power. No, I have everything. The galaxy is mine. I will bend it to my will. I will rewrite everything, erase the past, erase the pain. My mother, I can bring her back. His mind flashes back to Padme, to the last moments they shared. His vision of her, alive and warm, fills him with longing. His hand trembles as he remembers her touch. Lord Skywalker, softly, to himself whisper her name, Padme. The goddess's voice echoes in his mind, soft yet insistent. Nythara, speaking into Anakin's mind, we are partners now, Anakin. Your desires are within your Grey past your past, Obi-Wan, the Jedi they are all shadows. Focus on your future. Lord Skywalker, coldly, to the goddess, I know. The galaxy bends to me now. But I can't ignore the echoes, the shadows of my past. Obi-Wan's words, my past, what if this power, isn't enough? What if it only empties me further? Nythara, calmly, almost soothingly, it is not the power that empties you, Anakin. It is the inability to let go of the past. Only by embracing your true nature will you find peace. His eyes narrow. The conflict within him grows, but there is a strength in the goddess's words. He exhales slowly, forcing himself to focus on the reality before him. Peace. I am beyond peace. There is only the future, only my will. I will no longer be bound by guilt or regret. I will make a new galaxy, a galaxy where no one suffers as I have. I will not let the past claim me any longer. I will be the one to decide the course of history, and no one, not even my past, will stand in my way. Lord Skywalker looks at the spot where Obi-Wan fell. His expression is unreadable. Goodbye, Master. You were wrong about me. But you were my last tie to the old life. That life is gone now, and I will never look back. He turns and walks away from the canyon. The goddess's power still thrumming within him, and his mind fixated on the new destiny he will forge. The galaxy awaits, and with it, the potential to reshape everything he once loved and lost. Lord D. Skywalker stands in the heart of the newly constructed Imperial Palace, a towering symbol of his absolute power. His dark robes flow as he stands before a vast window overlooking the galaxy, the stars stretching endlessly into the void. The Empire is his now. The galaxy is his to shape. Beside him, Padme, now infused with a portion of the goddess's power, stands silently, regal and distant, her kind eyes now cold with the weight of her newfound strength. The galaxy is mine. No more wars. No more suffering. I will rebuild everything. The pain, the loss, it will all be gone. The Emperor, the Empress, we are the ones who will restore balance. Empress Padme stands a few paces away, her hands clasped before her. She watches him, her expression unreadable. Anakin turns to her, his heart awed between the love he once held for her and the overwhelming power that now consumes him. Lord Skywalker, speaking softly, almost uncertain, Padme, do you feel it? The power, the freedom. We can make everything right now. The galaxy is ours to command. Empress Padme, looking out the window, her voice distant. Yes, Anakin, we can reshape it. The suffering, the injustice, I see it, too. I feel the burden of it all. And the weight of what we must do. Stepping closer to her, his hand reaching out, but Padme pulls away just slightly, her eyes avoiding his gaze. You pull away from me. Why? We are both more than we were. Together, we can fix everything. There is no more darkness in us, only power. Only destiny. Empress Padme, turning to him, her voice low but firm, that's the question, isn't it? What happens when we have everything? When there is nothing left to fight for, nothing left to fear, will we still be the people we were? Anakin looks at her, his brow furrowed. He wants to reassure her, to show her that his vision is one of peace, a peace under their reign, but the uncertainty in her eyes makes him pause. His hand clenches at his side. Padme, I would have done anything to save you. You know that. I gave up everything. The Jedi, Obi-Wan, my own soul, if that's what it took. And now we have it all. We can make the galaxy a place where no one will suffer the way we did. Where no one will feel the loss we felt. Padme, with a bitter edge, and yet, we stand here, alone in a galaxy that has been remade in our image. I have everything I've ever wanted, Anakin. But do I still recognize the man before me? Can I still trust that the love I once had for you is real, or is it just a shadow of the man you used to be? Emperor Skywalker flinches, the words striking harder than he expected. His heart aches with the question, am I the man she loved? The uncertainty gnaws at him, but the goddess's power surges within him, urging him forward. You are my equal now, Padme. Don't you see? This power, it's not just for me. It's for us together. We can rule as we were always meant to. No more pain, no more fear. We can build a future. Padme, shaking her head, her voice trembling slightly. You speak of building a future, Anakin. But what have we really built? A kingdom, yes, but a kingdom without love, without compassion. A galaxy ruled by power alone. Is that what you wanted? Is that what I wanted? Lord Skywalker, feeling a coldness creep into his chest. His mind races, torn between the vision of the galaxy he's been granted, one shaped by the goddess's power. Free from all the pain and the memory of who he was, of the love he shared with Padme. His grip tightens around his lightsaber, his mind battling against the tug of guilt. Lord Skywalker speaking gently, almost in a pleading voice. Padme, you are still the love of my life. I can feel it. We've been through so much together, don't you see? You're the one I've fought for. We can make this right. I can give you everything you ever wanted. Padme, her voice breaking, a tear slipping down her cheek. I don't want your power, Anakin. I want the man I married. I want the Anakin who loved me with all his heart. But now, with all that power, I don't know who you are anymore. You say we can shape the galaxy, but what happens when the only thing left to shape is ourselves? Lord Skywalker stepped back, his breath heavy with the weight of her words. The silence between them grows, thick with the tension of their conflicting desires. The galaxy outside, once so full of promise, now feels cold and distant. Lord Skywalker, within the deepest recesses of his conscience, thought out loud, I have everything. I have her, but is it enough? Will I ever be enough for her? Can I truly be the man I once was? Or have I traded it all for power? The goddess's voice cuts through his thoughts, cool and commanding. The past is a chain, Anakin. You must break it. You are beyond the weakness of emotion. Embrace your destiny, our destiny. Quote. Lord Skywalker's eyes flare with sudden intensity. He looks at Padme, his voice hardening. I've given up everything for this, Padme. I'm not the man you loved. But I will be the man the galaxy needs. We are more than what we were. I am more, and I will not let anyone, least of all you, stand in the way of that future. Padme's eyes widened, the words striking her like a blow. Her heart shatters as she looks at the man she once loved, the man she once believed would never be consumed by his own ambition. Padme, her voice faint, almost inaudible, and what about us, Anakin? What happens to us? Quote. He hesitates, then turns away, his resolve hardening like stone. His mind races, but his heart is already set. We are a part of the galaxy now. We will build it together, but apart. There is no place for weakness in this new world. We will rule, Padme. But we will never be the same. Padme stands motionless, tears streaming down her face. She watches as he man she once loved walks away from her, leaving her in the shadow of his power. The grand throne room of the Imperial Palace. The room is dimly lit, with the cold light of distant stars casting long shadows over the towering pillars. Padme stands at the center of the room, her hands clasped before her. The air hums with the faint pulse of the goddess's power, a gift that now courses through her. She is regal, composed, but beneath her calm exterior, there is a storm of emotions, a burning desire to reclaim the love and future she once shared with Anakin. Padme quietly thinks to herself after several weeks of silence from Emperor Skywalker, if this is the price I must pay, if this power is what it takes to break through to him, then so be it. I will not lose him, not to this galaxy, not to his ambition. I will do whatever it takes. She closes her hands slightly, feeling the goddess's power respond to her touch. She breathes deeply, her body trembling with the intensity of it. I will prove my strength. I will show him that together, we can rule this galaxy and still share the love we once had. I will be the one who saves him from the darkness. As she speaks, the energy around her grows. The air becomes heavy with the force of the goddess's presence. The room begins to vibrate slightly as Padme's eyes glow with a faint golden light, her voice resonating with authority. Padme deep in her innermost mind, her voice echoing with command, seeing the void, Anakin, I have waited. I have given you all the time you needed to claim the galaxy. But now, it is my turn. If you won't come to me, I will make you see me. I will make you see. U.S. The floor beneath her begins to crack as the power surges within her. The walls tremble, and an ethereal glow surrounds her figure, saws. Ting an almost otherworldly light throughout the chamber. She steps forward, her voice low and commanding. I do not need to bend to anyone's will. Not even yours, Anakin. This galaxy will bend to us. Her gaze hardens. She extends her hand, calling the vast energies of the galaxy to her command. The stars outside seem to pulse in response, and the air crackles with the intensity of the force. Padme speaks into the void. I demand the galaxy's power. Show me what I can do. Let me show him what we can become. The power swells around her, and for a moment, the room is flooded with light. The force of her will cracks through the air as she channels the goddess's energy. The lights flicker, and the very fabric of reality seems to bend at her touch. Suddenly, Anakin enters the room, his presence dark and imposing. He halts in the doorway, his eyes narrowing at the sight of Padme standing at the center of the storm of power. The intense energy in the room fades as he steps forward, his voice low but filled with a mix of awe and caution. Padme, what are you doing? This power, it's not what we need. We're beyond this. Padme, fiery eyes blazing with determination, no, Anakin. This is what we need. I need this. To prove that I can be the one who stands by your side, not behind you. To prove that our love, our rule, can be stronger than the galaxy itself. Lord Skywalker, shaking his head, his voice tinged with frustration, Padme, you don't understand. The power you're channeling, it's not the answer. It will consume you just like it consumed me. Don't let it destroy you. Padme, with a sharp edge in her voice, stepping toward him, I will not be destroyed, Anakin. Not by the galaxy, not by you. I will not let you walk this path alone. She steps closer to him, her eyes softening just for a moment. The power around her flares and then dies down, leaving only the faintest hint of its presence. Padme, quietly, with a soft but firm tone, I've seen what you've become, Anakin. But I refuse to believe that this power, this cold empire is all that we are meant to be. I refuse to believe that the man I loved, the man who would have given everything for me, has disappeared. Anakin stares at her, conflicted. The love he once felt for her surges within him, but it is tangled with the weight of his power. He breathes deeply, his voice softer now. You are the woman I loved. And you are strong, Padme. Stronger than I ever realized. But this path we are on, it's not the same. It's not us anymore. Padme, her voice cracking slightly, then let it be us again. Let me show you that together. We can do more than rule the galaxy. We can restore it. We can reignite the love we once shared, the hope we once had. I will stand by you, Anakin. But I won't be your shadow. I won't be your empress if it means losing the man I love. Anakin steps forward, hesitating for just a moment before taking her hand. The power around them fades as they look into each other's eyes. The connection between them still palpable, though frayed. Padme, I don't know if I can go back to who I was. But I will fight for you. For us. No matter what it takes. Padme, speaking softly, with a flicker of hope. Then let us fight together, Anakin. Not as rulers of this galaxy, but as the partners we were always meant to be. Let our love be what guides us, not the power. He holds her gaze, the weight of their choices hanging between them. The power that once felt so necessary, so absolute, now feels like a distant thing, something that may have led them astray. But with Padme's words, with her hand in his, a new possibility seems to flicker in the dark. Then we will rule together, as equals. Not as emperor and empress, but as two who have walked through darkness and found their way back into the light. They stand there, together, as the galaxy beyond the palace remains unchanged, yet within them, a new path begins to form. The Imperial Palace Training Chamber, a vast and grand space reinforced with materials capable of withstanding immense force and energy. The walls gleam with a dull metallic sheen, the floor marked with faint scorch marks from previous demonstrations. Anakin and Padme stand facing each other, their expressions intense, a silent challenge passing between them. Anakin takes a slow step forward, his presence commanding, his voice calm yet charged with energy. You've come far, Padme. The goddess's power suits you, but do you truly understand it? Do you know how to wield it without it consuming you? Padme tilts her head slightly, her expression sharp and confident. Her hands rest at her sides, but the air around her seems to hum, a faint glow emanating from her fingertips. Padme smirking, do you doubt me, Anakin? Or are you afraid that I might surpass you? Lord Skywalker chuckles softly, his eyes narrowing, afraid. No. Curious. Absolutely. Show me, Padme. Show me what you can do. Padme's smirk deepens. Without a word, she raises her hand, and a wave of golden energy bursts forth, racing toward Anakin. He reacts instantly, thrusting his arm forward and meeting the wave with a surge of his own dark energy. The two forces collide in the air, crackling and sparking as they clash. The room fills with light and sound as the energies war against each other. Lord Skywalker, grinning, impressive, but you'll have to do better than that. With a flick of his wrist, Anakin twists the clash of energy, redirecting Padme's wave into a spiral that circles around her. She doesn't flinch. Instead, she extends both arms, dispersing the spiral with a pulse of her own power. The shockwave sending a gust of wind rippling through the chamber. You taught me to never rely on brute force alone, Anakin. Strategy is what wins. She moves swiftly, her body a blur as she propels herself into the air, summoning shards of light that rain down toward him. Anakin leaps back, his lightsaber igniting with a snap hiss, its crimson blade slashing through the projectiles as they descend. The shards dissolve into harmless light as they strike the floor, but Padme is already on the move, landing gracefully a few meters away. Lord Skywalker, with mock frustration, that's new. I didn't know you had a flair for theatrics. Padme, smiling slyly, there's a lot you don't know about me, Anakin. Care to find out? Lord Skywalker's eyes gleam, and he charges toward her, his lightsaber a blur of motion. Padme doesn't summon a weapon instead, she raises her hand, forming a shield of energy that absorbs his strikes. The sound of lightsaber clashing against raw power echoes through the chamber. As Anakin presses forward, Padme's shield flares brighter, and with a sudden burst, it repels him, sending him sliding back across the floor. Anakin, laughing as he regains his footing. Now you're just showing off. Padme. Maybe, but isn't that why you love me? She gestures sharply, and the floor beneath Anakin shifts, the metal bending and twisting as if alive. He leaps into the air, avoiding the trap, and counters by extending his hand, using the force to pull Padme toward him. She resists, her feet skidding slightly as her power. For a moment, they're locked in a battle of wills, their powers straining against each other. Lord Skywalker, through gritted teeth, you've become stronger than I ever imagined. But strength alone isn't enough, Padme. Padme, smirking confidently, good thing I have more than just strength, then. She drops her resistance suddenly, using Anakin's pull to her advantage as she propels herself toward him. She flips in midair, landing lightly behind him, and with a snap of her fingers, a gust of wind sends him stumbling forward. Before he can recover, she raises both hands, encasing him in a shimmering field of light that binds his movements. Padme playfully glances at him. "Do you yield, Lord Skywalker?" Anakin pauses, caught in the field, but then smirks. With a sudden surge of dark energy, he shatters the field, the fragments dissolving into nothingness. He turns to face her, his eyes alight with admiration and challenge. "Lord Skywalker." "Never." His mischievous smile forming with a trick up his sleeve. He gestures, and the room itself seems to respond to his will. The walls ripple and bend as he manipulates the force on a massive scale. Padme watches, unfazed, and counters by creating a sphere of energy around herself, shielding her from the chaos. The two powers swirl and clash, the chamber groaning under the strain of their combined might. Finally, with a shared and spoken understanding, they both release their powers simultaneously. The room falls silent, the tension dissipating as they lower their hands. They stand across from each other, breathing heavily, their eyes locked. Lord Skywalker, smiling, his voice soft, "You're incredible." Padme, stepping closer, her voice tender, "And you're stubborn." They meet in the center of the chamber, their powers fading as they reach for each other. Anakin brushes a strand of hair from Padme's face, his gaze full of admiration and love. "Lord Skywalker, together, we're unstoppable." Padme, nodding, her voice steady, "Then let's make the galaxy see it. Not just through power, Anakin, but through us. Through what we can create together." He leans his forehead against hers, their connection stronger than ever. For a moment, there is no galaxy, no empire, only them. Lord Skywalker speaking softly but passionately, always. They stand there, a perfect balance of light and dark, love and power, ready to take on the galaxy. The Force Gods. Grand Emperor Anakin and Grand Empress Padme. Anakin and Padme 3 by Mahawarrior on DeviantArt. Escalation. Escalation. The bridge of the Enterprise F, alive with quiet anticipation, every station manned, and every officer standing at attention. Fleet Admiral Yuri stood stoic, his weathered face betraying a hint of pride. Commander Harry Potter, wearing the deep red of his current rank, stood at the center of the bridge. His usual confidence was tempered by the weight of the moment, the sharp crimson cloak of Vice Admiral folded neatly on a silver pedestal nearby. The corridors of the USS Enterprise F echoed faintly with the hum of its warp core, but even that steady rhythm seemed to pause as Grand Admiral Cho entered the main bridge. The air itself seemed to shift with her presence, as if the ship itself understood the magnitude of the officer now commanding its decks. She was a figure that radiated authority and tactical brilliance, and her uniform reflected the full weight of her station and her role as Starfleet's premier tactical mind. Her uniform was a rich crimson red, a color chosen not only for its boldness but for its symbolic link to command and precision. The fabric was sleek and unyielding, tailored to perfection, as if the material had been forged rather than sewn. It gleamed faintly under the bridge's overhead lights, as though alive with the intensity of her unshakable resolve. The color evoked both the blood spilled in defense of the Federation and the burning passion of its most capable leaders. The cut of the uniform was utilitarian yet majestic, balancing practicality with rank. The broad shoulders were accentuated by golden stripes that ran across each side, the metallic sheen catching the light with her every movement. These stripes, three on each shoulder, were symbols of her unparalleled tactical acumen, each stripe denoting a decisive victory in her career, etched into the memories of the officers who served under her. The high collar of her uniform was an imposing touch, its trim edged in platinum. It framed her sharp jawline, giving her an air of invulnerability, while the Starfleet Delta rested prominently on her chest, rendered in a luminous combination of gold and silver. Beneath the Delta was a cluster of 3 gold stars, a subtle but unmistakable nod to her unparalleled authority over all operational tactics in Starfleet. Yet it was her cloak that truly set her apart, a flowing, knee-length marvel of Starfleet design. The crimson matched her uniform seamlessly, with subtle golden thread running along its edges in geometric patterns inspired by ancient star charts. The cloak was split at the sides, its cut designed for ease of movement in combat scenarios while still exuding an air of regality. Falling just above her knees, swaying gently as she moved with calculated precision, never hindering her stride. Its inside lining was a deep obsidian black, creating a striking contrast when it caught the light. The CL Oak's fastening was a tactical masterpiece in itself, a polished, golden clasp shaped like a laurel-wreathed Starfleet emblem that rested on her right shoulder, with a secondary connection hidden beneath the cloak, allowing it to move naturally while keeping her hands free for action. The cloak wasn't just ceremonial, it symbolized the weight of her responsibilities, her status as both a protector and a strategist. Her boots, black and reinforced, extended just below her knees, polished to a mirror shine yet rugged enough to withstand the rigors of battle. A subtle gold trim traced their upper edges, echoing the gilded details of her uniform. When she stood on the bridge, her figure was magnetic, her uniform a perfect blend of formidable tactical readiness and undeniable command authority. The officers around her straightened instinctively, their gazes drawn to the glow of her golden shoulders and the confident tilt of her head. She didn't need to bark orders, her presence alone was enough to enforce discipline. The centerpiece of her uniform was her utility belt, strapped securely across her waist. Unlike traditional belts, hers was embedded with adaptive hollow displays, which could project tactical maps, fleet formations, and ship diagnostics with a mere gesture. It was a tool, but also a declaration. Grand Admiral Cho was always prepared, always in control, and always ready to take command of any battlefield. As she approached the captain's chair, every officer on the bridge turned their attention to her, their faces a mixture of admiration and awe. She lowered herself into the chair, the edges of her cloak brushing against the seat in a way that seemed almost theatrical. Her golden shoulders caught the light as she leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the tactical display. For Grand Admiral Cho, the uniform was more than clothing, it was a symbol of her dedication, her victories, and the countless lives she had saved with her unparalleled tactical prowess. And as the stars stretched out before the Enterprise F into the infinite expanse, she knew that her role was not merely to command but to inspire, to lead by example and ensure the Federation's survival in an ever-changing galaxy. Cho stepped forward, her voice cutting through the silence like the chime of a bell. Ladies and gentlemen of Starfleet Command, officers of the Enterprise F, and distinguished guests, she began. Her tone both warm and commanding. We gather here today not merely to honor a promotion but to celebrate an extraordinary officer, a man who has defined what it means to serve with courage, intellect, and unshakable resolve. Her gaze fixed on Harry, her dark eyes glowing with the intensity of her words. Harry Potter H. Starfleet, he has reshaped it. From his earliest days as an ensign, his actions have been marked by brilliance and valor. He has turned impossible missions into resounding victories. He has faced threats that would break lesser officers and emerged stronger each time. She allowed a small, approving smile, and, perhaps most importantly, he has earned the unwavering loyalty and respect of everyone under his command. Cho turned to address the officers gathered. Let us reflect on his achievements, which bring us here today. Harry has orchestrated the flawless defense of Rigel 7, outwitting an entire fleet of Romulan warbirds with tactical precision that is now studied at the Academy. Negotiated the Deneb Accord, bringing a fragile truce between the Denebians and the Federation that has held to this day. Commanded the daring rescue of 120 Star Fleet crew members from a Klingon penal asteroid, with no casualties under his command. Played a pivotal role in averting the Borg incursion at Starbase 172, devising a countermeasure to their adaptat ion protocols that saved the lives of thousands. And, most recently, led the successful liberation of the Dirac cluster, ensuring its vital resources remained under Federation protection. Her voice rose slightly, filling the bridge. Each of these achievements is remarkable in its own right, but taken together, they form a legacy that most officers could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Commander Potter, your dedication, tactical brilliance, and courage in the face of overwhelming odds have brought us here. Today, Starfleet recognizes your service not just with words, but with responsive. The responsibility of Vice Admiral. She turned, lifting the crimson cloak of Vice Admiral from the pedestal. The bridge seemed to hold its collective breath as she draped the gold-trimmed cloak over his broad shoulders, her hands resting there for a moment, as if transferring the immense weight of the rank onto him. Stepping back, she allowed the moment to settle before her tone softened. Harry, Starfleet will look to you not just to lead but to inspire. I can think of no one better suited for the task. On behalf of Starfleet Command, it is my honor to promote you to the rank of Vice Admiral. The room broke into respectful applause, but Harry barely registered it. His eyes were locked with Cho's, a mix of gratitude, admiration, and something unspoken passing between them. She stepped closer, her golden cape brushing against his arm. "Harry," she said, her voice now low and private, "you've earned this. Every part of it." And then, without warning, she kissed him. It wasn't a fleeting gesture or the formal touch of a superior officer. It was deep, passionate, and electric, a connection that ignited the air around them. Gasps rippled across the room, and Fleet Admiral Yuri raised an eyebrow but said nothing. His expression a mix of surprise and quiet amusement. When she pulled back, her cheeks were faintly flushed, but her composure remained intact. Harry, stunned but not displeased, was momentarily lost for words. Cho smiled at him, her voice quiet but filled with resolve. "Lead with the heart you just showed me," she whispered. "It's what makes you the officer and the man you are." The room remained silent as Cho turned, her golden cape sweeping dramatically behind her as she returned to her place beside Fleet Admiral Yuri. Harry adjusted his new cloak, the weight of it somehow feeling lighter now. Finally finding his voice, he saluted sharply, his voice strong and clear. "Thank you, Grand Admiral. I will not let your Starfleet down." And with that, the bridge erupted into cheers and applause, the sound echoing through the great ship as Vice Admiral Harry Potter took his place among the stars. The conference room aboard the USS Enterprise F was dimly lit, the faint hum of the ship's systems providing a steady backdrop to the tension crackling in the air. Grand Admiral Cho stood by the large star map projected above the table, her crimson cloak catching the subtle light. The golden stripes on her shoulders gleamed with authority, and her piercing gaze was fixed on the swirling, contested region of space that represented the Talarian sector. Opposite her, Vice Admiral Harry, a seasoned strategist with steel-gray hair and a sharp wit, leaned on the table, his face grim. The holographic map was dominated by flickering red borders cartas, Shan Union territory and flashes of gold that denoted the Ferengi Alliance's encroachment. The once neutral Talarian sector was now a battlefield of influence and ambition, a resource-rich region with strategic hyperlanes that could tip the balance of power. Cho broke the silence, her voice steady but cold. "They've crossed a line. The Cardassians, with their duplicitous games, and the Ferengi, with their insatiable greed. The annexation of the Talarian sector isn't just a violation of interstellar treaties, it's a direct threat to Federation stability. We can't sit idle, Harry." Vice Admiral Harry exhaled heavily, rubbing his temple. "We've seen this play before, Cho. The Cardassians will claim this is about protecting their borders, masking their imperialism behind a veil of pragmatism. And the Ferengi," his voice trailed off, his expression twisting into something between disdain and frustration, "will sell their own mothers if the profit margin is high enough." Cho finished for him, her lips tightening. "They don't even pretend to play by the rules." Harry nodded grimly. "Exactly. The Ferengi have already begun mining operations on Talarian moons, stripping them of dilithium and tritanium. And the Cardassians, they've moved in fleets under the guise of defensive patrols. This isn't just a territorial grab, it's a prelude to something far worse." Cho turned to the map, her voice hardening as she described their foes. "The Cardassians are calculating, Harry. Every word, every gesture calculated. Their obsidian black uniforms mirror their approach to diplomacy, opaque, unyielding, and cold. Those ridges across their foreheads." She gestured to a section of the map where Cardassians' ships hovered ominously. "They're as hard as their hearts. Cardassians thrive on control, whether it's over their people, their enemies, or entire star systems. They'll smile in the negotiation room while their ghoul orders an orbital bombardment." Harry chuckled bitterly. "I've seen it. That smile is as much a weapon as their disruptors. But the Ferengi, they're another kind of beast entirely." "Indeed," Cho agreed, her tone shifting to one of distaste. "They'll sell you the ground beneath your feet if it means they can charge you for standing on it. The lobes on their heads might signify their business acumen, but it's their sharp, jagged teeth you should watch for. Nave, our trust to Ferengi to turn down a deal even when it's at someone else's expense. They're opportunists," Harry, and this sector is an opportunity too lucrative to ignore. Harry straightened, his expression resolute. So, what's the plan? We can't move a fleet into the sector without triggering a full-scale war. And let's be honest, Starfleet Command will want 100 bureaucratic reports before authorizing anything. Cho's eyes gleamed. We don't need a fleet. What we need is intelligence, solid, actionable intelligence. If we understand what's driving them, we can dismantle their plans from the inside out. That's where an elite team comes in. Harry raised an eyebrow. Spec Ops. Starfleet doesn't have an official division for that. Not officially, Cho admitted, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. But I've been working on something. A small team highly trained, versatile, and equipped to operate deep behind enemy lines. Their mission would be simple: gather intelligence, sabotage key operations, and, if necessary, make surgical strikes. Harry leaned back, considering her words. You're talking about Starfleet's best. Operatives who can blend into any environment, think on their feet, and work without direct oversight. Do we even have people like that? Cho turned to him, fuming with quiet conviction. We do. I've handpicked a list of candidates. Officers who've proven themselves in the toughest situations, military commanders with nerves of steel, science officers who can hack Cardassian systems in their sleep, and tactical specialists who can disable a Ferengi mining rig without leaving a trace. We'll equip them with the best stealth technology Starfleet has to offer. No one will know they're there until it's too late. Harry's skepticism began to waver, replaced by a spark of hope. It's a bold move, Cho. But it could work. What's the operational name for this team? Cho stepped closer to the map, her golden shoulders catching the light, and pointed to the contested region. Her expression was unreadable, her gaze steady. Operation Spectre. This team won't just gather intelligence, they'll become the shadows that haunt our enemies. Cardassians' ghouls will second-guess their every move. Ferengi negotiators will sleep with one eye open, knowing someone might disrupt their schemes. They won't see us coming. For a moment, silence filled the room again. Save for the faint hum of the ship. Harry finally nodded. All right, Cho, let's put together this team. If anyone can make it work, it's you. As the Vice Admiral left the room to begin preparations, Cho remained behind, staring at the flickering borders on the holographic map. The stakes had never been higher. The Talarian sector was more than a battleground, it was a crucible, one that would test the Federation's resolve. And she would ensure that the enemies of Starfleet learned one thing. Not all shadows are born from darkness. Some are forged in light. The conference room aboard the USS Enterprise F was an elegant, polished space, the walls adorned with sleek, holographic displays that illuminated the room with soft blue light. A faint hum from the ship's advanced systems filled the background as Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Admiral Harry, and Fleet Admiral Yuri sat at the head of the sleek oval table. Their presence alone seemed to demand respect, a reflection of their rank and the immense responsibility they carried. Today, however, they were here for something much more important than bureaucracy. They were here to interview the potential leader of the Poltergeist new Spec Ops team, someone who had already proven himself in the crucible of war. The door slid open with a soft hiss, and Colonial Johnny Rico stepped into the room. At 6 feet tall, he cut an imposing figure, his posture rigid, shoulders squared in the manner of a seasoned officer. His tanned skin, marked with scars from countless battles, told the story of someone who had lived through the worst and still came out on top. His face was angular, with a strong jawline and the kind of eyes that had seen too much to ever truly rest. There was a fire in those eyes, the kind of fire that only combat veterans like him could understand. Rico's uniform was the distinctive mobile infantry colonial gear, still showing signs of wear from the front lines of his last mission on Mars. His combat suit was a dark gray armor with a metallic sheen, highlighting the practicality of military technology from his era. The chest plate bore the emblem of the mobile infantry, a stylized eagle clutching a rocket in its tall awns, emphasizing his storied history as a soldier. His helmet, slung under his arm, was marked with his personal identification number and battle honors. The uniform itself was minimalist but formidable, durable, light enough for rapid movement, and designed to withstand harsh environments and brutal combat. Cho studied him silently, her keen eyes sizing him up. Colonel Rico, thank you for coming. Her voice was calm, authoritative. Please, take a seat. Rico's gaze flickered from her to the two other high-ranking officers before he nodded curtly and took the seat across from them. His movements were precise, controlled, his military training in full display. He wasn't intimidated by their ranks, but there was a clear respect in the way he carried himself. Rico's voice was rough, but steady as he spoke. It's an honor, Grand Admiral. I've read about your operations. Impressive stuff, I gotta say. And, well, I didn't think I'd be here. You're offering me something big. Vice Admiral Harry leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. You're a soldier, Rico. A soldier through and through. You've faced the worst of the worst, from the arachnids on Klendithu to the betrayal on Mars. But we're asking something different from you now. This mission will require a mind as sharp as your combat skills. Can you handle the complexity of a spec ops team? Not just war, but espionage, intelligence, covert operations. Rico's eyes flickered with a flash of something deeper, something personal. He leaned back in his chair, his hands steepled in front of him, his gaze focused. I've fought in the trenches. I've commanded troops in the heat of battle. I know tactics, but I also know that a team isn't just about strength. It's about trust, about getting the job done when the odds are stacked against you, and every mission feels like a one-way trip. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. If you want me to lead, I'll do it. But you have to understand, I don't just lead soldiers, I led people. People who need to believe in something greater than just the fight. Fleet Admiral Yuri's voice was low but commanding. We're asking for a lot, Colonel. Our enemies, Cardassians and Ferengi, are not like the arachnids you've faced. This mission requires finesse, precision, and an ability to outthink your opponent, not just outfight them. Are you prepared for that? For the kind of battlefield where you never know who's friend and who's foe? Rico's face hardened, the memories of Mars still fresh in his mind. His fingers flexed, as if still holding his rifle. But when he spoke, it was clear he had come to terms with the mental toll of command. I'm prepared for whatever you throw at me, Rico said, his voice unwavering. Finesse. I've seen what happens when you underestimate an enemy's ability to adapt. The Cardassians, those cold bastards, they're strategic, they don't take unnecessary risks. But they'll slip up, every time. And the Ferengi, they don't play by the same rules as we do. They'll sell out their own mother for a profit. He let out a quiet, bitter laugh. Trust me, I know how to handle both kinds. Cho, who had been silent up until this point, leaned forward slightly. Her piercing eyes locking onto his. You've demonstrated great courage, Johnny. And you've earned every battle star you've got. But this mission will require more than just bravery. It will require wisdom, patience. You'll be responsible for not just a team but the fate of the Federation's operations in the Talarian sector. No one can afford to make mistakes. For the first time, Rico's eyes softened. His usual hard edge dulled just slightly as he considered her words. He nodded, a sharp, knowing look in his eyes. I get it. This isn't a battlefield, it's a chessboard. He met Cho's gaze firmly. I've led my men before. And I know when to strike, when to wait. I don't have to like the game to play it, but I will win. I'll lead that team, and we'll get the job done. He paused. We won't fail. You have my word. Harry, watching the exchange, nodded approvingly. You've got the heart of a soldier, Rico. But do you have the mind of a leader? This won't be about orders, it will be about adapting on the fly. Making the impossible happen when there's no clear path forward. It will require a general, not just a colonel. Rico straightened in his chair, his expression hardening, then looked back at Cho. Waiting for her decision. Cho's voice was soft, but it carried the weight of command. You've earned your place here, Johnny. I'm offering you command of the Poltergeist, elite Spec Ops team. Your new title, General. Her eyes held his gaze, as if searching for any hesitation. This is bigger than anything you've led before. Are you ready? For a moment, Rico sat still, as if processing the magnitude. Offsolve never faltered. The corners of his mouth tugged into a tight smile, the familiar grin of a man who had never shied away from a challenge. General, he said, almost tasting the word. I'm ready. The room was silent for a moment. Then Cho extended her hand across the table, a gesture of both trust and finality. Welcome to the team, General Rico. Let's get to work. Rico stood, shaking her hand firmly. A man of few words but absolute determination. As he left the room, he couldn't shake the weight of the new title. But deep down, he knew whether in the trenches of war or the shadows of covert ops he had always been ready. And now, he would prove it to the stars themselves. General Johnny Rico sat alone in his quarters aboard the Enterprise F, a stack of Phil's spread across the table in front of him. He'd just finished reviewing the records of Grand Admiral Cho and Vice Admiral Harry Potter, and now he was processing it all, digesting the data, considering their strengths, weaknesses, and what it meant for him. After all, he was about to work with these two officers, and their decisions would directly affect the mission and his role within the new Spec Ops team. He leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, thinking about what he'd learned. Grand Admiral Cho. The more he read, the more he realized just how much he respected her. Her record was nothing short of impressive and compromising, a tactical genius who could outthink entire fleets. Her career wasn't built on simple victories, it was built on reshaping battles. She didn't follow the rules, she redefined them. Rico's lips curled into a small smile as he thought about it. Yeah, he muttered, she's got fire. And she burns through everything in her way to get what she wants. Her tenacity was legendary. She didn't just fight for victory, she fought for something more. She fought to dominate. Her passion came not just from the battlefield, but from a deep belief in herself, in her vision. She wasn't content with mediocrity. No, Cho demanded perfection, and she made sure to get it, no matter the cost. Rico understood that kind of mentality all too well. He knew the feeling of pushing yourself past the point of exhaustion, past the point of reason, all for the sake of achieving something that would make people remember you. But it wasn't just her passion that stood out. There was that icy, calculative mindset, the cold, unflinching way she viewed the world. No room for error, no room for emotion. She was a master of the game, constantly thinking 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. She made her soldiers trust her, not by words, but by showing them that she had the ability to see what no one else could. Rico's respect for her was undeniable, but he knew that working with someone like Cho would require him to keep his own temper in check. She would never tolerate failure, and she certainly wouldn't tolerate anything less than absolute commitment. Then there was Vice Admiral Harry Potter. Rico's fingers drummed against the table as he considered the man. Harry was something different, a wild card in the best sense of the word. His record showed a history of unwavering bravery, always rushing headfirst into danger without hesitation, without question. That was something Rico understood. They were cut from the same cloth in that regard. When a mission went sideways, Harry wasn't the type to pull back, he was the type to charge straight into the heart of the storm and figure it out as he went. But there was something more to it than just raw courage. Harry had a deep, unshakable loyalty to those he cared about, and that loyalty had earned him a lot of respect. He would go to any lengths to protect his comrades, to protect his crew. He put others first, and that was something Rico could get behind. That's the kind of guy you want in your corner when things go to hell. Selflessness was rare in leaders, but Harry embodied it. But Harry's impulsiveness was a different story. Sometimes his heart overruled his head, and that could lead him into some seriously bad situations. Rico had been there. He knew what it was like to act first and think later. Sometimes it worked. But most of the time, it didn't. It was an issue, especially for someone who had the power to make life or death decisions in the heat of the moment. Rico had always believed that courage could win battles, but it was wisdom that kept you alive. Harry had a hell of a lot of courage, but there were times when that fury in him could get the better of him. Rico sighed and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. These two, he muttered to himself, they're like oil and water, but somehow they make sense. He stood up and paced around his quarters, the thoughts racing through his mind. Grand Admiral Cho's fire and icy control. Harry's bravery and reckless courage. They couldn't be more different, but that was what made them so damn effective. Cho had the tactical genius to pull off the impossible. Harry had the guts to make it happen. They were like the perfect team. But the real question was, where the hell did that leave him? He wasn't about to sit back and play second fiddle to anyone. Not to Cho, Not to Harry, and certainly not to anyone in the fleet. He was Colonial Johnny Rico, and he'd never been good at waiting for orders. Rico's mind wandered back to the interview he'd had earlier. He could still hear Cho's voice, calm and unyielding, as she asked the hard questions. He remembered how her eyes had pierced through him, reading him as if he were an open book. She hadn't flinched, not once, and when she had finally offered him the command of the Spec Ops team, it had felt like something more than just a promotion. It felt like a challenge. It wasn't just the power of the rank that had drawn him in. No, it was the fact that Cho had seen something in him. Something raw, something hungry, something that needed to be shaped. She was offering him more than just a job. She was offering him a chance to become something more. And then there was Harry, the firebrand. Rico couldn't help but smile. Harry wasn't Cho. He didn't have the icy, calculating mindset. But he had something that Rico respected just as much. A heart that beat for the fight, and a sense of justice that never wavered. Harry was the kind of guy who would fight for the underdog, who would throw himself into the breach for no other reason than because it was the right thing to do. Rico liked that. He needed that. Sometimes the job didn't just require strength or strat. E.g., it required someone willing to sacrifice everything to make the right call. Rico turned back to the files on his desk and tapped his fingers thoughtfully. I guess we'll see what happens when we put the three of us together. He muttered under his breath. I've always been the one who leads by instinct. But Cho, she leads with her mind. And Harry, he smiled. Harry leads with his heart. Should be interesting. He couldn't deny it. Cho, Harry, and him, they made for a hell of a team. The strategist, the warrior, and the wild card. Together, they would break the box. And anything that stood in their way would fall. Let's make them remember us. Rico looked out the window of his quarters, the stars stretching infinitely before him. There was a long road ahead, full of danger and challenges, but he was ready. He wasn't just a soldier. He was a leader, and he had two of the best commanders in the galaxy by his side. Rico exhaled, standing up and pushing his chair back with a scrape. So here's the deal, Cho. Harry, I've been in enough wars to know that the only thing I can truly control is my own actions. If I'm leading this Spec Ops team, it's gonna be the kind of operation where we make every move count. I don't do things halfway, and I don't back down from a challenge. I won't promise you perfection, but I will promise you this: we're gonna win. And when we do, people will remember the name of this team. Not because of what we did, but because of the way we did it. He turned toward the door, but before leaving, he paused and looked over his shoulder, a determined GLLL have my word, General Rico. Now, let's get this thing started. And with that, the door slid open, and Rico left the room, leaving Cho and Harry with no doubt that the man who stood before them was more than just a soldier. He was a leader. A force to be reckoned with. Sarah Kerrigan leaned back in the high-backed chair of the Enterprise F.'s conference room, her ghost armor slung over her shoulder. Her sharp eyes scanning the officers across from her. Grand Admiral Cho and Vice Admiral Harry were both formidable in their own ways, but the longer Kerrigan observed them, the more she realized that why weren't like any leaders she'd faced before. They weren't the cold, calculating bureaucrats who commanded fleets from the safety of their desks. No, these two were warriors, though in vastly different ways. Kerrigan had learned to read people. It was one of her most useful skills, the ability to assess who she was dealing with within seconds of meeting them. And as she sifted through their Starfleet records, she saw more than just military accomplishments. She saw their minds, their strengths, their vulnerabilities. Grand Admiral Cho, there was fire in her, no question about it. But it wasn't just about the flames. Kerrigan could see it. Cho didn't just lead with her heart or her intellect, she led with a purpose. A purpose that often defied logic. Kerrigan had fought beside soldiers like Cho before, those who thought not in terms of what had been done, but what could be done. Cho's burn-the-box mentality was both exhilarating and terrifying. Kerrigan had always thrived when the odds were stacked against her. But Cho didn't just thrive, she reshaped the odds. That cold, calculative mindset. Kerrigan recognized it immediately. It was the same mindset that kept her alive during her darkest days, always thinking. Always planning, always 5 steps ahead. Cho would never make the mistake of underestimating an opponent. In fact, Carrigan suspected Cho saw the world as a battlefield of ideas. Each strategy a potential weapon to wield. She wasn't just a leader, she was an architect of war. And Carrigan respected that, but, at the same time, there was a coldness to Cho. A distance. It wasn't just the sharp focus of a strategist. No, it was something more. Cho didn't form alliances easily, didn't trust unless trust had been earned. And Carrigan could understand that. She knew the value of trust, how it could keep you from breaking under pressure, but also how fragile it could be. She's the kind of person, Carrigan thought to herself, who'd burn the galaxy to the ground to build something stronger in its ashes. Vice Admiral Harry, on the other hand, was a different kind of leader entirely. Carrigan had read about him, of course, his background, his victories, his near-mythical reputation in Starfleet. But she wasn't looking at him as just another officer. No, she was looking at him as someone who had a deep, burning passion, a man who was unwavering in the face of danger. That was something Carrigan could relate to. She knew what it was like to be driven by a cause, by something bigger than yourself. But Harry's passion, Carrigan realized, wasn't tempered by the same cold calculation Cho possessed. No, Harry's passion was driven by his bravery, a bravery that was often reckless. She could see it clearly now. Harry wasn't the type to think too long before charging into a situation. He didn't wait for all the variables to line up. He dove headfirst into danger, his unwavering bravery often overcoming his impulsiveness. And Carrigan respected that courage, but it was a flaw, too. In her line of work, rushing in without thinking was the kind of thing that got people killed. Carrigan wasn't reckless. She was methodical. Every move had a reason, every action had a consequence. But with Harry, she wasn't sure if he understood that. There was something almost wild about him, an energy that couldn't be contained. And, for some reason, that unsettled her. Carrigan didn't mind danger. She thrived in it. But there was a line between bravery and stupidity. And Harry, well, sometimes he had a tendency to cross that line, especially when anger got the better of him. She could sense it in his history, his impulsive nature when things didn't go according to plan. He'd charge in, guns blazing, and sometimes, just sometimes, he wouldn't stop to think. That wasn't a luxury Carrigan could afford. But loyalty, that was something Harry had in spades. Carrigan had read enough of his history to know that he would throw himself into danger for the people he cared about, without hesitation. That selflessness was almost naive, but it was also beautiful. Carrigan had been alone for a long time, and while she didn't need anyone, she understood what it meant to have someone's loyalty. She'd seen it in her own soldiers when she led the Dominion forces, but that was different. There had been power behind her loyalty. Harry's loyalty was pure. It wasn't about power or control. It was about doing what was right, no matter the cost. As the meeting stretched on, Carrigan's thoughts circled back to Cho and Harry. She watched them closely, noting the way they interacted. There was a dynamic between them, a balance of power and purpose. Cho was the mind, the strategist, cold, calculating, relentless in her pursuit of victory. And Harry was the fire, the heart. He was the one who would drive the team forward, even if it meant charging into the unknown without a plan. The moment came. Cho's voice broke through Carrigan's thoughts, and Carrigan knew it was time to speak. "Major Carrigan," Cho's voice rang out, crisp and unwavering. "We've reviewed your file. You have the skills we need. But more than that, you've proven yourself time and again as someone who can thrive under the most dire of circumstances. We need someone who can think on their feet, who can execute without hesitation when lives are on the line. You're being considered for command within our Spec Ops team." Carrigan's eyes flicked to Harry. He was watching her, his brow furrowed, as if waiting for her reaction. Was he thinking about the way she operated, too? Did he see the same things Cho saw? Carrigan took a deep breath, her voice steady. "I don't lead for power, Admiral. I lead because I want to win. And I've learned that victory often comes through brutal means. I am not here to play by your rules, I'm here to rewrite them." Cho didn't flinch. "Good," she said simply. "You're exactly what we need." Carrigan's gaze locked onto Harry's for a moment longer. There was a flicker of understanding there. He wasn't the type to sit back and analyze the situation like Cho. No, Harry was the type to dive headfirst into battle, sometimes without a plan. And Carrigan Couldn't help but respect that unbridled courage. She'd seen men like him before, brave, passionate, driven by a deep sense of justice, but with a tendency to put themselves in harm's way without thinking. She wasn't sure if he would ever understand the importance of calculated precision, but she couldn't deny that, in the right moments, his impulsive nature could be a weapon in its own right. Kerrigan let out a soft, almost amused chuckle. "So, what now?" she asked, her voice cool but laced with an undertone of challenge. "Are we ready to take this team to the next level?" Vice Admiral Harry leaned forward, his lips curling into a slight grin. "You think you're ready, Kerrigan?" Kerrigan's gaze locked onto his, her expression one of quiet confidence. "Let's find out." And with that, the room seemed to crackle with the electricity of what was to come. Kerrigan, Cho, and Harry, three wildly different personalities, bound by a single mission, about to face a war that would require all of their strengths and demand their weaknesses. In that moment, Kerrigan knew one thing for certain: this would be a team that changed the very definition of warfare. And she was ready to lead it. The USS Enterprise F's conference room was a place where history was made, where decisions of monumental importance were made in the shadows of starlight and steel. Chong was different. The officers present at the table, Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Admiral Harry, and Fleet Admiral Yuri, weren't making decisions about starships or tactical operations. No, today, they were about to meet the third member of the Light Spec Ops team. They were forming Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix. The door slid open, and the weight of his presence filled the room before he even entered. Marcus Phoenix, Lieutenant of the Cog Army, stood tall, around 6 feet 1 inch, his broad shoulders and barrel-chested frame filling the doorway. His face, rough and weathered from years of war, was set in a permanent scowl, as if the world itself had tried to kill him too many times. And he was no longer surprised by it. A deep scar ran down the left side of his face, a silent testament to his many battles. His eyes, piercing, steely blue, glared as though he was eternally scanning for danger, eternally prepared for a fight. He wasn't in the usual Starfleet uniform. No, Marcus Phoenix was wearing cog armor, a sleek but heavily armored exoskeleton that looked more built for war than peace. The black and gray plating was pockmarked with battle damage, a few dents here and there, and several bloody smears that hadn't been cleaned off. The chest plate had ECOG symbol emblazoned across the front, a reminder of his long service in the war against the Locust Horde. His forearms and thighs were covered in thick armor, and his boots were reinforced for the kinds of environments he'd fought in. A heavy Lancer assault rifle, a Cog Army staple, hung casually by his side, the chainsaw bayonet gleaming with a dark, almost sinister edge. Grand Admiral Cho's eyes narrowed slightly as Phoenix entered. She didn't show emotion, at least, not the way most people did. Her eyes remained cold, calculating, but there was a flicker of something there, something she didn't often show: respect. Marcus Phoenix was a living weapon, a soldier forged in the fires of war. He wasn't the type of man who would bend easily to anyone's will, but she saw potential in him. She knew that a man like him could be the tip of the spear that would break through enemy lines. Vice Admiral Harry sat back in his chair, studying Phoenix with a certain level of curiosity. He was used to facing enemies head-on, charging into the fray, but Phoenix's presence was different. There was an aura about him, something ferocious and untamed. Harry's mind began to race with the possibilities. If they could control Phoenix, they could harness a power that would level the playing field in any engagement. Fleet Admiral Yuri said nothing at first, observing the soldier closely. But he couldn't help but admire the man. Phoenix wasn't a hero for the spotlight. He didn't want accolades or fame. He was here to finish the job. No questions, no hesitation. Yuri had a deep appreciation for that kind of mentality. Grand Admiral Cho finally broke the silence, her voice calm, though there was a certain hardness to it. "Lieutenant Phoenix, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please, sit." Phoenix didn't smile. He didn't need to. He was used to these types of meetings, but they always felt the same, filled with people who hadn't been through hell. He grunted, stepping forward and taking a seat across from the three of them, his Lancer still hanging loosely by his side. Vice Admiral Harry leaned forward, his eyes studying Phoenix. "We've reviewed your record. You've been through hell and back, Phoenix. You're one of The last of the COG soldiers standing after your entire world fell apart. I respect that. What we're building here is a spec ops team, poltergeist that's about more than just getting the job done. It's about doing the impossible. And we need someone who can face that kind of challenge and still come out on top. Why do you think you're the right fit for this? Phoenix's face remained stoic, but his eyes softened just a fraction. I don't need your respect. I've killed enough enemies to not worry about a damn thing but the mission. I get the job done. Simple as that. He glanced at Cho for a moment, then back to Harry. What are you building here? It sounds like another one of those, save the galaxy, type of missions. I've been on those before. Hell, I've fought against the end of the world more times than I can count. If there's a war to be won, a battle to be fought, you can count me in. But if I'm in this, it's because you know I'm gonna finish it, no matter the cost. Cho studied him with a sharp gaze. And what happens when it gets too hard, Phoenix? When the mission isn't just about fighting a war, but about your own survival. When you're faced with a choice, your life, or the mission. Phoenix's expression didn't shift, but there was a fire in his voice when he responded. There's no choice. You survive. You keep fighting. You don't quit, even when it feels like everything's gone to hell. His hand tightened around the lancer's handle for a moment, as if remembering something from the past. I've lost too many people to stop now. There's only one thing left to do: finish the fight. And that's exactly what I do. Fleet Admiral Yuri spoke up, his voice slow and deliberate. Your loyalty is clear. You've proven yourself a soldier above all else, Phoenix. But what we need here is not just strength. We need adaptability. Can you follow orders in a structure like this? Not all the time, Phoenix, but when does it count? Phoenix shot Yuri a look, a hint of frustration in his eyes. He had heard this before. Follow orders. It always felt like a trap. But he was no fool. He knew the stakes. He sighed, resting his arms on the table, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface. I can follow orders, he muttered. As long as those orders make sense. I don't follow blindly. If you give me a reason to fight, I'll give you everything I've got. But don't expect me to follow some kind of military protocol, for the sake of it. When you've been in as many battles as I have, you learn that survival is all that matters. If your orders get people killed for nothing, then they're the wrong orders. There was a long silence in the room as the officers took in his words. And then, just as the tension seemed to hit its peak, Grand Admiral Cho did something unexpected. Without a word, she reached to her side and grabbed her Mark II Lancer assault rifle, her fingers wrapping around the grip with practiced ease. She raised it, the hum of the chainsaw bayonet beginning to power up. What are you doing? Phoenix asked, his gaze intense. With a calm and almost casual expression, Cho swung the rifle towards a Starfleet manual that lay neatly on the table before her. Without hesitation, the chainsaw blade revved to life, and in a swift, fluid motion, she cut the manual in half. The sound was loud, almost deafening, a perfect blend of brutality and precision. The pages scattered across the room, torn and ruined. She let the rifle drop to her side, her expression unreadable. Sometimes, you need to break the rules in order to achieve something greater. I don't have time for protocol and bureaucracy when the stakes are this high. Phoenix stared at the wreckage of the manual, then back at Cho, his eyes narrowing. You're a hell of a lot like me, aren't you? Cho didn't respond at first. She just looked at him, her face betraying no emotion. I don't follow orders to follow orders. I follow them to win. Phoenix nodded slowly, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I like you, Cho. Let's see if you like me when we're deep in enemy territory, though. The tension in the room lifted, if only slightly, and the three officers exchanged glances. Marcus Phoenix, the soldier who had lived through the worst the universe had to offer, was now a part of their team. And whatever came next, he wasn't going to back down. With Phoenix on their side, Cho, Harry, and Yuri Kn. One thing was certain: the mission had just become a hell of a lot more dangerous. But it also became a hell of a lot more exciting. Marcus Phoenix sat in the cold, sterile confines of the Enterprise F's conference room. His eyes narrowing as he studied the three figures before him: Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Admiral Harry, and Fleet gone over their records, studied their files. He'd seen the high rankings, the awards, the long careers. He had no patience for politics or pleasantries. He was here to fight, to win, not to stroke egos. He respected each of them in their own way, but he couldn't den. Why the gut feeling that had been gnawing at him since stepping onto this ship? The universe had a funny way of throwing the most dangerous people together, and Cho, Harry, and Yuri. They were dangerous each in their own right. Grand Admiral Cho was something else entirely. He'd heard the stories whispers about her tenacity, her unwavering resolve. She didn't just think outside the box. No, she burned the box. Then used the ashes to rebuild the rules of war. He couldn't help but admire that. There was a fierceness to her that reminded him of the best officers he'd served with. The kind of officer who wouldn't hesitate to lead a charge, to get their hands dirty, and who could make decisions that others were too afraid to make. But her cold, calculating mindset. That's where things get tricky. Her ability to detach from the emotional weight of command, to make decisions with the precision of a scalpel, meant that when things got really bad, she would do what was necessary. That much was clear, but Marcus had to wonder how far would she go to win. Would she sacrifice everything, even her own people, to achieve the mission? Vice Admiral Harry, on the other hand, was a puzzle. He had strength, no doubt bravery beyond what most soldiers could ever hope to understand. Marcus could see that from a mile away. Harry Potter had a reputation for charging into the fray, often without thinking, often on pure instinct. That kind of impulsiveness was dangerous. It was reckless, and in his world, it could get people killed. But there was a sincerity to Harry's courage. Marcus had seen it in the way he stood, the way he spoke about justice, the way he held himself in battle. Harry didn't need to be told what was right, he knew it deep down. But that impulse, that rush to make decisions, without thinking them through, it would be a problem. Marcus had seen good men die because they acted too quickly, because they didn't take the time to calculate the cost. Harry's bravery was a double-edged sword. It was a strength, but it could be his downfall. Then there was Harry's loyalty, which was unwavering. Marcus respected that, too. Loyalty in the field was something Marcus could relate to. It was something you earned, not just gave. If Harry was in this with him, Marcus knew the man had his back. The problem was Harry's need for validation. It was clear that sometimes Harry took on too much, internalizing the weight of responsibility until it broke him. Marcus had seen it before in leaders who couldn't carry the burden on their own. Isolation, it was the quiet killer. It was something Harry had to watch out for. It could destroy him if he wasn't careful. Marcus leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his broad chest as he gave the three officers before him a long, measured look. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and gravely serious. I've seen a lot of officers in my time. Hell, I've been one. But you three, you're something else. Cho, you're exactly what they say you are. A force of nature. You make decisions like a machine, but the thing is, machines don't care if they break. I get that, I do. But in my experience, when you push too hard, things break. And that's when the real battle starts. You're calculated, but how far are you willing to go? How many lives are you willing to sacrifice to win the damn fight? He let the question hang in the air, his gaze turning to Harry. Harry, you've got more courage than most men I've met. No question about it. You're the kind of guy who charges in when others are too scared. But that bravery of yours, it's a weapon. You know how to wield it in battle, but I've seen it destroy good people when they don't stop to think first. I can't count the number of guys I've seen rush into a firefight without a plan. Inking their bravery would carry them through. It doesn't. Not every time. You've got to think, Harry. You've got to balance that bravery with some damn restraint. Sometimes, walking away from a fight is just as important as charging into it. Marcus's voice grew darker, the tone turning from caution to concern. Marcus Phoenix. And then there's your loyalty. It's your greatest strength and your greatest flaw. You'll give everything to the people you care about, but if you don't learn to let someone else help you carry the load, it'll break you. I've seen it too many times. Leaders trying to shoulder everything on their own because they can't admit they need help. You need to learn to rely on others, Harry. Before it's too late. Marcus turned back to the table, rubbing his fingers across his scar. It was a reflex, but it grounded him. He was used to talking, used to making the hard decisions, and now that he was in this room, everything felt just as intense as a battlefield. But this was different. This was the politics of war. The part that always had the most cost. I've fought alongside soldiers who had less drive, less fire than you two. But that's not enough. You need to have the right balance. Cho's got the cold precision, Harry's got the heart. The key is knowing when to lean into each side. If you can find that balance, then we might just have a shot at pulling off something special. But I'll say this much: if we're going to succeed, it won't just be about strategy. It's going to be about how far we're willing to go. How much pain we're willing to endure. You both know that. We're not just soldiers in the field, we're leaders. And sometimes, leading means making the hard choices no one else can stomach. He paused, locking eyes with each of them in turn. But I'm here, and I'll do whatever it takes. We'll finish this fight together. That's what matters to me. The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of his words hung in the air. Grand Admiral Cho studied him, her expression unreadable. Vice Admiral Harry seemed to be lost in thought, perhaps reflecting on Marcus's words. Fleet Admiral Yuri didn't speak, but there was something in his gaze that suggested he was considering what Marcus had said. For Marcus, it was simple. He had seen death, seen the worst of what the galaxy had to offer. But what he had never seen was a team like this, people who, despite their flaws, had the potential to be something truly unstoppable. He'd been through enough battles to know that victory wasn't about who was the strongest, the smartest, or the most ruthless. It was about finding strength in each other, despite the odds. And right now, he had a feeling that this team, no matter how unconventional, could do exactly that. The Enterprise F's futuristic conference room was eerily quiet as Major Eugene Payne, a man who looked like he had spent more time screaming at people than talking, sat stiffly at the long table. His Marine uniform, a sharp, high-call, ARED piece of military precision, fit him perfectly, a stark contrast to the soft, futuristic tones of the Enterprise. The creases of his pants could cut glass, his boots shined to perfection, and his posture was ramrod straight. Yet, his face, framed by a jawline that looked like it could withstand the harshest of battles, was a paradox. His eyes were a smoldering mix of arrogance, sarcasm, and just enough seriousness to make you wonder if he was ever anything other than intense. Vice Admiral Harry, Fleet Admiral Yuri, and Grand Admiral Cho watched him intently from across the table. Each of them had gone through his records. Each had their thoughts, but the man was a mystery. There were rumors about his unorthodox methods, stories from distant wars about how his leadership style was both feared and admired. The man was an enigma wrapped in combat boots, wrapped in military decorum. Grand Admiral Cho leaned forward first, her voice cutting through the still air with a directness that matched her reputation. Grand Admiral Cho, Major Payne, your reputation precedes you. We've reviewed our methods, while unconventional, have proven effective in the field. But let's get straight to the point. We need a leader who can adapt. Who can command respect without relying solely on fear or brute force. Do you understand the gravity of the mission? Major Payne sat up straighter, his stern expression betraying no hint of emotion. He locked eyes with Cho. Gravity, huh, I've been knee-deep in gravity for years. And let me tell you, Admiral, gravity don't scare me. It doesn't matter if you're fighting in the mud or on a starship. What matters is getting the job done. And that's what I do. You need a killer who can lead by example, a guy who gets results no matter what it takes. If that's what you're looking for, then you've found your man. He paused, his eyes scanning the room, taking in every individual with an unsettling calmness. You're talking about command. I've spent a lifetime in command. And let me tell you, command isn't just about a bunch of pretty words and strategy. It's about making sure your team does what it's told, whether they like it or not. I don't need to be friends with them. Hell, I don't even need them to like me. I need them to respect me. And that's where I shine. Vice Admiral Harry raised an eyebrow, leaning forward as he spoke with a touch of tension in his voice. And what about teamwork, Major? I've seen soldiers with your mindset commanding by fear. It works in the short term, sure, but how does that help when the mission goes sideways? When things get personal, A team doesn't just need a leader to bark orders at them, they need someone who can understand the stakes beyond the battlefield. Who can rally the troops when things aren't looking so good? Can you do that? Major Payne. Major Payne's lips curled into a smirk, clearly unfazed by Harry's challenge. Oh, I understand the stakes, Harry boy. You think I don't know how to lead a team in the thick of things? You think I can't rally troops when they're looking death in the face? Let me tell you something, there's no room for feelings when you're out there. You can't go around patting people on the back, making sure their emotions are all right. You've got a job to do. That's what matters. And as for rallying them, I don't need a damn pep talk. They'll fall in line when they know who's in charge. They know what I'm about. Trust me, no one's better at getting results than me. Quote, Grand Admiral Cho looked at the two men as the tension built. She could see the raw, fiery personalities clashing, each soldier with a unique perspective on leadership. She valued strength, but she also understood the need for adaptability and intelligence in difficult situations. Payne's reputation was one of discipline and order, but there were no perfect leaders. She was watching, waiting for the cracks to reveal themselves. Grand Admiral Cho, Major Payne, you've shown that you can command a team. And I see the strength you bring to the table. But you'll be working alongside people with very different leadership styles. I want to see how well you can adapt your methods when necessary. Can you work with others whose approach isn't as blunt as yours? Payne chuckled under his breath, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. Adapt. Listen, I'm all for adapting. I've been in situations where I had to think on my feet. But let me tell you, there's no room for weakness in command. You start making compromises, you start treating people like they're fragile, you'll lose control of your unit. You need someone who runs things, not someone who plays nice. Vice Admiral Harry scowled, clearly irked by Payne's response. He had seen too many soldiers like this, ones who put brute force over subtlety. Who had zero understanding of true leadership in the face of humanity's challenges. That's where you're wrong, Payne. Leadership isn't just about brute force. It's about understanding your people. Knowing what makes them tick, what makes them afraid, and finding a way to use that to their advantage. It's not about barking orders, it's about inspiring those people to do their best. Even when they're scared out of their minds. Payne's smirk deepened, his eyes narrowing at the Vice Admiral. Inspiring. That's some feel-good nonsense, Harry boy. What happens when the inspiration doesn't work? What happens when you're stuck in a firefight and your people are shaking in their boots? What happens when your so-called loyalty gets them killed? That's where I come in. I don't need to inspire people. I make them do their job, or they get out of my way. The conversation was heating up, but Fleet Admiral Yuri was watching with quiet interest. He could see the clash of ideologies unfolding, but he knew that every leader had their own way of handling things. He wasn't about to stop them from talking. After all, there was something to be learned from every argument. Major Payne, Harry, you both bring something valuable to the table. Payne, your command style is clear and effective. Harry, your loyalty and heart for the people you lead are invaluable. But here's the question. Can you both learn to work together? That's what this team needs. You're going to have to balance the harshness of Payne's methods with the compassion and calculated strategy that Cho brings to the table. Can you find common ground? The room fell into a long silence, each person processing the question. Major Payne, uncharacteristically quiet for a moment, leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. He was thinking, but not about the challenge that Yuri had thrown at him. He was thinking about the mission. The team. The mission came first, and if these other officers could keep up, then they'd make it work. We'll see. I don't work with weaklings. But if you want results, I get results. That's what matters. Grand Admiral Cho gave him a small nod, then looked over at Harry and Yuri. Both waiting for her to make the final call. The tension was palpable, but in her mind, she knew the decision was already made. Welcome aboard, Major Payne. You'll learn to work with the team. The mission comes first, and expect you to rise to the challenge. Let's see what you're really made of. And with that, the interview ended, but the storm of personalities was far from over. Major Payne sat back in his chair, arms crossed tightly over his chest, as he regarded Vice Admiral Harry and Grand Admiral Cho with a piercing gaze. His facial expression remained stoic, but, internally, he was processing the tension that simmered in the room. Harry's idealism about leadership and Cho's cold, calculating approach were foreign concepts to him, but one thing was clear: they were both powerful in their own ways. However, his approach to leadership, one founded on brute strength and discipline, wasn't going to fit neatly into their mold. After a long, lingering silence, he spoke, his voice low and measured, as though he were speaking to soldiers who might not understand the full weight of what he was saying. Vice Admiral Harry, Grand Admiral Cho, you two have a vision, don't you? You like to talk about inspiring people, about making them follow you because they respect you. But let me tell you something, that only works in your little utopia. Out in the real world, when the bullets are flying, you don't need respect, you need to make people obey. Respect's a luxury, it's earned over time, but obedience, that's immediate, and it keeps people alive. He leaned forward, his eyes never leaving Harry's as he continued, the intensity in his gaze unyielding. Harry, I've seen the kind of bravery you talk about. I've fought alongside men who would throw themselves on a grenade if it meant saving their squad. But bravery doesn't always win wars. Sometimes, it gets people killed. If you can't rein in that impulsiveness, that need for instant action, then you might as well have a squad of dead heroes. I don't play the hero, I play to win. He shifted his focus to Grand Admiral Cho, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Cho's icy demeanor, her calm, calculating presence, intrigued him. She was cold, but there was a strength in he understood. And you, Cho, you're the kind of leader who doesn't waste time with pleasantries. You're like a machine, no emotion, no hesitation, just cold, hard decisions. I respect that. You get things done, and you get them done efficiently. But let me tell you something, there's a difference between leading and breaking a man's spirit. You'll need more than just strategies and tactics to keep this team together. I can see it in you, you'll make the hard calls. But will you ever make the right ones when it counts? He leaned back again, cracking his neck as he surveyed the room. There was a bit of amusement in his eyes now, as though the thought of working with this elite group of officers was both frustrating and intriguing. You're all talking about teamwork. But I'm telling you right now, it's my way or the highway. If you want me to lead, you're going to have to trust me to make it happen, my way. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be inspirational speeches and hand-holding. It's going to be painful. But in the end, the mission gets done, and everyone gets to go home. If that's what you want, then let's get to work. There was a heavy silence that followed his words, and despite his usual boisterous nature, Major Payne had a moment of calm as he waited for their response. He didn't expect praise. He didn't expect camaraderie. But what he did expect was a group of leaders who could stand beside him in the field, leaders who understood that in the end, results were all that mattered. Vice Admiral Harry shot him a tight, unreadable look, and Grand Admiral Cho, ever the strategist, gave no immediate reaction, but her cold eyes glinted with an understanding of the man's type: pragmatic, relentless, but with no room for anything less than excellence. Then Cho spoke, her tone as steady as ever. Your methods are unconventional, Payne, but you've made your stance clear. I don't expect anything less from a man of your reputation. We'll see how you fare in this team. You'll answer to me in the field, and you will follow orders, regardless of your methods. Vice Admiral Harry, unable to hold back any longer, jumped in. His voice tinged with the kind of brashness that came from a long history of self-righteousness. Let me get one thing straight here, Payne. I'm all for results, but if you think for 1 second I'm going to let you run roughshod over this team with your my way or the highway crap, you're in for a wake-up call. We're not soldiers under your command. We're officers with a broader purpose. And I'll remind you, the best leaders know how to balance strength with heart. You may get results, but I'll be watching to see if you get the right ones. Payne smirked again, a sharp glint of respect in his eyes despite Harry's harsh words. I don't need your validation, Harry. But I'll take the challenge. You just worry about keeping up. I'm used to carrying the load. As the tension simmered in the room, Cho silently observed, her mind already moving ahead to the next steps. She didn't have time for egos, but she understood the value of a force like Payne in a fight. That required both precision and an iron will. Her expression remained unreadable, but her next words were clear. We'll see, Major. This team is about more than just commanding. It's about the mission. I expect you to put the mission first. With that, the interview ended. Major Payne, Vice Admiral Harry, and Grand Admiral Cho knew the road ahead would be tough, but in this elite team, there was no room for softness. The only thing that mattered was the mission. And Payne was willing to go to any lengths to make sure it was accomplished. The dim, blue-tinted lighting of the Spec Ops, ND room aboard the Enterprise F cast long shadows across the walls, flickering intermittently as the holographic map of the Tellarian sector displayed the rapidly escalating tension. Red markers repress, ending Cardassians galore class warships and Ferengi marauders littered the map like a warning, surrounding strategic systems. Their forces had tightened the noose around vital Starfleet outposts, and the situation had reached a boiling point. General Rico, his face hardened by years of battle and betrayal, stood at the center of the room. Clad in his modified Starfleet armor, a mix of tactical fun, actionality and mobile infantry grit, he surveyed his team. Marcus Phoenix, imposing as ever in his custom COG-enhanced Starfleet armor, his Mark II Lancer slung across his back, stood like a silent mountain. Beside him, Sarah Kerrigan, lithe and dangerous in her sleek ghost armor, leaned against the table, her icy gaze fixed on the map. Finally, Major Payne, with his ever-present smirk, polished his Starfleet issue phaser rifle as though he were preparing for a personal vendetta. Rico's voice broke the tense silence, his tone a sharp edge cutting through the weight of the room. All right, listen up. You're here because you're the best, and Starfleet's throwing you into the lion's den. Our job is simple. Infiltrate the Cardassians' Ferengi-occupied facility on Taylor 3, retrieve intelligence on their joint operations. And get the hell out before anyone knows we were there. He activated a section of the hologram, zooming in on the planet. The image revealed a sprawling industrial complex, guarded by a hybrid force of Cardassian soldiers and Ferengi mercenaries. Defensive turrets rotated in precision, and sensor nets blanketed the area, leaving little room for error. Intel suggests T.'s facility is where they're coordinating their annexation plans. If they're planning a full-scale assault on our borders, the data will be stored here. He turned, locking eyes with each team member. Phoenix, you're on point. Your job is to lead the breach team and neutralize any resistance quietly. Kerrigan, you're our eyes and ears. Get in, hack their systems, and pull the intel. Payne, Major Payne, always quick to interject, flashed a toothy grin. Let me guess, I'm here to make the bad guys cry for their mamas, right? Rico didn't miss a beat. No, Payne, you're on Overwatch. Keep us alive, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you play hero. The smirk on Payne's face grew wider, but he gave a mock salute. You got it, General. I'll try not to make the rest of you look too bad. Kerrigan, her voice cold and pragmatic, cut in. What's the evac plan? Cardassians don't exactly roll out the welcome mat. Rico tapped the hologram, highlighting a hidden canyon near the facility. Extraction point here. We'll take shuttles under the cover of a Class 4 ion storm. But if we're spotted, we're on our own. No reinforcements. No backup. This is Black Ops. Starfleet can't know we exist, let alone operate. The weight of his words hung in the air. This wasn't just a mission. It was a high-stakes gamble, and failure wasn't an option. As the team absorbed the plan, an alert flashed on the holographic display. The map updated in real time, showing the arrival of 3 more Cardassians' warships near the planet. Damn it, they're doubling down. This just got more complicated. Phoenix finally spoke, his gravelly voice as steady as ever. Complicated. Sounds like a Tuesday to me. Let's get moving. Rico allowed himself a small smile at the soldier's blunt confidence but quickly returned to business. Suit up. We're deploying in 2 hours. I don't want any surprises out there. Stick to the plan, and we'll come back in one piece. As the team dispersed to prepare, Rico lingered behind, staring at the red blips on the map. Something gnawed at him, something he hadn't told the team. There was a rumor circulating among intelligence circles that a third party was involved in the annexation. A shadowy force pulling the strings behind both the Cardassians and the Ferengi. But with no concrete proof, he couldn't risk spooking the team. The cliffhanger hit like a thunderclap. The holographic display suddenly shifted, replaced by a single ominous message. You've been detected. Initiating countermeasures. Alarms blared as the map flickered. Rico's jaw clenched. They know we're coming. Look them up on Google. Imagung this chapter. The fun, the action is only just beginning. Stay tuned for more. Trust me, more is coming. Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix. Gears of War. Marcus Phoenix by Christian P. 7676 on DeviantArt. Marcus Phoenix's main weapon. Gears of War. Mk2 Lancer Assault Rifle by FPS Russia 123 on DeviantArt. Major Sarah Kerrigan. Kerrigan Ghost by Cruel Shades on DeviantArt. Major Payne. Ma. Jor Payne Folder Icon by Dirt290X on DeviantArt. General Rico, the guy with the eye patch. Starship Troopers Rico, Casper Van Dien by Carl 2 Decibels on DeviantArt. Schemes and Secrets. Hello, my dearest readers. I promised more and more is right here. From here on out we will be venturing into unknown territory, which is both exciting and intriguing. One of them can happen, or both at any given time. This is but a stepping stone into the vast expanse of the unknown, but it shall no less interesting. So in saying this I am taking this story up a notch. Sit back, relax and enjoy the ride. Schemes and Secrets. The soft glow of starlight filtered through the wide viewport of Grand Admiral Cho's private quarters aboard the Enterprise F. The room was bathed in a serene mix of deep blues and warm golds, reflecting the elegance and authority of its occupant. A sleek dining table stood in the center, set with fine Starfleet crystalware and a meticulously arranged dinner for two. In the middle, a bouquet of vibrant Endorian blossoms added a splash of life to the polished surroundings. Seated across from one another, Grand Admiral Cho and Vice Admiral Harry Potter shared a rare evening of respite from the galaxy's endless turmoil. Cho, dressed in a flowing black and gold off-duty gown that hinted at her usual precision and strength, raised a glass of Romulan ale with a small, mischievous smile. Harry, in a relaxed Starfleet uniform with the top button undone, leaned back in his chair, a rare sense of ease softening his sharp features. To us, Harry, surviving another day of saving the universe. Harry, chuckling as their glasses clinked. And to you, Cho, for managing to keep it together while I tried to blow up diplomacy again today. Cho raised an eyebrow, her smile growing. Oh, I've PPED counting the times you've walked into a diplomatic situation like a bull in a china shop. The real miracle is that you keep walking out unscathed. Harry, feigning indignation. Unscathed. Or get the Klingon ambassador who tried to cleave my head off with a bat'leth. I still say I deserve a medal for dodging that one. Cho, laughing softly. A medal? I think the Klingons were more impressed with my restraint. You know how much I hate cleaning up your messes, right? Harry leaned forward, his tone teasing. Admit it, you love the challenge. What would you do without me? Cho's smile faded slightly as she looked at him. Her gaze softening. Honestly, probably be a lot more bored. You're infuriating, Harry, but you make life interesting. Harry smirked, tilting his glass. I'll take that as the highest compliment coming from you, Grand Admiral. As the main course was served perfectly replicated Terran cuisine, a mix of filet mignon and delicate vegetable medleys, they allowed themselves a moment of comfortable silence, broken only by the faint hum of the ship's engines. Harry took a bite, savoring the taste, before setting his fork down and giving Cho a thoughtful look. Do you ever think about how far we've come? Back then, when we were cadets, it felt like the universe was too big to conquer. Now look at us, one of the heads of Starfleet Command, charting the galaxies. Fate. Cho nodded, her gaze drifting toward the viewport. I do, and sometimes I wonder if we've changed too much along the way. I remember when we had nothing but fire in our eyes and dreams in our hearts. Now, it feels like the weight of the universe has replaced that fire. Harry, speaking softly, not entirely. It's still there, Cho. You just hide it behind all that calculation and strategy. I see it every time you make a decision that burns brighter than the rules Starfleet binds us to. She turned to him, caught off guard by his words, but her lips curved into a small smile. And you, Harry, what keeps your fire alive? It's been years, and you've faced more losses than anyone should have to bear. Harry, leaning back and crossing his arms. It's the people. The ones we fight for, the ones we lose, and the ones who stand by us, no matter how dark it gets. People like you. Her gaze held his, the air between them growing heavier. Cho tilted her head, her voice dropping to a softer register. You're not half as reckless as you want people to believe. Underneath it all, you care too much. That's your greatest strength, and your greatest weakness. Harry, smirking confidently, you'd know about weaknesses. Wouldn't you? Your cold, unshakable facade. It's brilliant, but it's a lie. You feel more than you let on, Cho. I've seen it. Cho's fingers traced the rim of her glass as she leaned forward slightly. Her eyes glinting. Careful, Harry. That sounds suspiciously like you're trying to psychoanalyze me. Harry, grinning confidently, maybe I am. Or maybe I'm just saying what we both know to be true. You're not as cold as you pretend to be, Cho. And that's a good thing. Their conversation shifted to lighter topics as dessert arrived, rich chocolate mousse paired with fresh Bajran berries. They traded stories from their academy days, laughing over shared missteps and youthful arrogance. Do you remember the time I tried to outfly Commander Traxian in that simulation? I swear, I thought I had him until I accidentally hit the cloaking device button instead of the thrusters. Cho chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. You were spinning in circles for 10 minutes. Traxian thought you were taunting him. Harry, grinning confidently, hey, I maintain it was a tactical maneuver. Not my fault Starfleet doesn't make the buttons more intuitive. Cho shook her head, her laughter fading into a fond smile. You were always impulsive, but somehow, it worked for you. It still does. As the evening wound down, they sat quietly, the stars outside painting the room in ethereal light. Harry broke the silence, his voice softer now. You know, for all the chaos we deal with every day, it's moments like this that make it worth it. Just being here, with you. Cho's gaze lingered on him, her usually sharp expression softening. I don't let many people in, Harry. But you've always had a way of getting past my walls. Harry, with a teasing smile, it's my charm. Irresistible, isn't it? Cho rolled her eyes but smiled, nonetheless. Don't push your luck, Harry. But I'm glad you're here. As they sat together, the vastness of space stretched before them, and for a brief moment, the weight of their responsibilities faded away. Cho leaned against the edge of the table, her usually sharp and commanding gaze softened, her crimson cloak from earlier draped neatly over a nearby chair. Vice Admiral Harry stood close, his arms crossed loosely as he watched her with a crooked smile, a glimmer of mischief and warmth in his green eyes. Harry broke the silence, his voice teasing but low. You know, for someone who commands an entire fleet, you're surprisingly bad at letting your guard down. Good thing I've had years of practice breaking through. Cho tilted her head, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. It's not that hard, Harry. You just never shut up long enough to notice when you've won. Harry laughed softly, stepping closer, his tone shifting to something more earnest. I mean it, Cho. I see you out there, carrying the weight of the universe on your shoulders. And yet, here we are, just us. No titles, no responsibilities, just you and me. Her gaze dropped for a moment, but when she looked back up at him, there was a flicker of vulnerability in her eyes. It's dangerous, you know. Letting someone in, especially you. Harry, smirking. Danger is my middle name. Well, not literally, but it might as well be. Cho couldn't help but chuckle, her stern demeanor melting. Without another word, Harry closed the gap, baking her hand. His thumb brushed over her knuckles, his expression softening as he leaned in slightly. I care about you, Cho. Always have, always will. And not just because you're terrifying when you're mad. Cho arched an eyebrow but said nothing, her lips curving into a rare, genuine smile. She reached up, her fingers brushing against his cheek. Before he could reply with a witty retort, she closed the distance between them. Her lips meeting his in a slow, deliberate kiss. The tension that had always simmered between them melted away, leaving only the warmth of the moment. Harry pulled her closer, one hand resting on her waist, the other gently cupping the back of her neck. When they finally broke apart, his forehead rested against hers, a rare moment of stillness shared between two people who lived in constant chaos. Harry softly spoke, that was worth the wait. Cho, smirking, Don't get used to it. I still outrank you. Harry chuckled, but before he could respond, the room's calm panel chimed sharply, cutting through the quiet intimacy. Cho sighed, her head tilting back slightly as reality reasserted itself. And there it is. Duty calls. She stepped away reluctantly, straightening her posture as she moved to the comm panel. With a quick tap, the holographic figure of Fleet Admiral Yuri materialized, his sharp features illuminated by the faint blue light of the interface. Apologies for the interruption, Grand Admiral. But I thought you'd want to know immediately. The Poltergeist team has returned. They've docked in Hangar Bay 3 and are awaiting debrief. Cho's expression shifted instantly, her usual composure snapping into place. Understood. We'll meet them in the conference room shortly. The hologram flickered out, leaving the room in silence once more. Cho turned back to Harry, who was watching her with an amused yet understanding expression. Back to the grind, huh? You know how it is. The universe never gives us a moment's peace. Harry stepped closer, placing a quick, affectionate kiss on her forehead before pulling back with a grin. Well, you're worth the chaos. Let's go see what our ghost team's dragged in this time. Together, they exited the quarters, their private moment tucked away amidst the endless responsibilities of the stars. The facility on Taylor 3 was a fortress, its walls bristling with automated defenses and battalions of Cardassian soldiers and Ferengi mercenaries. The night air was thick with tension as the Spec Ops team Poltergeist moved in under the cover of a manufactured ion storm. The plan had been flawless on paper: stealth insertion, quick data retrieval, and a silent extraction, but reality had other ideas. The first breach had been smooth. Sarah Kerrigan, clad in her ghost armor, moved like a shadow, disabling cameras and sensor nodes with precision. The rest of the team followed, blending into the shadows. But halfway to the central complex, a patrol stumbled upon Major Payne, who didn't hesitate to put a phaser bolt between the Cardassians' ridged eyes. The alarm had sounded, and stealth gave way to chaos. Rico barked orders over the comms as the team pressed forward. Stealth's out the window, people. Phoenix, take point. Set phasers to rapid-fire beam mode. Kerrigan, we need those turrets offline. Payne, try not to shoot everything that moves until we're sure it's hostile. Payne, grinning ear to ear, thumbed his phaser to maximum power. Hostile or not, they'll wish they stayed home. Let's dance. The main corridor erupted into chaos as Marcus Phoenix led the charge, his Starfleet-modified Mark II phaser rifle roaring to life. The phaser beams ripped through the dimly lit hallway, cutting down Cardassians and Ferengi mercenaries who scrambled to respond. Phoenix, calm as ever, muttered to himself as he advanced. Tight formations, clear lines of fire, just like Jacinto. They never learn. He raised the Lancer and unleashed a sustained phaser barrage, the beams slicing through cover and dropping enemies like flies. The remaining Cardassians dove for cover, only for Kerrigan to emerge from the shadows, her rifle whisper quiet as she delivered precision shots to their exposed backs. Kerrigan activated her comms as she crouched behind a console. General, I need 5 minutes to hack these turrets. Hold the line. Rico, firing in controlled bursts, glanced at the spiraling chaos around him. You've got to. Phoenix, suppressing fire. Payne, cover the rear. We're not leaving her exposed. Payne, who was gleefully cutting down a wave of Ferengi mercenaries charging from a side corridor, glanced over his shoulder. Rear's covered. General, just make sure Ghost Girl over there doesn't blow a fuse while she's typing away. The heavy turrets mounted above the corridor roared to life, their place. Asthma bolts narrowly missing Rico's squad. Phoenix ducked behind a support beam, his armor sparking from a glancing hit. General, those turrets are chewing us up. Options. Rico growled, his mind racing. He scanned the layout and spotted a secondary generator panel across the room. Phoenix, give me cover fire. I'm taking out the backup power. Without waiting for confirmation, Rico sprinted across the open space. Phaser bolts whizzing past him. He slammed into the panel, ripped off the casing, and yanked out the power cells, the lights flickering as the secondary system failed. The turrets slowed but didn't stop. Kerrigan, almost there. Just a little more time. A Cardassian's officer charged her position, disruptor rifle aimed at her head, but before he could fire, Payne stepped in, his rifle blasting the officer off his feet. Payne, hey, Ghost Lady, you're welcome. Carrigan, without looking up, replied coldly. I had it handled. Finally, the turret sputtered and went silent. Carrigan's voice came through the comms. Turrets are offline. Let's move before they reroute power. The team stormed upward through the facility, cutting a bloody path. On each floor, squads of Cardassians and Ferengi mercenaries fought with desperate resistance, but Poltergeist was relentless. Phoenix led the breaches, his Lancer's phaser beam mode cutting through doors and enemies alike. Carrigan's sharpshooting kept the team's flanks clear, while Payne reveled in the carnage, laying down suppressing fire and barking sarcastic quips. By the time they reached the top floor, the team was bruised, battered, but alive. The command room loomed before them, its reinforced doors sealed shut. Carrigan, override those locks. Phoenix, get ready to breach. Payne, hold your fire until we're inside. I don't need you turning this into a barbecue. Oh, come on, General. Just one little grenade. No grenades, Payne. Carrigan worked quickly, her fingers flying over the control panel. The locks disengaged with a hiss, and Rico gave the signal. Phoenix, breach. Phoenix didn't hesitate. He slammed a breaching charge onto the door, stepped back, and detonated it. The room filled with smoke as the team stormed in, phasers blazing. Cardassians officers and Ferengi mercenaries scrambled for cover, but they were no match for the relentless onslaught. As the dust settled, Rico stepped forward, scanning the room. A central console glowed ominously, its interface displaying encrypted data. Carrigan, you're up. Pull everything you can. Carrigan moved to the console, her expression grim. This is big, General. They're not just planning to hold the Talarian sector, they're mobilizing for a full-scale invasion. Before Rico could respond, an alert blared across the facility. The holographic display flickered, revealing the cold, calculating face of a Cardassian's ghoul. Ghoul Hakarn. Congratulations, Starfleet. You've made it this far. But did you really think you'd leave alive? The camera panned out, Rev. Alling dozens of reinforcements closing in from all sides. We're not done yet, people. Phoenix, hold the door. Payne, cover the flanks. Carrigan, finish pulling that data. Barked Rico. The room was THLY silent except for the steady hum of the stolen Cardassian's terminal as Carrigan worked furiously, her fingers flying across the alien console. Data Zur, each fragment revealing a more horrifying picture of the Cardassians. Ferengi alliance. Troop movements, weapons stockpiles, and plans to strike key Federation colonies in coordinated waves. Her expression tightened. This wasn't just a regional conflict, it was the prelude to war. The distant echo of boots pounding against metal brought them all to attention. Rico turned to his team, his voice a calm command cutting through the chaos. Phoenix, barricade that door. Payne, I don't care how much ammo you burn, just make sure nothing comes through. Carrigan, how much longer? Carrigan's cold voice matched her focus. 2 minutes. Maybe less if you all stop breathing down my neck. Quote, Marcus Phoenix, already pulling heavy debris and the shattered remains of the door into place, grunted. 2 minutes in a war zone. That's a lifetime. They're not gonna wait politely outside. Payne, grinning ear to ear, set up his position at the edge of the barricade. His phaser rifle gleamed in the low light, the muzzle still hot from the last firefight. Let him come. I've got enough juice to turn this hallway into a barbecue. The pounding of boots grew louder. The first disruptor bolt hissed through the barricade, striking the console near Carrigan. Sparks flew, and she instinctively ducked, her focus unbroken. Rico, you better make sure that idiot doesn't blow up this console before I'm done. Rico ignored her, his sharp gaze snapping to the hallway where shadows danced against the flickering lights. Payne, suppressive fire. Phoenix, stay close. We're holding this line. Payne didn't need encouragement. The corridor erupted with the deafening sound of phaser beams. Red streaks lit the hallway, carving into the first wave of Cardassian soldiers storming toward them. Ferengi mercenaries, driven more by desperation than bravery, scrambled for cover. Only to be cut down by Payne's precise aim. This is too easy. You sure these Cardassians are supposed to be tough? I've seen better shooting at a kid's carnival. Phoenix barely spared a glance at Payne. His own phaser Mark II Lancer rifle roaring to life, less jokes, more shooting. The barricade shuddered as an explosion rocked the hallway. Rico shouted over the noise. Kerrigan, now's a good time to tell me you're done. Quote, Kerrigan, you want me to finish, or you want me to rush and fry half this data? Your call, General. Rico swore under his breath, leaning out from cover to fire into the oncoming troops. The enemy was relentless, a tide of bodies pressing forward. He dropped 3 Cardassians with clean shots but knew they were running out of time. Suddenly, the turret's Kerrigan had disabled earlier flickered back to life, but this time, they turned against the approaching Cardassians. Plasma bolts tore into their ranks, cutting down waves of reinforcements. Payne, incredulous, laughed as he reloaded. Hey, Ghost Lady, I might actually start liking you. Kerrigan. I'll try not to cry. The final data stream locked into place, and Kerrigan yanked the interface cord from her wrist. She turned, her face grim. Kerrigan. I've got it. All of it. Weapons caches, fleet locations, everything. Let's get the hell out of here. Rico didn't waste a second. Fall back. Phoenix, you're on point. Payne, cover our exit. The team moved as one, Rico staying at the rear as Payne unleashed another storm of suppressive fire. Kerrigan tucked the data module into her armor, staying low and quick as they made their way to the extraction route. The pounding of boots hadn't stopped, the Cardassians weren't giving up. As they reached the stairwell, the sound of disruptor rifles erupted behind them. Phoenix spun, raising his lancer to return fire. A squad of Ferengi mercenaries, backed by a hulking Cardassian's heavy trooper, stormed into the corridor. Phoenix, we've got company. Big guy with a plasma cannon. Rico. Kerrigan, disable him. Kerrigan didn't reply, her hand already snapping up her sidearm. The phaser bolt struck the heavy trooper's helmet, stunning him long anew. GH for Phoenix to unload a sustained burst. The massive Cardassians fell with a thud, his cannon clattering to the floor. Payne, still firing, turned and shouted. What did I tell you? Barbecue. Let's move. They burst into the open air of the facility's upper deck, the ion storm raging overhead. The landing zone was just ahead, but the glowing engines of enemy shuttles loomed in the distance. Rico, taking this opportunity, taps his Starfleet comm badge. Enterprise, this is Poltergeist. We're at the LZ but not alone. Get those shuttles down here now. The comm crackled with the voice of Commander Tavarel, calm despite the urgency. Acknowledged. Shuttles inbound, hold your position. The final stand was brutal. Phoenix and Payne held the line, their phasers cutting down wave after wave of enemies. As the rest of the team secured the perimeter. When the Starfleet shuttles finally arrived, their engines cutting through the storm, the team piled aboard under a hail of fire. As the shuttle doors slammed shut, Payne leaned back, panting but grinning. Now that's what I call a good time. Kerrigan, seated across from him, rolled her eyes. You're insufferable. Rico collapsed into a seat, his armor scorched but intact. He looked around the team, nodding. Good work, Poltergeist. We've got the intel. Now let's get back to the Enterprise and figure out how to end this thing. The shuttle ascended, the facility below them fading into the storm as the Enterprise F loomed ahead, its majestic frame cutting through the chaos like a beacon of hope. But even as they escaped, Rico couldn't shake he feeling that this was just the beginning. War was coming, and Poltergeist had only seen the first skirmish. The Enterprise F conference room was silent, save for the steady hum of the ship's warp C. Ore resonating faintly through the bulkheads. The dim lighting cast long shadows across the room's polished obsidian table, around which sat the most powerful figures in Starfleet. At the head, Grand Admiral Cho, her sharp, calculating gaze fixed on the team before her. Beside her, Vice Admiral Harry Potter, his expression equal parts intense and curious, studied the dossier before him. On her other side sat Fleet Admiral Yuri, calm and observant, his steely demeanor betraying little emotion. The members of Poltergeist Rico, Kerrigan, Payne, and Phoenix stood at attention on the opposite side of the table. Their armor, still battle-scarred from the infiltration, gleamed faintly under the lights. Kerrigan's ghostly pale features reflected the room's eerie glow, while Rico's rigid posture hinted at the weight of the mission's success. Payne shifted in place, visibly restless, while Phoenix remained stoic, his arms crossed over his chest. Grand Admiral Cho broke the silence, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. General Rico, your team retrieved vital intelligence at great risk. We need to know exactly what you uncovered. Rico stepped forward, placing a compact data module on the table. The holographic display sprang to life, projecting an intricate map of Cardassians and Ferengi-controlled sectors, overlaid with troop deployments and fleet trajectories. Admiral, the situation is worse than we anticipated. The Cardassians and Ferengi have formed a tactical alliance, pooling resources to expand their territory aggressively. This map shows their next targets 3 Federation colonies in the Outer Rim. Vice Admiral Harry leaned forward, his brows knitting in concern. And they're working together. The Cardassians, I understand they've always been expansionist, but the Ferengi, what's their angle? Kerrigan stepped in, her voice cold and clinical. Profit. We found evidence that the Ferengi are funding Cardassians' operations in exchange for access to stolen Federation technology. They're building hybrid weapons systems, photon disruptor arrays combined with Ferengi shielding tech. If they perfect this, it'll give them a significant tactical advantage. Yuri frowned, his tone measured but grave. The Federation cannot afford to let this escalate into a full-scale war. Did you use their strikes? Rico nodded, pulling up another section of the hologram. 2 weeks. That's all the time we have before they move on Viridian 3, the first colony on their hit list. After that, they'll hit Regulus IV and Beta Hydri in rapid succession. They're trying to spread our fleet thin, Admiral. Cho rose from her seat, the intensity of her presence filling the room. We can't let this alliance solidify. If they succeed, it won't just be 3 colonies, we'll lose the entire sector. We need to strike first. Harry tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he considered her words. Strike where, exactly? If we go in guns blazing, we risk igniting the very war we're trying to prevent. Payne, unable to remain quiet any longer, grinned as he leaned forward. Why not hit him where it hurts? Take out their supply lines, disrupt their pretty little alliance. Hell, I'd be happy to personally deliver the message with my phaser rifle. Phoenix, ever the pragmatist, shook his head. We can't just run in blind, Payne. We need precision. One wrong move, and they'll use it as justification to escalate. I agree, but we do have a target. While infiltrating the facility, I uncovered the location of a key Cardassians' weapons depot. If we destroy it, we cripple their hybrid weapon production. Without those weapons, the Ferengi might rethink their partnership, said Kerrigan. Yuri leaned back, folding his hands. A surgical strike on the depot could work, but it has to be flawless. One misstep, and we risk exposing ourselves to retaliation. Harry's voice was quieter now, but firm. Cho, this isn't just about strategy. We're talking about the lives of the colonies and our people. We can't let vengeance cloud our judgment. Cho turned to face him, her expression a mix of fire and frost. This isn't vengeance, Harry. It's survival. If we wait, we lose the initiative. I'll order a fleet to support Poltergeist's mission, but this depot needs to be destroyed. No hesitation, no second guessing. Rico stepped forward, his tone resolute. Admiral, Poltergeist will get it done. We've faced worse odds. Just give us the green light. Cho nodded sharply. You have it. Kerrigan, you'll pinpoint the depot's weak points. Phoenix, you'll handle demolitions. Payne, try no to blow anything up until we need it blown up. Payne chuckled, giving a mock salute. No promises, ma'am. The room fell silent again as the gravity of the situation settled on everyone. Finally, Yuri spoke. Let's hope this works. If we fail, it won't just be colonies that fall, it'll be the Federation itself. Cho looked at her team, her eyes blazing. Failure isn't an option. Dismissed. As Poltergeist left the room to prepare for their next mission, Harry lingered behind, his gaze fixed on Cho. You really think we can stop them with one strike? Cho turned to him, her voice icy but determined. We don't have a choice, Harry. And if we fail, at least we'll go down fighting. Her words hung in the air as the hologram flickered out, leaving only the dim light of the room and the weight of what was to come. The soft hum of the Enterprise F was a comforting background melody as General Johnny Rico stepped into 10 forward. The state-of-the-art canteen, with its panoramic view of the endless starscape, bustled with subdued energy. Officers and crew exchanged quiet conversations, the clinking of utensils against plates merging with the low murmur of voices. At a corner table near the viewport, Major Sarah Kerrigan sat alone, her posture relaxed but her piercing gaze fixed on the vast expanse beyond the glass. Her auburn hair framed her face, and even in the casual atmosphere of the mess hall, she exuded a calm intensity. Her ghost armor was absent for now, replaced by a Starfleet uniform that seemed both alien and fitting on her lean, athletic frame. Rico hesitated for a brief moment before walking over, a tray in hand. He wasn't nervous, no, not nervous, but there was a weight to the moment he couldn't entirely shrug off. Kerrigan was unlike anyone he'd ever worked with. She had a presence that commanded attention, a razor-sharp intellect coupled with a history that made her a legend long before Poltergeist was formed. "Mind if I join you?" asked Rico causally. Kerrigan glanced up, her green eyes appraising him for a beat before she gestured to the seat across from her. "Suit yourself, General, though I figured you'd be holed up in your quarters reviewing that data for the 100th time." Rico smirked as he slid into the seat. "I figured the data can wait for 15 minutes while I grab a bite. Besides, you're here, and I could use someone who doesn't mince words to bounce ideas off of." Kerrigan arched a brow, a faint hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Flattery doesn't suit you, Rico. But I'll bite what's on your mind." He set his tray down, leaning forward slightly as he spoke. "It's Yuri. The man's brilliant, no question. But he's got a tendency to play the long game without cluing the rest of us in. I'm not saying he's wrong, hell, he's Fleet Admiral for a reason. But sometimes I wonder if we're all just pieces on a board he's already mapped out in his head." Kerrigan nodded thoughtfully, her fingers idly tracing the rim of her glass. "He's a strategist to his core. But you're not wrong. Yuri keeps his cards close to his chest, even with Cho and Potter in the room. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just isolating." Rico studied her as she spoke, noting the way her eyes narrowed slightly when she mentioned Yuri, the way her voice carried a mix of admiration and caution. There was something magnetic about Kerrigan, something that drew people in even as she kept them at arm's length. He shrugged, trying to keep his tone light. "I just hope his plan accounts for the fact that the Kardashians and Ferengi aren't exactly playing by the rules. What we found in that facility, it's bigger than just troop movements. If those supply lines we mapped out are any indication, they're gearing up for something massive." Kerrigan's expression darkened, her fingers tightening around her glass. "Agreed. The question is, do we wait for them to make the first move, or do we take the fight to them?" Rico leaned back slightly, his gaze drifting to the stars outside. "That's the million-credit question, isn't it? Cho and Harry will want to weigh the risks, but if it were up to me, Kerrigan, cutting in, you'd go in guns blazing." Rico grinned, a flash of his trademark cockiness. "You know me too well, Major." Kerrigan smirked, shaking her head. "It's not a bad instinct. But we can't afford recklessness, not with what's at stake." Their conversation lapsed into a brief silence, both of them lost in their thoughts. Rico took a sip of his drink, his eyes flicking to Kerrigan again. She wasn't just a soldier, she was a force of nature. And damn if he didn't respect the hell out of her for it. "Rico," after a pause, "you know, Kerrigan, you've got a knack for cutting through the noise. Makes me wonder what you see in all of this." She tilted her head, regarding him with a mix of curiosity and amusement. "What do you mean? This mission? This team? Poltergeist? What's your endgame?" Kerrigan's gaze turned distant, her voice quieter but no less firm. "I don't have an endgame, Rico. Not anymore. For me, it's about making sure every move we make counts. No wasted lives. No unnecessary losses." Rico nodded, something unspoken passing between them. He wanted to press further, to understand the layers beneath her sharp exterior, but he knew better than to push. Instead, he smiled, his tone light but genuine. "Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here. Poltergeist wouldn't be half as effective without you." Kerrigan raised a brow, her smirk returning. "Careful, Rico. That almost sounded like a compliment." Rico, grinning. "Don't get used to it, Major." As they fell into a more casual rhythm, the underlying tension of their conversation lingered, a reminder of the stakes they faced. But for now, under the soft light of 10 forward, there was a moment of camaraderie and unspoken understanding. They'd face it together. The hum of casual chatter filled 10 forward as crew members moved between tables, winding after another grueling day in the service of Starfleet. Rico and Carrian sat at a corner booth, their trays mostly picked clean, observing the bustle around them. Rico leaned back in his seat, sipping on a replicated coffee, while Carrian fiddled with a data pad, reviewing tactical simulations for their next mission. Across the room, Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix stood by the counter, tray in hand. His bulky Starfleet armor making him an intimidating figure even in a relatively casual setting. As he turned to find a seat, Major Payne barreled into him with the grace of a freight train, say. Nding Phoenix's tray and its contents clattering to the ground. Payne, grinning ear to ear, "Well, looky here. Guess I just, accidentally, knocked your dinner for a loop, big guy. No hard feelings, though, happens to the best of us, or the second best, in this case." Phoenix turned slowly, his eyes narrowing as he took in the Major's trademark cocky grin. The silence that followed felt heavy, like the calm before a storm. Phoenix, in a low growl, "You've got about 3 seconds to explain yourself before I plant your face into that bulkhead." Payne laughed, clearly unfazed, and clapped Phoenix on the shoulder. "Relax, tin can. I just wanted to see if you had the chops to keep up with a real soldier. Tell me, how many Kardashians did you drop last mission?" Because I'm pretty sure I've got you beat by at least double." Rico, watching from the corner booth, leaned toward Carrian with a sly grin. "This oughta be good." Carrian didn't look up from her data pad but smirked. "Phoenix isn't exactly the type to let something like that slide." Payne's playing with fire. Back in the center of the room, Phoenix crossed his arms, his expression a mix of irritation and amusement. "You think you can outshoot me, Payne? That's a bold claim for someone who hides behind trash talk and bluster." Payne, stepping closer, "Bluster? Boy, I've been racking up more confirmed kills than you've had hot meals. But hey, I get it, you're big, mean, and quiet. I guess somebody's gotta play the brooding wallflower while the real soldiers do the heavy lifting." A low chuckle rippled through the room as crew members began to take notice of the brewing standoff. Phoenix smirked, clearly unimpressed, and gestured to a nearby table. "All right, Payne, since you're so confident, how about we settle this right now? Arm wrestling. Best of 3. Winner gets the bragging rights." Payne's eyes lit up, and he cracked his knuckles theatrically. "Now you're speaking my language. Let's see if those muscles are just for show, soldier boy." They moved to the table as a small crowd gathered, including Rico and Carrian, who abandoned their corner booth to get a better view. Rico leaned against the nearest bulkhead, grinning from ear to ear. "This might just be the highlight of my day. Care to place bets?" Carrian crossed her arms, her tone dry. "I'd rather not. Watching Payne eat his words will be reward enough." Phoenix and Payne locked hands across the table, their combined strength making the surface creak slightly. Both men leaned in, their jaws tight, eyes locked in a battle of wills even before the match began. Payne, taunting, "Don't cry when I slam your arm through this table, big guy. I've been breaking egos since before you learned to walk." Phoenix, smirking, "You talk too much, Payne. Let's get this over with." Rico stepped forward, holding up his hand to start the match. "All right, gentlemen, on my count. 3, 2, 1, go." The table groaned under the pressure as both men pushed with everything they had. Payne's expression was one of over-the-top determination, his teeth bared in a grin that bordered on manic. Phoenix, on the other hand, was stoic, his muscles bulging as he steadily forced Payne's arm closer to the table. The crowd cheered and jeered in equal measure, with Rico offering color commentary. "Looks like Payne's running out of steam already. Phoenix is like a damn glacier, unstoppable." "Ain't over yet, Rico. I've got plenty left in the tank," said Payne, straining himself. With a final burst of effort, Phoenix slammed Payne's hand to the table, the sound echoing through the mess hall. The crowd erupted in cheers and laughter as Payne slumped back in his chair, shaking out his sore arm. Payne, grinning despite his loss, all right, you win this round, tin can. Don't get too comfortable, I'll be back to wipe that smug look off your face." Phoenix, smirking, "Anytime, Payne. I'll even let you bring 2 hands next time." Rico clapped Phoenix on the shoulder as the crowd began to disperse. Still chuckling. Nicely done, Lieutenant. And Payne, maybe stick to running your mouth, it's the only thing you're faster at than Phoenix. Payne laughed, unbothered as always, and pointed a finger at Rico. Keep talking, General. One of these days, I'll take you down too. Carrian rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her amusement as the group made their way back to their respective corners of the mess hall. The friendly rivalry adding a bit of levity to the tension of their ongoing mission. The doors to the Enterprise F's conference room slid open, and a sharp, confident figure entered. Captain Hermione Granger, clad in the standard Starfleet uniform, walked with an air of both command and quiet intensity. Her dark blonde hair was pulled back in a neat ponytail, and her brown eyes gleamed with intelligence as she stepped into the room, where Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Admiral Harry, and Fleet Admiral Yuri were already seated. The tension in the room was palpable, as they all knew this meeting would be anything but routine. Hermione's reputation had preceded her. She was a top-tier engineer, specializing in weapons systems, drones, and turrets. Her expertise was so refined that she was consistently ranked in the top 3 in her field across all of Starfleet. But more than her skill, it was her decision to volunteer for the Poltergeist Spec Ops team that intrigued them. Cho, ever the formidable presence, was the first to speak, her voice measured yet direct. Captain Granger, we've reviewed your credentials, and I must say, your achievements are impressive. But I'd like to hear from you directly why this mission. Why the Poltergeist team? Hermione stood tall, her posture impeccable, but there was something in her eyes, a quiet fire that spoke of determination and, perhaps, something more. She glanced at each of them, her gaze steady, before answering. I've spent my career developing technologies that support larger, strategic operations. But Poltergeist represents a different challenge. Spec Ops work isn't about big ships or massive weaponry. It's about precision, efficiency, and adaptability. And that's what excites me, facing a problem head-on and figuring out how to solve it with whatever you have in the moment. This is the kind of work I've been preparing for, and I want to be part of something that matters, on a more personal level. Vice Admiral Harry, who had been quietly observing, leaned forward slightly, his expression thoughtful. He had always appreciated clarity in motivations, and while Hermione's words made sense, there was something that tugged at his instincts, a nagging feeling that something didn't add up. You're not just here because you're good at what you do, are you, Captain? I'm sensing there's more to this. Why Poltergeist in particular? You could contribute from any angle in Starfleet, but you're choosing this high-risk mission. What's your angle? Hermione didn't flinch at the directness of Harry's question. She paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts before responding. I understand your skepticism, Vice Admiral. But I assure you, my intent is straightforward. I have the technical expertise to make a real difference in this mission. I'm not here to play games. I've been monitoring the developments around the Cardassians and Ferengi, and I believe that the technological edge Poltergeist can gain in this conflict could tip the scales in Watto realize. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of her words settling in. Fleet Admiral Yuri, who had been quietly studying Hermione from across the table, finally spoke up. His tone was cool and calculating, as always, but there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. Something was off, and he intended to find out what. You're very articulate, Captain. But your answer still feels incomplete. We don't bring people into Poltergeist on good faith alone. There are other factors to consider. Your background is exceptional, but what's true motivation behind your desire to join this mission? Hermione's lips curled into a tight smile, but there was a glimmer of something beneath it, an unreadable expression that made Yuri's instincts stir. She was hiding something. It wasn't just about the mission. I'm sure you've seen my record. I've worked alongside the best, and I've been given opportunities that most engineers only dream of. But this feels different. The stakes are higher. The risk is palpable. I want to be part of something that matters, Fleet Admiral. I've built weapons to defend the Federation. But now, I want to use them to see how they fare in real-world scenarios. Yuri leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, studying Hermione closely. And what about the Poltergeist team itself? You're not just volunteering to join an elite group of operatives. You're choosing to put yourself in harm's way on a mission that, frankly, most people would shy away from. Why? Hermione's eyes flicked to the side for a brief moment, the smallest hint of discomfort crossing her features before she regained her composure. Because the poltergeist team isn't about following orders, it's about pushing boundaries. Thinking beyond the expected. It's about finding creative solutions in a world that's become predictable. And I hate predictability. There was a strange stillness in the room as the words hung in the air. Hermione's sharp intellect was evident, but Yuri could sense the subtle veils. She was maintaining a mental fortification of sorts, shielding whatever deeper thoughts lay beneath. He leaned forward, his gaze piercing. I'm not convinced, Captain. You're not the type to simply enjoy a challenge for the sake of it. You're hiding something, and I intend to peel back the layers. Until then, consider this a trial. Prove yourself. We'll be watching. Cho's gaze softened, though her voice remained firm. I understand your concerns, Fleet Admiral. Captain Granger, if you want to prove yourself, you'll have to do more than talk. Actions speak louder, and we'll see what you're made of on the field. For the first time during the meeting, Hermione's expression shifted. Just slightly, but it was enough for those who were paying attention. It was as if the walls around her had been tested, and she had made a conscious decision to keep them in place. Her eyes met Cho's, and for a fleeting moment, there was an unspoken understanding between them. Understood, Admiral, I don't expect anything to be given to me. I'll show you on the field, with results. As the conversation wound down, Cho, Harry, and Yuri exchanged glances. The challenge was set. Hermione Granger was now part of the poltergeist team, but there was a deeper mystery at play. Whatever her true intentions were, they remained carefully concealed, like a puzzle waiting to be solved. As Hermione left the room, Cho's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. We'll see what you're truly capable of, Captain. I'm not one to trust easily. But if you prove yourself, if you truly belong with Poltergeist, then I'll have no problem welcoming you into the fold. Harry's voice broke the silence, his tone skeptical. Re's something about her. I'm not sure what it is, but we need to keep an eye on her. Yuri leaned back, fingers tapping his chin. Indeed, something doesn't sit right, but we'll play this game. For now, we let her prove herself. Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Admiral Harry, and Fleet Admiral Yuri sat around the polished table, their faces set in serious expressions as they awaited the arrival of Carrian and Rico. Cho's fingers drummed lightly on the surface of the table, her mind sharpening on the matter at hand. She had never been one to trust easily, and Captain Hermione Granger's sudden desire to join the Poltergeist Spec Ops team raised more questions than answers. It wasn't just her unparalleled technical expertise, it was the timing. It seemed too convenient, too well timed to be a simple coincidence. The doors slid open, and both Carrian and Rico entered, their presence commanding attention. Rico, his posture relaxed but alert, took a seat opposite Cho, his face betraying little emotion. Carrian, ever the calculated strategist, remained quiet but observant, her piercing eyes scanning the room as she took her place beside him. Cho was the first to speak, her voice calm, but with a subtle edge to it. We've called you in because we need your insight. We've recently had a meeting with Captain Hermione Granger, top-tier engineer, impressive credentials. She's volunteered to join Poltergeist. But there's something off about it. Her timing, her motivations, they don't sit well with me. And I need to know what you both think. Rico leaned forward, his hands clasped in front of him on the table. His expression unreadable. He wasn't one to speak much unless necessary, but when he did, it carried weight. I've heard the name before. She's a damn good engineer, no doubt about it. But this isn't just about her skills, this is about why she's here, now, of all times. The Poltergeist team isn't just some side project. We're dealing with high stakes. We don't need someone who's here for the wrong reasons. Carrian, who had been silent until now, spoke in her usual direct, but measured tone. Her gaze was steely, her mind already working through the variables. I've been watching her, too. She's sharp, no question. But there's something more beneath the surface. She wasn't eager to share her past with us. Why now is she so interested in being a part of this team? And the way she responded when Fleet Admiral Yuri pressed her, there was a crack in the armor. She's hiding something. I can feel it. The weight of Kerrigan's words hung in the room like a storm cloud, and Cho's eyes narrowed. Her mind racing with possibilities. She knew Carrigan didn't speak lightly of her instincts and she trusted them. If Carrigan sensed something off, it was worth paying attention to. Yuri, who had been quiet until now, leaned forward, his calculating gaze never leaving the others. I've been reviewing her file for hours. And while everything on paper checks out, her sudden scion to join Poltergeist, and at this juncture, with the Kardashians and Ferengi ramping up their aggression, feels like more than coincidence. There's something here we're not seeing. She's intelligent, yes, but there's a coldness behind her eyes. A calculated readiness that doesn't align with someone who's just here to contribute to a team. Cho looked at Rico, her eyes intense. General, I need your thoughts on this. You've been around long enough to sense when something isn't right. What's your read on her? What's your gut telling you? Rico crossed his arms, his jaw tight. The question was simple, but it was clear from the way he carried himself that this wasn't something he took lightly. My gut's telling me we've got a bigger problem here than just a team member who's not telling us everything. She's playing something, Cho, and it's not just about being part of the mission. Whatever game she's playing, I don't know if it's one we can trust. His words landed with a heavy thud in the room. Cho, ever the strategist, absorbed the feedback with a single nod, her mind whirring. This was becoming more complicated than they'd expected. We've all fought for too long to trust someone blindly. This Poltergeist team, it's more than just a mission. It's a family, and I won't let anything jeopardize that. There was a pause, the room heavy with silence, before Cho leaned back in her chair. Yes, but I want all of you to keep a close eye on her. We're going to test her, and we're going to see if she truly belongs in this team. If she's hiding something, we'll find out. But don't let your guard down just yet. Kerrigan's sharp gaze flickered toward Cho, a slight smirk on her lips. So, we keep her on a short leash. I'm fine with that. If she's worthy of this team, we'll see soon enough. Rico nodded in agreement, his expression unreadable as usual. Agreed. If she's really here to help, then she'll prove it under fire. Otherwise, she's just another liability. Yuri's voice broke the tension, cool and precise. We'll move forward with her integration, but it's on our terms. We'll test her loyalty, her ability to adapt, and how she handles pressure. Only then will we decide if she's fit for Poltergeist. Agreed. Cho's eyes flickered with approval, though her expression remained composed. Agreed. Now, let's move forward. We've got more pressing matters at hand. But Captain Granger is under observation. And if she's playing a deeper game, we'll be ready for it. As the meeting ended, the tension didn't dissipate. It lingered in the room like a shadow, heavy and unspoken. Everyone knew the stakes. Hermione Granger was about to prove her worth to the team, but the question remained. Was she truly who she said she was, or was she hiding something that could tear Poltergeist apart? Captain Hermione Granger, Emma Watson by Pushel 1 on DeviantArt. Also a tribute to Hermione Granger herself, which is noteworthy of her achievements. Hermione Granger, the greatest. Look it up on YouTube. Enjoy. The Coming Storm. I really worked hard on this chapter. You are about to find out why everything is building up to where this is going next. Do not miss the next UPC. Oming chapter, for the stakes are getting higher and so is the tension. Hold your breath, if you can. The Coming Storm. Deep within the dark, high-tech underground facility. The air is thick with tension. Team Poltergeist General Rico, Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix, Major Carrigan, and Major Payne have infiltrated the heavily fortified Cardassians' weapons lab. The walls hum with the pulse of alien machinery, and the oppressive silence is broken only by the occasional hiss of their tactical equipment. They're deep in enemy territory, and the stakes are higher than ever. General Rico, his voice is calm, but laced with urgency as he crouches behind a steel pillar, eyes scanning the darkened hallway. Beyond, we've breached the facility, but we're in deep. It's gonna get ugly. Phoenix, Payne, set up your positions. Carrigan, watch our backs. Marcus Phoenix, his helmet is scratched from countless battles, his fingers twitching on the grip of his lancer as he surveys the scene. Roger that, General. I have a bad feeling about this place though. Too quiet. Major Payne, grinning, his voice gravelly with a mix of eagerness and pure combat satisfaction. Too quiet. There's no such thing when you've got me around. Let's crack some skulls. He drops to one knee, setting up his position behind cover, preparing to unleash hell. Major Carrian, her voice is a low growl, her eyes narrowed with razor-sharp focus as she watches the entrances. Something's off. We've got Ferengi and Cardassians tech in here. This could get worse before it gets better. Tightening her grip on her gun, ready to move at a moment's notice. General Rico, his voice sharpens with authority. We need to disable their operations now. If we let them finish those hybrid weapons, the Federation won't stand a chance. Gesturing for the team to advance. Their footsteps muffled on the cold metallic floor. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes down the hall. The team freezes, weapons aimed and ready. From the shadows, a pair of Ferengi engineers emerge, their sharp ears twitching as they approach the control room where the hybrid weapons are being assembled. Marcus Phoenix whispers, his voice tense, to Ferengi. We've gotta take him out clean. Rico, you're up. General Rico, his eyes narrow as he checks his pulse rifle, ready for action. We don't have time to play nice. On my mark, take him down. The team prepares for the attack. But just as Rico is about to give the order, a wave of Cardassian soldiers rounds the corner. They're not alone. Ferengi mercenaries are with them, and the sound of their footfalls quickly fills the narrow hallway. The situation shifts from bad to critical in an instant. General Rico, his voice hardens with command, ambush. Fall back. We're pinned down. The team takes cover behind crates and pillars as a barrage of energy blasts ricochet off the walls. Marcus Phoenix grinds his teeth in frustration, unable to find a clean shot through the hail of fire. Marcus Phoenix, shouting over the chaos. We're not gonna last long like this, General. Carrian, her voice sharp with focus, we need a diversion now. Just as the Cardassians and Ferengi close in on their position, a booming voice cuts through the gunfire. Captain Hermione, her voice crackles over the comms, calm but authoritative. Hang tight, team. I've got something to even the odds. Suddenly, from behind the team's position, Hermione tosses a series of pepper gas grenades into the corridor, the canisters hissing as they roll forward, filling the air with an acrid, pungent cloud. The Ferengi and Cardassians, caught off guard, immediately begin to cough and sneeze violently. The Ferengi mercenary, sneezing uncontrollably, his voice muffled through the fits. What is that? Can't breathe. One Cardassian soldier sniffles, his voice rising with frustration. You fools, get a hold of yourself. The Ferengi and Cardassians stagger backward, unable to stop their sneezing fits. For a few precious moments, they're completely disoriented, barely able to return fire. General Rico, his voice filled with fierce determination. Now, take 'em out. Without missing a beat, the team opens fire. Marcus Phoenix moves with ruthless efficiency, taking down a Ferengi mercenary with a single shot to the chest. Major Payne grins as he unleashes a barrage of orange phaser beams, cutting down a Cardassian soldier. Major Carrian, her eyes glowing with intensity, raises her weapon and disables another Ferengi engineer with a swift shot to the head. Major Payne, laughing as he takes down another soldier. Nothing like a little pepper surprise to take the heat out of the kitchen. Carrian, her voice as cool and precise as she eliminates another target. Nice work, Hermione. That was exactly what we needed. The Cardassians and Ferengi, still reeling from the effects of the gas, begin to retreat, unable to regain their composure. With one final push, Team Poltergeist closes in, wiping out the last of the enemy forces. Marcus Phoenix, wiping sweat from his brow, he smirks as he surveys the aftermath. I gotta admit, that was some creative thinking, Captain. You saved our asses. General Rico, nodding with approval, his face hard but satisfied. Good work, Hermione. We've got a window now. Let's finish what we started. Captain Hermione, her voice crackles with a mix of pride and quiet confidence over the comms. Team Poltergeist did the heavy lifting. I just gave you some help. Now, let's shut down their hybrid weapons for good. Team Poltergeist moves deeper into the facility. The hallways grow narrower, the air thicker with tension. The walls pulse with the dim glow of Cardassian's technology, and the faint hum of machinery echoes in the distance. They know what's ahead: more hybrid weapons to disable, more enemies to overcome. But as they round a corner, they encounter a new threat: elite Cardassian soldiers, heavily armored and armed with deadly phaser rifles. General Rico, whispering into the comms, voice tight with focus. Keep it tight. We're nearing the core weapons facility. Don't let your guard down. Marcus Phoenix, eyes narrowing as he scans the shadows ahead. Something's off. This doesn't feel like the usual resistance. They've got the heavy hitters on standby. Major Payne, chuckling under his breath, yeah, looks like we're gonna have to smash some odd stuff. Let's move out. Carrian, her voice is calm but sharp, eyes already scanning the environment, looking for weaknesses. These aren't just regular troops. They've been expecting us. Without warning, a deep mechanical hiss echoes down the hallway as a squad of elite Cardassian soldiers emerge from the shadows. Their armor is sleek, reinforced with advanced shielding, and they're armed with powerful, heavy-duty phaser rifles. Their movements are precise, and they position themselves quickly, blocking the team's path. The elite Cardassian's leader, his voice, distorted by his helmet, echoes in the hull and immediately notices them. You're not leaving here alive. Surrender now, or we will ensure you experience the true meaning of pain. General Rico smirks, unfazed by the threat. How about you go back to your hole and tell your commanders we've already won? A deadly silence falls. Then, the first burst of fire from a Cardassian's rifle breaks the silence, and the team dives into cover, returning fire with deadly accuracy. Marcus Phoenix, his voice is grim as he unleashes a series of shots. Heavy armor. These guys won't go down easy. Major Payne, laying down covering fire, his voice booming with excitement. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, you overgrown lizards. The Cardassians return fire, their shots sizzling through the air. One of the beams strikes a pillar, sending sparks flying. The team is pinned down as the Cardassians advance, their armor absorbing most of the return fire. Carrian, her tone is sharp, as she peeks out from behind cover. We need to disable their weapons. This isn't going to be a fair fight if we can't break their shields. The enemy's advance continues, the team struggling to land a hit on their heavily armored foes. Just as it seems the Cardassians are about to close in, a voice cuts through the comms with icy precision. Captain Hermione, her thick British accent cutting through the static, cool and confident. Leave this to me, you lot. I've got a little surprise for them. From her position, Hermione activates a small drone she has deployed, a sleek device that hums to life with an eerie blue glow. The drone hovers high above the battlefield and locks onto the Cardassians' energy signatures. Hermione, her voice crackles over the comms, with a quiet confidence. Hold tight, General, I'll have their weapons offline in no time. Stand back. The drone hovers above the Cardassian squad, releasing a high-frequency EMP burst. The energy pulse rips through the air, temporarily disrupting their weapons and shielding. The Cardassians stagger, their weapons sputtering and falling silent. Cardassian soldier, growling in frustration as his phaser rifle shuts down. What is this? Marcus Phoenix, smirking seeing the opportunity. Nice job, Hermione. Time to light him up. General Rico, leaping from cover, his voice a battle cry as he charges forward. Move out. Now's our chance. With the Cardassians' weapons temporarily disabled, the team takes the advantage. Marcus Phoenix and Major Payne push forward, cutting down the first few soldiers with expert precision. Kerrigan's eyes glow with determination as she disables another Cardassians, her shot perfectly timed. General Rico leads the charge, slamming into the final Cardassians with a brutal shoulder tackle that sends him crashing into the floor. Major Payne, laughing as he brings down the last of the soldiers with a swift punch. That's what I call a proper ruckus. Carrian, wiping the sweat from her brow, she looks over at Hermione's drone. That EMP burst, it bought us the time we needed. Excellent work, Captain. Captain Hermione, her voice comes through, calm and controlled as always, with just a hint of pride. All in a day's work, Major Carrian. I'll keep him distracted, you'll focus on shutting down those weapons. General Rico, nodding with approval as the team regroups, the path now clear. Let's move. We've got more to disable. No rest until this place is rubble. Marcus Phoenix grins, slinging his phaser rifle over his shoulder. Good to go. Let's end this. As the team presses forward, the facility's ominous hum grows louder, the faint echo of enemy soldiers, footsteps still lingering in the distance. But with the elite Cardassian squad neutralized and the threat of their weapons temporarily mitigated, Team Poltergeist moves with the confidence of a well-oiled machine. Nothing is going to stop them now. Inside the main command center of the Cardassians' Ferengi weapons facility is filled with the low hum of advanced technology, blaring warning systems, and data streaming across multiple consoles. Team Poltergeist has successfully breached the command center, and General Rico, Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix, Major Carrian, and Major Payne are busy uploading vital intel. Legends about the Ferengi Cardassians' alliance's plans to strike Federation colonies. But just as the data is nearing completion, a sudden, chilling silence fills the room. General Rico, his voice low, and commanding as he watches the data transfer. We're almost there. Keep your eyes open. Major Carrigan, her gaze sharp as she keeps her weapon at the ready. We've got company. Stay alert. Suddenly, a figure steps out of the shadows. His movements deliberate and controlled. He is a Cardassian's officer, his uniform dark and pristine, with rank insignia glinting in the dim light. His cold eyes scan the team with a knowing intensity, his face a mask of calm menace. His presence alone exudes authority, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room thickens. Behind him, 6 Nausicaans ferocious and imposing pirates step forward from the shadows, each of them exuding raw power and brutal strength. Cardassian's officer, his voice is smooth, almost mocking, as he steps forward. I see you've been busy. But this is where your mission ends. The Nausicaans stood tall and menacing, their bodies rippling with muscle, their jagged, scarred faces twisted into permanent scowls. Their thick, lithe, Uri skin is a mottled shade of gray with dark veins pulsing beneath the surface. They wear armor fashioned from salvaged materials, some of it seeming almost ceremonial, others purely practical. Their weapons are deadly, massive, serrated blades, heavy blasters, and energy whips that crackle with malicious intent. Nausicaan leader, his voice is a guttural growl as he steps forward, sneering at the team. You've come too far, and now you'll pay the price. The colonies will burn, and you will be nothing but ash. The team reacts immediately, weapons raised, but the Cardassian's officer raises a hand, signaling his Nausicaans to hold back for the moment. The Cardassian's officer, his tone is cold, calculating. You think you've won? No, you've only stumbled into the final phase of a much larger plan. But now that you're here, I'll enjoy watching you struggle. The Nausicaans move closer, their intimidating presence almost overwhelming. The leader glares at Hermione, who stands slightly apart from the team, analyzing the situation. He gives her a cruel smile before making his move. The Nausicaan leader, with a sudden, brutal motion, lunges forward at Hermione. You're the one who thought you could stop us, little human. Before Hermione can react, the Nausicaan leader grabs her by the neck with one massive hand, lifting her off the ground with terrifying ease. His grip is like iron, his fingers digging into her throat. Hermione struggles for air, her eyes wide with shock. She activates her combat drone, trying to disorient the Nausicaan with a quick EMP pulse, but the pirate is relentless. Captain Hermione, struggling for breath, strained but defiant as she spits out words. You don't know who you're dealing with, you brute. The Nausicaan's laugh is deep and throaty, the sound of it reverberating through the command center. The Nausicaan leader, chuckling darkly. I know exactly who I'm dealing with, and it's too late for you to escape, little one. With a sudden roar of fury, Marcus Phoenix charges, rushing forward and landing a powerful kick to the Nausicaaan's ribs. The pirate stumbles back, momentarily on Hermione, who drops to the ground, gasping for air. Marcus follows up with a brutal series of punches, forcing the Nausicaan to stagger backward. Marcus Phoenix, his voice is low, filled with fury. Touch her again, and I'll put you down for good. The Nausicaan growls, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He steps back, sizing Marcus. The two are locked in a fierce stare down, but the rest of the team uses the distraction to take aim at the remaining pirates. General Rico, his voice is full of authority as he directs the team. Stay focused. Disable their weapons now. Major Payne grins as he opens fire on one of the Nausicaans, the heavy shots knocking the pirate off balance. Meanwhile, Major Carrigan takes a precise shot at another pirate's blaster, disabling it in one clean hit. The remaining Nausicaans hesitate, realizing they're outnumbered. The Cardassian's officer. His cold eyes flicker with fury, but he doesn't back down. He draws a sleek, lethal-looking disruptor pistol from his side, aiming it at the team. This is not over. You've simply delayed the inevitable. The Federation will fall, and you will be the ones forgotten. Before he can fire, however, Hermione, recovering her breath, quickly activates another EMP burst from her drone. This time, it hits the Cardassian's officer's weapon, temporarily frying its circuits. Hermione, with a defiant smile, still breathing hard but regaining her composure. I do believe you're a bit mistaken. The only thing falling today is your plan. The Cardassian's officer's face twists in frustration as he sees the tide of the battle shift. With a furious gesture, he orders his Nausicaans to charge, but the team is ready. As the battle rages on, the Nausicaans fight with brutal strength, but Team Poltergeist's coordination and determination give them the edge. The command center lies in chaos. The Nausicaans have been defeated, their bodies littering the floor, but the Cardassian's officer has vanished. The only thing left is the faint hum of the facilities, failing systems, and the sound of heavy breathing from the exhausted members of Team Poltergeist. General Rico. His voice is filled with frustration as he surveys the aftermath of the battle, looking at the empty doorway where the Cardassian's officer once stood. Damn it, he's gone. He slipped out while we were dealing with his lackeys. Marcus Phoenix, grimacing, wiping sweat from his brow, eyes scanning the room. Can't say I'm surprised. These Cardassians are slippery bastards. He had a plan in motion, he wasn't going to let us stop it that easily. Major Payne punches the nearest control panel in frustration, sending sparks flying. That's just great. We lost the big fish, and now we've got to clean up the mess. Major Carrian, calmly working at a nearby console, already accessing the data they came for. Her voice is steady, focused. We may have lost the Cardassian's officer, but I've got everything we need. His escape is only a temporary setback. General Rico snaps a quick glance at Carrian, appreciating her steady hand. Good work, Major. You're sure we've got everything on their next strike? Carrian, her tone is reassuring, but with an edge of determination. Every last detail. The Ferengi Cardassians. Alliance is planning to hit Federation colonies within the next 3 days. I have coordinates and details. We've got a window to warn Starfleet. Suddenly, a comms chime goes off, breaking the tense. Her voice comes over the comms. Filled with urgency, but with her usual calm, heavy British accent. Team, we've got a situation. I've detected a modified Cardassian's shuttle leaving the facility's hangar. It's his escape route, he's trying to slip away. General Rico, with renewed focus, his eyes narrowing. Damn it, we can't let him go. Everyone, move out. Marcus Phoenix, his voice is low, steely, I'll take point. Let's cut him off before he gets too far. Major Payne laughs grimly as he follows Marcus out. You know I love a good chase. The team rushes down the facility's hallways, their boots thundering against the cold metal floor as they head toward the hangar. The doors to the shuttle bay slide open with a mechanical hiss, revealing the modified Cardassian's shuttlecraft, its engines already powering up. The shuttle's sleek form glistens with the reflection of the dim facility lights. The shuttle begins to hover, preparing for takeoff. General Rico, shouting as he spots the shuttle. We're not letting you slip away. You bastard. But just as the team prepares to engage, the shuttle lifts off, zooming out of the hangar bay. Despite their best efforts to close the gap, the shuttle quickly gains speed. Disappearing into the night sky. Hermione's voice crackling over the comms, I've got eyes on the shuttle. It's already making its way toward the outer perimeter. No time to waste. General Rico, grabbing his comm device, Enterprise, we need immediate evac. Get us out of here. We're not letting this bastard get the upper hand. As the shuttle vanishes into the distance, E-Team is left with no choice but to regroup and deal with the remaining pirates. Major Payne, rubbing his hands together in excitement, no shuttle can outrun me. But, we've got company to deal with first. Back in the command center. More Nausicaans pour into the facility, reinforcements sent to defend their leader's escape route. The team must face a new wave of enemies. General Rico, in a calm, commanding tone as the first few Nausicaans enter the fray. All right, We've got more pirates to deal with. Make it quick, make it clean. We're not sticking around for another round. Once we're done, we head straight for the pickup point. The Nausicaans come charging at them, their eyes burning with fury as they attempt to avenge their fallen comrades. Major Payne grins, leaping into the action with wild enthusiasm. While Carrian and Marcus work in tandem, their movements synchronized as they take down the pirates one by one. Carrian, her voice cold as she expertly disables a pirate's weapon mid-strike. Focus on the mission. These pirates are nothing more than a distraction. We need to get out of here alive. Marcus Phoenix blasts one Nausicaan with his rifle, the force knocking the pirate back. No argument here, Major. We finish this, and we move fast. General Rico takes down the last pirate with a well-placed shot, scanning the area quickly. All clear. Get to the extraction point. The team rushes to the nearby transport location, a secured area outside the facility. As they approach, the sound of a distant engine hum fills the air. But this time, it's not the roar of a Cardassian shuttle, it's something much more familiar. The sleek and advanced form of the Aquarius light escort materializes in the distance, its graceful design cutting through the night like a blade. Hermione, voice on the comms. A hint of satisfaction in her voice. Transport is ready, team. The Aquarius is in position. Get aboard, and let's get the hell out of here before more pirates show up. As the Aquarius light escort descends, its landing struts locking into place, Team Poltergeist quickly boards, adrenaline still high from the fight. The shuttle's doors close behind them, and the hum of the powerful engines revs to life. General Rico, sitting in the cockpit, taps his fingers against the control panel. Let's move, Captain. We've got a Federation to save, and a Cardassian's officer who won't be getting away so easily next time. Quote, Marcus Phoenix leans back in his seat, a satisfied grin on his face. Not bad for a day's work. But we'll catch that bastard. I'll make sure of it. Carrian, she looks down at the data pad. Her expression intense. The countdown to the next strike has already begun. We have a very limited window. We need to warn the Federation, fast. Major Payne chuckles, cleaning his weapon. The next strike. They won't see it coming. But for now, let's get the hell out of here. As the Aquarius shoots into the atmosphere cloaks, leaving the crumbling Cardassians' facility behind. The team knows they've only won part of the battle. The Aquarius light escort is in fly swiftly through the void of space, undetected by any hostile sensors. The faint hum of its engines is the only sound in the cockpit as the ship weaves its way through the stars, drawing closer to Federation space. The crew is seated in the main briefing area, recovering from their intense mission. General Rico, with his usual steely demeanor, takes charge of the debrief, his voice calm but filled with urgency. General Rico, his voice steady, though his eyes reveal the weight of the mission. He stands in front of the team, scanning each of them as they listen intently. All right, team, listen up. We've made it out, but that was just the first phase. We encountered elite Cardassians' forces with shields that gave us more trouble than anticipated. If we want to be ready for what's coming, we're going to need more firepower. Stronger phasers. Better armor. We need something that can punch out their defenses and hold up against their brutal attacks. Major Carrian, nodding thoughtfully, her gaze steely. We knew they'd be tough, but those shields, even our standard weapons barely scratched them. We can't rely on our usual arsenal for the next strike. We'll be facing more of them, and we can't afford to be outgunned. Marcus Phoenix, leaning back in his seat, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. I've faced some tough enemies. But those Cardassians had more tricks up their sleeves than I expected. How they adapted to our attacks, it's like they knew exactly how to counter us. If we don't come up with something better, next time we'll be in deeper trouble. Major Payne, piping up, tapping his fingers against his gun, the glint of anticipation in his eyes. Stronger phasers and armor sound great. But let's not forget the real problem: those pirates. They're wildcards. If we can't stop them from overwhelming us next time, we won't have a chance against the big fish. General Rico, his gaze hardens, nodding at Payne's point. Exactly. So, what we need is not just upgrades to what we have. We need something that combines offensive power and defensive reliability. And fast. There. A brief pause as the weight of their situation settles in, but then Captain Hermione, her eyes glinting with a spark of innovation, speaks up. Her British accent laces each word with authority as she taps her comms pad. Accessing the ship's internal systems. Hermione, her voice calm, but brimming with confidence and creativity. What if I told you there's a way to amplify both our offensive and defensive capabilities using existing Starfleet tech? We're going to need a bit more than just raw firepower, we need versatility. You see, the main issue is that our phasers can't break through their shields quickly enough, and our armor doesn't provide us the maneuverability we need when we're outgunned. General Rico, raising an eyebrow, intrigued by her idea. All right, you've got my attention. What's your solution? Hermione, leaning forward, her fingers dancing over the console as she pulls up a series of schematics. We've got the latest Starfleet shielding tech, right? But what if we couple that with a modular phaser array? One that can switch frequencies on the fly, targeting different weaknesses in the enemy's shield matrix. With the right adjustments, we could take out their shield DS faster and punch through even their toughest defenses. Marcus Phoenix, leaning forward with a skeptical glance. You're saying we can break through those elite Cardassians' shields faster? Sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? Hermione, smiling slightly, clearly enjoying the challenge. No catch. The beauty of it is, we don't have to create a new weapon from scratch. We just need to fine-tune the phaser technology Starfleet already has, and add a bit of creativity. The real innovation comes in the secondary armor. Instead of traditional composite armor, I'll integrate nano-ceramic PLA ting combined with a reactive energy shield matrix. When hit, it'll absorb and redistribute the energy, strengthening the armor in the impact zone. Major Carrian, eyes widening slightly in understanding. So, you're suggesting an armor that adapts to incoming fire. That's impressive. But how do we deal with the fact that we're still outnumbered? More power isn't going to stop a horde of pirates from overwhelming us. Hermione, her eyes gleam with excitement, her hands typing commands rapidly on her console. That's the beauty of it, Major. This design isn't just about strength. We're also looking at speed and tactical advantage. The modular phaser system will give us more punch, but I've also designed a drone strike support system that will integrate with our existing tech. I can deploy these specialized drones that'll disrupt enemy weapons and shields while providing us with recon. Imagine this. We hit the pirates first, neutralize their firepower before they even get a shot off. General Rico, leaning in, clearly impressed with the level of thought Hermione has put into this. You're talking about turning the tide of battle before the enemy can even react. And will these drones be able to withstand enemy countermeasures? Hermione, speaking confidently, absolutely. The drones will have their own adaptive shielding, capable of adapting to pirate tech. They won't just be distractions, they'll be effective. Think of them as precision tools that'll allow us to attack first and keep the upper hand. Marcus Phoenix, grinning with newfound excitement. All right, now we're talking. I like the sound of hitting them before they even see us coming. Major Payne, chuckling to himself, eager for the fight. We'll have them cry before they hit. This is my kind of warfare. General Rico, nodding approvingly. Then turns serious again, focusing on the bigger picture. All right, Hermione, I trust you on this. We'll need the modifications to be operational as soon as possible. We've got a Federation to save. And this Cardassians-Ferengi alliance isn't slowing down. We need every advantage we can get. Hermione, with a slight smirk, fingers already working on the schematics for the new designs. Leave it to me, I'll get it done. You'll have your firepower and armor, General. The Aquarius Light Escort continues its silent journey through space, cloaked and moving quickly toward Federation space. The team knows they have just taken the first step toward equipping themselves for the coming war. With Hermione's brilliant design in the works, the odds might just tip in their favor if they can get to the fight in time. General Rico, clapping his hands together firmly, eyes scanning his team as he issues the next command. All right, everyone, let's keep moving. The Federation's counting on us. And we're going to need all the firepower we can muster. The scene fades as the Aquarius races through the stars, a new weapon design on the horizon, and the mission ahead growing more dangerous with each passing moment. setting course for the Enterprise F. The sleek Aquarius light escort shimmered as it emerged from warp, its cloaking field dissipating to reveal its angular, predatory design. The transition was seamless, its hull glinting faintly in the light of the stars as it approached the massive silhouette of the Enterprise F. The flagship hung at the Federation Cardassian's border like a sentinel, its gleaming surface a testament to Starfleet's engineering prowess. Inside the Aquarius, Team Poltergeist General Rico, Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix, Major Carrian, Major Payne, and Captain Hermione watched the growing shape of the Enterprise F on the viewscreen. The awe-inspiring flagship was already enough to capture their attention, but what followed stunned them into silence. All at once a great many ships began to drop out of warp, their arrivals punctuated by brilliant flashes of light that illuminated the void of space. The first to arrive were the 230-class dreadnoughts, their multi-vector assault configurations casting imposing shadows. Their segmented sections, bristling with weaponry, hummed with latent power, ready to divide and conquer at a moment's notice. Followed by 200 Verity-class command ships aeroprofiles sleek and elegant, radiating authority. Their advanced sensor arrays and powerful communication systems ensured that no action would go unnoticed in this sector. Coming alongside them were the 200 Sovereign-class battleships emerged, their sturdy, battle-hardened hulls and iconic nacelle struts unmistakable. These titans of Starfleet carried a reputation for resilience and firepower, their deadly quantum torpedo launchers and phaser arrays capable of devastating entire squadrons. Flanking them were the 200 Akira-class heavy escorts, their distinctive saucer sections lined with multiple torpedo launchers and rapid-response phaser banks, flanking the larger ships like wolves protecting their pack, their intent clear, no threat would go unanswered. On the Starborn side, emerged 100 Achilles-class strategic heavy cruisers were a sight to behold. Sleek and aggressive, carrying experimental lethal weaponry and reinforced shielding, their presence an unspoken promise of precision strikes and overwhelming firepower. Finally, straight out of warp alongside them 100 Hestia advanced escorts soon joined the fleet. Smaller and more agile, their cutting-edge propulsion systems and stealth capabilities made them invaluable assets for both offense and defense. By the time the last ship arrived, the vast fleet stretched across the stars like a tidal wave of light and steel, their formations perfect, their intent unmistakable. Together, they exuded an aura of power and intimidation that could cow even the most defiant adversary. The Poltergeist team stared at the viewscreen, the sheer number of ships and their combined firepower overwhelming. For a moment, no one spoke, the magnitude of what they were witnessing stealing their words. "Sweet mother of phasers, is that what Starfleet calls a greeting these days?" said Major Payne, breaking the silence in awe of the massive fleet. Carrigan leaned forward, her voice sharp. "That's not a greeting. That's a message, and it's written in torpedoes." Rico, nodding grimly, "A message that says, don't even think about it. They've deployed a small portion of our fleet to the Cardassians' Federation border. More like a warning shot before the real fight begins. This many ships, they're preparing for war," said Phoenix gruffly. Hermione gazed in surprise, her British accent tinged with awe. "Look at the coordination. The precision. They've thought of everything. If the Cardassians or Ferengi make one wrong move, this fleet will obliterate them." The tensio in the room was palpable as the team processed the implications of such an overwhelming show of force. The Federation wasn't just flexing its muscles, it was declaring its intent to protect its borders and its people at any cost. This isn't just about firepower. This is Starfleet reminding everyone what it stands for: unity, strength, and the will to defend its own, said Rico firmly. Kerrigan crossed her arms. "And if the Cardassians want to test that resolve, well, they're about to find out the hard way. I'd love to see their faces right now. Bet they're sweating phaser coolant," Payne said grinning. "Focus, team. This isn't over. That fleet isn't here just for show, they're here because this border is about to heat up. We've got the data. Now it's up to us to make sure Starfleet knows how to use it." Rico interjected firmly. As the Aquarius drew closer to the Enterprise F, the Poltergeist team steeled themselves for what lay ahead. The fleet outside was a promise that the Federation would not back down, no matter the cost. And inside that fleet, Team Poltergeist would play their part, ensuring that the Federation stayed one step ahead in the escalating conflict. Inside the heart of the Enterprise F Situation Room, a tense debate unfolds. The room is dimly lit, the large hollow tactical display casting a soft blue glow over the table. Maps of Federation and Cardassian space, as well as sensor readings from the Aquarius and other reconnaissance ships, float in midair. At the center of the room stands Grand Admiral Cho, her poised form radiating authority, flaunted by Vice Admiral Harry and Fleet Admiral Sisko. Their expressions are all hardened by the gravity of the moment. Grand Admiral Cho, eyes locked on the display, voice calm but firm, the Cardassians are clearly pushing the envelope. We've been tracking their fleet movements for the past month, and now we've intercepted communication suggesting they're preparing for something bigger. These incursions aren't random, they're deliberate. Their aggression is escalating, and if we don't act, they'll feel emboldened. Vice Admiral Harry, leaning against the table, his voice measured but firm, a trace of concern in his eyes. We've seen their tactics before. They've always been territorial, but this feels different. They're coordinated, more organized than in the past, and now they're making moves close to the Federation core. If we allow them to establish a foothold, we risk everything. Glancing at Cho, I agree with you, Cho, but sending that fleet, it's not just a deterrent. It's a declaration. We need to be sure the Federation is ready to follow through, and that's not something we can take lightly. Fleet Admiral Sisko, his voice deep and authoritative, with the weight of experience backing every word. Standing tall as he steps forward, Cho's right. We've already seen their ships advance into contested sectors, testing Federation resolve. But Harry's concerns are valid too. We can't send this fleet out without ensuring the Federation Council is on board, especially with the Ferengi funding their operations. That makes this situation much more volatile. Grand Admiral Cho, turning toward Sisko, her face a study in resolve, her red cloak almost flowing as she moved. I'm not asking for approval. We've exhausted diplomatic channels, and these incursions are no longer isolated skirmishes. They're a direct challenge. I don't intend to sit back and watch as our borders get overrun by this coalition of opportunistic powers. However, I do respect the need for careful consideration. That's why I want your counsel, both of you. Fleet Admiral Sisko thoughtfully nods, his gaze intense, as if weighing every word before he speaks. You're right about one thing. This isn't just about Cardassians anymore. The Ferengi have made it personal by getting involved, and that complicates everything. We've seen what happens when the Ferengi ally with a more militaristic power. It's a recipe for disaster. But, pausing, looking around at the others, sending that fleet would be a massive shift. It could cause political instability within the Federation itself. The Council will demand justification. Vice Admiral Harry, straightening up, speaking with conviction. The Federation's already on edge. We can't risk them seeing this as an overreaction. But I believe that showing strength, now, will make it clear we are no longer a target for exploitation. Let's be clear, Cardassia has been under a reconstruction regime, but if they're willing to ally with Ferengi criminals to get access to Federation technology, they've already made their choice. We must send a message, not just to the Cardassians, but to everyone else who may think they can take advantage of us. Turning to Cho, I trust you, Cho. You've already made up your mind about this. But as much as I respect your decision, we'll need to prepare for what comes next. The fleet will need coordination at the highest level. Grand Admiral Cho, eyes narrowing as she considers his words, her tone resolute. I've already requested additional resources. The fleet under my command will be the spearhead, and we'll be ready to act within the next 12 hours. The Federation Council may protest, but I won't let them tie our hands while the Cardassians test our resolve. Pauses, glancing at Sisko and then back to Harry, voice softening slightly. And this time, we won't wait for a diplomatic solution to fall through. I'm not asking for approval, I'm asking for your loyalty. For the good of the Federation, we need to act. Fleet Admiral S., his brow furrowing as he looks at Cho, his expression conflicted yet resolute. Are you sure, Cho? This could push the Federation into a war footing with both Cardassia and the Ferengi. A war we might not be fully prepared for. And we'll have to consider how Starfleet Command will react if this backfires. Vice Admiral Harry, his gaze unwavering, a subtle fire in his eyes as he looks at Cho. His tone supportive yet firm. Starfleet has always been about protecting the Federation and its ideals. Sometimes that means taking the initiative before the threat escalates beyond our control. We've faced threats before that were dismissed until it was too late. We can't afford that now. Grand Admiral Cho, stepping forward, her voice growing more confident, knowing this is the moment where the path ahead becomes clearer. You don't need to remind me of our past. Every strategic misstep comes with a cost. But I've learned from those failures. This is the time to show the Federation's strength. And I will stand by that decision, no matter the consequences. Glances at Sisko and Harry, their unwavering support giving her strength. We're moving to secure the border. The fleet will act as a deterrent against Cardassians' aggression. If they act against us, we'll deploy the fleet. Fleet Admiral Sisko pauses, letting out a deep breath, his gaze flicking between Cho and Harry, then nods slowly. His tone thoughtful. Very well. But understand, Cho, the moment that fleet is deployed, there's no going back. The Federation will be watching. So, whatever comes next, we need to be sure our strategy is flawless. No mistakes. Vice Admiral Harry, with a hint of a smile, his eyes meeting Cho's. Then let's make it flawless. The room is heavy with the weight of their decision. But Cho's expression holds firm, her leadership clear. The debate is over, the next step is set. The fleet is mobilizing, and the Federation's response will soon follow. Grand Admiral Cho's ready room was a masterpiece of quiet opulence. Soft lighting illuminated the crimson and gold decor, with deep mahogany furniture polished to a mirror shine. A grand viewport stretched across one wall, framing the glittering expanse of space, casting soft starlight into the room. The air carried a faint scent of jasmine, a touch Cho had added to the room for moments like these, moments of reflection and intimacy. Cho stood near the viewport, her hands clasped behind her back, draped in the resplendent red Starfleet uniform adorned with golden stripes that stretched elegantly across her shoulders, flowing seamlessly into her ankle-length cloak. The fabric shimmered subtly in the light, every thread a testament to her station and authority. Pinned proudly to her right was a decorated golden Starfleet delta, encircled by orbiting smaller deltas, symbolizing her rank as the supreme leader of Starfleet. Harry entered, his own red uniform matching hers in style and elegance, though his cloak, while grand, lacked the deltas of command. His presence exuded quiet confidence, but his green eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity as he approached her. He stopped a few steps away, straightening his posture, though there was a trace of informality in his smile. You've been awfully mysterious, Cho. Is this another test of my patience, or have you finally decided to share what's on your mind? Harry asked, lighting teasing her. Cho turned slowly, her usual cold, calculating demeanor softened by rare warmth in her dark eyes. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she stepped closer to him, the starlight catching the golden accents on her uniform, making her look almost ethereal. Cho spoke calmly but with a hint of tenderness. For once, Harry, this is not about strategy or duty. This is about us. About what you mean to me. And what you mean to Starfleet. Harry raised an eyebrow, his curiosity deepening. You're full of surprises tonight. What's this about? Cho gestured toward a small table set near the viewport, where 2 glasses of vintage Bajaran spring wine waited. She motioned for him to sit, but she remained standing, her cloak flowing behind her like liquid fire. Harry, I've been thinking about everything we've faced together. The victories, the sacrifices, the losses we've endured. Through it all, you've stood by me not as a subordinate, but as an equal. You've been the voice of reason when I was consumed by logic. The heart when I relied too much on cold calculation, said Cho with deliberate grace in her voice. Harry blinked, surprised by the sincerity in her tone. Cho, I've always been honored to serve alongside you. But this feels like more than a reflection, said Harry, speaking softly. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to an intimate murmur, though her eyes never wavered from his. It is. I've come to realize something, Harry. The galaxy doesn't just need me. It needs us. It needs your humanity, your compassion, your wisdom. And I need you. Harry's breath hitched, the weight of her words settling over him. He stood, his green eyes searching hers, his usual humor giving way to something deeper. Cho, I'd follow you to the ends of the universe. You know that. But, what are you saying? Said Harry earnestly. Cho reached into a hidden compartment of her desk and retrieved a small, polished case. She opened it, revealing a golden insignia, a decorated Starfleet delta surrounded by twin rings, symbolizing a new rank. She held it out to him, her voice steady yet tinged with emotion. I'm promoting you, Harry, to Vice Grand Admiral. Not because of protocol, or politics. But because you've earned it. And because there's no one I trust more to stand beside me as we shape the future of Starfleet. Harry stared at the insignia, his throat tightening. He looked at her, his voice barely above a whisper. Cho, I don't know what to say. She smiled softly, stepping even closer, so close their cloaks brushed against each other. Say you'll accept. Say you'll be the man who reminds me why we fight. Say you'll be the one who keeps me grounded when the weight of this galaxy feels too heavy. Harry's gaze softened, and he reached out, taking the insignia from her hands. He pinned it to his chest, the gold gleaming against the crimson fabric of his cloak. He looked at her, his voice steady and filled with emotion, his heart racing with pride. I accept, not just the rank, but everything that comes with it, including you. Quote. For a moment, the room was silent, save for the soft hum of the ship. Then, Cho did something unexpected. Something that would have shocked anyone who knew her. She extended her hand, her voice carrying a rare note of vulnerability. Take my hand and dance with me, Harry. Just this once. Harry blinked, a slow teasing smile spreading across his face. You, asking me to dance. Now this really is a promotion. She rolled her eyes but smirked, taking his hand. As they moved together in the soft glow of the starlight, the weight of their responsibilities faded, leaving only the connection between them. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, they allowed themselves a moment of pure, unguarded humanity. Without another word, she stepped closer, her hand slipping into his. The moment their fingers touched, an electric charge seemed to pass between them. Harry's smirk faded, replaced by something more earnest. He gently placed his free hand at her waist, the golden stripes of their uniforms brushing together as they stood impossibly close. The music wasn't there, but it didn't matter. The rhythm was in the way they moved, the unspoken connection between them guiding their steps. Cho led at first, her movements precise, almost calculated, as if she were testing the waters. Harry chuckled softly, his voice a low murmur. You're overthinking this, Cho. Dancing isn't a battle strategy. Let go. Her dark eyes met his, a flicker of hesitation giving way to something more daring. Fine, but if you step on my feet, I'll have you scrubbing the warp core for a month. Harry laughed, the sound warm and disarming. Then grinned at her and replied, deal. He took the lent yet gentle, and for once, Cho allowed herself to follow. As they swayed together, the lines of duty and rank seemed to blur, leaving only the two of them in their crimson and gold cloaks, their movements as fluid and effortless as starlight. It's been years since I danced like this. Since I let myself enjoy a moment. Harry leaning in closer. Then it's about time. You've carried the galaxy on your shoulders for far too long. Let me carry you, just for a little while. Her breath caught at his words, and for a moment, she forgot the titles, the responsibilities, the weight of command. She was simply Cho, and he was Harry, two souls finding solace in each other's presence. She allowed herself to lean into him, her head resting lightly against his shoulder as they continued to move in quiet harmony. The room seemed to shrink around them. The galaxy beyond the viewport a distant memory. Harry's voice broke the silence, his tone softer than she had ever heard. You know, Cho, I never thought I'd be here. Not just alive, but with you. Like this. She lifted her head to look at him, her dark eyes meeting his green ones. Neither did I. Life has a way of surprising us, doesn't it? Said Cho, her tone gentle. It does. But this feels right. Like it was always meant to be. Said Harry, smiling. Cho's lips parted, a rare vulnerability shining through as she replied. I don't know what the future holds, Harry. But for now, at this moment, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we're us. Harry stopped moving, his hand still resting at her waist as he looked at her, his expression serious yet tender. I'm not going anywhere, Cho. Not now, not ever. Whatever comes next, we face it together. She nodded, her voice barely a whisper. Together. And then, as if the universe itself held its breath, Harry leaned in. His lips brushing hers in a kiss that was both gentle and fervent, a culmination of years of tension and unspoken longing. Cho responded without hesitation, her hands moving to rest against his chest. Her fingers gripping the fabric of his uniform as if anchoring herself to the moment. The kiss deepened, their surroundings fading away entirely. There was no Federation, no Kardashians. No responsibilities, only the two of them, surrendering to the feelings they had both kept buried for so long. When they finally pulled apart, their foreheads rested together, their breaths mingling as they held onto each other. Harry chuckled softly, his voice tinged with awe. Well, if this is part of my promotion, I might need another one soon. Cho smirked, though her eyes sparkled with rare warmth. Maybe we just might, Vice Grand Admiral, but I think we'll make an exception tonight. As they began to move again, their steps slower and more deliberate, the weight of the galaxy returned, but it was lighter now. Together, they were stronger, and whatever challenges lay ahead, they knew they would face them side by side. Author's note. Thank you for diving into this intense chapter. Seeing Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Admiral Harry, and Fleet Admiral Sisko navigate the challenges of diplomacy and war was a thrill to write. What do you think about Cho's bold decision and Harry's role as her steadfast ally? Did the fleet's awe-inspiring power leave you as breathless as it did the Poltergeist team? Your thoughts mean the galaxy to me. Leave a review and let me know. WITH the fleet on the move. The stakes have never been higher. Will Cho's gamble pay off, or is this the beginning of a larger war? And what secrets are still hidden in the shadows of Cardassian space? Stay tuned. Also, I love hearing your thoughts. It helps me make the story even better. Plus, reviews motivate me to keep delivering epic chapters like this one. Enjoyed the chapter? Don't forget to hit the like button and share your thoughts in a review. I can't wait to hear what you think. Thurgy Class Multi-Vector Dreadnought. Fire. Star Trek. Thurgy by Octor Lucan on DeviantArt. Thurgy Multi-Vector Assault Mode. MVAM Damage Assessment. Star Trek. Thurgy by Octor Lucan on DeviantArt. Verity Class Dreadnought Cruiser. Verity Class Starship. High Resolution by Enithran on DeviantArt. Sovereign Class Battleship. USS Sovereign NCC 73811 by JETFREAK 7 on DeviantArt. Akira Class Heavy Escort. Star Trek Online. Akira Class by Trisbook on DeviantArt. Hestia Advanced Class Escort. Star Trek On. Line USS Proteus Hestia Class by Kavanveldar on DeviantArt. Achilles Class Heavy Destroyer. USS Achilles by Dalekon 1 on DeviantArt. Also a few special songs for you, my dear readers, as a hint to what's coming next. Call it my special Christmas gift to you in this chapter too. Statues Epic Version Harry Potter. In the End plus Wes Anna Johnson Weir lyrics. Fire and Ice. The Storm Clouds A. Regathering. Dear readers, they are here to stay. Do get ready for a rough ride. This is but a taste of what's coming, but if you think you know what's going to happen, you be mistaken for what's coming. Worse than you know or could even fathom. Enjoy. Fire and Ice. The circular room at the heart of Earth's spacey dock was shrouded in shadows, the only light emanating from the holographic projection in its center. The image of Grand Admiral Cho stood tall, her red cloak cascading down her shoulders and her piercing gaze frozen mid-command. Around the room, the most covert and influential members of Starfleet intelligence gathered. Their faces partially obscured by the dim light. Commander Vrelas, a Vulcan known for his cold logic, stepped forward. His voice was calm, devoid of emotion, as he addressed the group. Grand Admiral Cho's actions along the Cardassians' border have destabilized diplomatic channels. Her fleet's overwhelming presence has provoked fear among neighboring powers, forcing T.M. into alliances detrimental to Federation interests. Agent Cassidy, a sharp-featured human operative, crossed her arms as a smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. She's becoming too powerful. E-1000-ship fleet under her command is practically an autonomous armada. Starfleet Command might trust her now, but her decisions are becoming increasingly independent. If she acts unilaterally, we could be facing a military crisis within our own ranks. Rear Admiral Huxley, a grizzled veteran with a deep scar running down his cheek, leaned forward, his gravelly voice filling the room. Which is why this operation is necessary. We'll make it look like her aggression forced the Kardashians into a preemptive strike. Fabricated intelligence, falsified orders, and a well-timed leak will do the trick. Command will have no choice but to recall her. And discredit her, Cassidy added with a venomous tone. Once the public inquiry begins, her reputation will be in tatters. The fleet will be reassigned. And we'll ensure more cooperative hands take over. Vrel has activated another hologram, this one displaying intercepted data. Her plans to integrate cloaking technology across her fleet will serve as an additional pressure point. Leaking this information to the Romulans will force them to respond. A violation of the Treaty of Algorand would create a secondary front for her to defend. Huxley nodded grimly. She'll be overwhelmed, diplomatically, militarily, and politically. The cracks will show, and Starfleet intelligence will step in to restore order. She'll be sidelined permanently. Cassidy leaned back, her voice dripping with satisfaction. The linchpin is Vice Grand Admiral Potter. His loyalty to Cho is unwavering, but if we can plant doubt, make him believe she's hiding critical information or acting recklessly, he might hesitate. That hesitation will fracture her command structure. Vrel has raised an eyebrow. Do not underestimate their bond. Manipulating him will require precision. If we fail, his influence could rally even greater support for Cho. Huxley's jaw tightened. Which is why we proceed carefully. Begin planting false data into her fleet's communication. Channels fabricate Cardassians' intelligence suggesting she's planning a first strike. Meanwhile, I'll ensure whispers of her ambition reach those power. We'll turn her allies into skeptics. Cassidy's grin widened. And when the storm hits, she'll stand alone. The bridge of the Enterprise F was a stark contrast to the dark machinations of Spacedock. The room was bathed in the soft glow of tactical readouts and starfield projections. Grand Admiral Cho stood at the center, her crimson cloak flowing as she examined the latest reports from the Cardassians' border. The weight of command pressed heavily on her, but her icy demeanor betrayed no hint of it. Vice Grand Admiral Harry Potter approached, a PADD in hand. His green eyes, sharp and thoughtful, studied her as he stopped beside her. Cho, something doesn't add up. She turned, her gaze meeting his. Explain. Harry handed her the PADD. These intercepted Cardassians' transmissions. They're too clean, too convenient. It's almost as if they want us to find them. Cho's brow furrowed as she scanned the data. Her mind, a labyrinth of strategy and logic, immediately began piecing together the implications. Manipulated intelligence. Starfleet intelligence, perhaps. If this is a trap, they're playing a dangerous game. Whoever's behind this wants to isolate us, force us to make a mistake that justifies their narrative. Harry's jaw tightened, his voice low and filled with quiet fury. Then we can't let them win. If this is intelligence, they're underestimating you, Cho. They don't understand who they're dealing with. Cho's lips curved into a faint, icy smile. They will. But first, we play their game. We follow the trail they've laid and expose them for what they are. If they think they can dismantle my command, they'll learn the cost of underestimating the brightest star in Starfleet. Harry's expression softened slightly as he stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Whatever comes, we face it together. You've always been the one to outmaneuver them. This won't be any different. Cho's gaze lingered on him for a moment, a rare flicker of warmth breaking through her icy exterior. Together, she echoed. The two stood before the massive viewscreen, their reflections mirrored against the stars. Outside, the Cho's fleet stood ready, 1,000 ships strong. But within the shadows of Starfleet, a storm was brewing, one that would test their resolve. Their bond, and their ability to navigate the treacherous waters of power and loyalty. The ready room aboard the Enterprise F was a blend of sleek, futuristic design and the solemn weight of history. Holographic displays of star systems and tactical readouts flickered across the walls, casting shadows on the faces of those gathered. Grand Admiral Cho stood at the head of the polished black table, her red cloak draping elegantly over her shoulders, the golden Starfleet insignia catching the dim light. To her right was Vice Grand Admiral Harry Potter, his steady green eyes radiating quiet strength. Opposite them sat Fleet Admiral Benjamin Sisko, his expression stoic and contemplative. At the far end of the table, Chancellor Gowron of the Klingon Empire reclined with a wolfish grin. His heavy armor glinting ominously. The room was heavy with tension, the kind that preceded monumental decisions. Cho tapped a console, and the hologram of the Cardassian sphere. NGI border came to life in the center of the table. Red icons representing enemy fleets outnumbered the Federation's blue markers. We're at a crossroads, Cho began, her voice cold and precise, yet carrying an undercurrent of determination. The Cardassians and Ferengi are probing our defenses, testing our resolve. Their next move will be an invasion, not a question of if, but when. Sisko leaned forward, his fingers steepled. And your solution is a preemptive strike. Cho's eyes met his, unflinching. Yes, we can no longer afford to sit idly by, reacting to their provocations. A calculated assault on their key supply routes will cripple their logistics and force them to rethink their expansionist ambitions. Gowron let out a bark of laughter, the sound echoing through the room. Ha, at last, a Federation admiral who thinks like a Klingon. Strike first, strike hard, that is the way of honor. Harry spoke up, his tone calm but firm. Honor is one thing, Chancellor. Ensuring the survival of the Federation is another. We need to consider the long-term implications of this move. A preemptive strike could escalate into a full-scale war. Cho turned to Harry, her expression softening slightly. And if we do nothing, Harry, if we wait for them to strike first, how many lives will we lose before we can mount a proper defense? Sisko raised a hand, his voice steady but tinged with skepticism. You're asking us to gamble. Admiral, the Federation's principles have always been about peace through strength, not aggression. If this plan fails, we risk losing more than ships and territory. We risk our moral standing in the galaxy. Cho's gaze hardened. Our moral standing won't mean much if we're overrun, Fleet Admiral. The Cardassians and Ferengi see our restraint as weakness. They'll exploit it until we're too fractured to fight back. This isn't about abandoning our principles, it's about adapting them to survive. The hologram shifted, displaying potential strike points deep within enemy territory. The room fell silent as Cho's plan unfolded in meticulous detail. This, she said, pointing to a Cardassian's fuel depot near the Breen border, is their primary supply hub. Destroy it, and their fleets will be grounded for weeks. Meanwhile, Task Force Omega will neutralize Ferengi logistics centers here and here. She highlighted 2 points near Ferenginar. The strikes will be surgical, swift, and decisive. Gowron's grin widened. A bold plan, the kind that stirs the blood of warriors. You have my support, Cho. Sisko remained unconvinced. And what happens when the Cardassians retaliate? What happens when the Ferengi bring their mercenary fleets into the fight? Cho turned to him, her voice quieter but no less resolute. That's why we have the fleet amassed at the border. It's not just a show of force, it's a shield. And if it comes to war, it's a sword as well. Harry studied the hologram, his mind racing. He could see the logic in Cho's plan, the precision of her strategy. But he also saw the risks, the lives that would be lost, the alliances that could fracture. Cho, he said carefully, what you're proposing, it's daring, even brilliant. But it's also dangerous. We need to be prepared for the fallout, not just militarily, but politically. The Federation Council will need to be brought on board. I'll handle the Council, Cho replied, her tone leaving no room for doubt. What I need from you, Harry, is your unwavering support. You're my second in command, my most trusted ally. If you stand with me, the others will follow. Harry met her gaze, and for a moment, the tension in the room seemed to fade. He saw the weight she carried, the burden of command that few could truly understand. I'll stand with you, he said finally. But only if we're clear on one thing. This isn't just about winning battles. It's about preserving what the Federation stands for. Cho nodded, a rare flicker of warmth in her icy demeanor. Agreed. Sisko sighed, leaning back in his chair. I still have my doubts, but I can't deny the logic of your plan. If you're willing to take full responsibility for this, Grand Admiral, you'll have my conditional support. Gowron slapped the table, his laughter booming once more. Good. The Federation grows a spine at last. Let the Cardassians and Ferengi tremble before our might. Cho allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. The pieces were falling into place, but the true test was yet to come. As the meeting adjourned, she lingered in the room with Harry, the hologram still flickering between them. Thank you, she said quietly. her voice almost a whisper. For standing with me. Harry reached out, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Always. For a moment, the cold, calculating Grand Admiral let herself feel the warmth of his presence. The road ahead was fraught with peril, but together, they would face it. Unite briefing room aboard the USS Aquarius hummed with quiet anticipation. Team Poltergeist sat around the oval table, their faces shadowed by the soft blue lighting of the ship's tactical display. Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, while Major Kerr Riggin absently tapped her fingers against the table's edge. Major Payne's ever-present scowl deepened as he polished his sidearm, and General Rico stood at the far corner, stoic and silent. The air was thick with curiosity. They had been summoned for something unprecedented. Captain Hermione strode in, her crimson Starfleet uniform immaculate, a datapad in hand. Her sharp brown eyes glimmered with excitement. All right, everyone, listen up. I've been working on something that's going to change how we approach ground combat and possibly save your hides. She tapped the datapad, and a hologram appeared above the table. It was a sleek figure clad in futuristic, angular armor, sleek yet menacing, the kind of design that exuded both elegance and lethality. This, Hermione began, her voice steady and authoritative, as the next generation of Mako combat armor, designed specifically for Poltergeist and adapted for the threats we're facing at the Cardassian's Ferengi border. Marcus let out a low whistle. That's one hell of a suit. What's it packing? Hermione smirked, her engineer's pride evident. Glad you asked. First, the physical specs. The armor is composed of a tritanium polyalloy weave, which makes it both lightweight and nearly impervious to conventional small arms fire. The outer plating is coated with a reactive ablative material, designed to dissipate energy weapon impacts by 35% more efficiently than previous models. The hologram rotated, revealing the back of the armor. The helmet includes a multi-spectrum visor with night vision, thermal imaging, and real-time tactical readouts. It also features an advanced targeting system synced to your phaser weaponry, allowing for pinpoint accuracy even in low-visibility conditions. Kerrigan raised an eyebrow. What about mobility? We're not exactly a sit-in-one-place team. Good question, Kerrigan, Hermione said, gesturing to the armor's joints. Each joint is reinforced with micro-hydraulic actuators. These enhance your strength by up to 300%, meaning you can lift, push, or throw objects or enemies far beyond normal human capability. And yes, they're flexible enough for full range of motion. The armor's kinetic C dampeners also reduce the impact of falls or concussive blasts. Payne leaned forward, intrigued despite himself. And weapons integration. Hermione tapped the datapad again, and the hologram shifted to display an array of phaser weaponry. The armor is equipped with an integrated phaser module on the forearm. This is not your standard issue sidearm, it's a Mark 12 rapid discharge phaser, Kappa BLE of both sustained beams and pulse shots. For heavy firepower, we've upgraded your assault weapons with pulsewave cannons and phaser quad rifles. Each weapon is modular, allowing for quick field adjustments. Rico finally spoke, his deep voice cutting through the air. Impressive, Captain. But how does it handle stealth? Poltergeist lives in the shadows. Hermione nodded. Glad you asked. The armor is equipped with an active camouflage system. It can bend light around the wearer, rendering you nearly invisible to both visual and standard sensor scans for up to 5 minutes per charge. Perfect for infiltration. The team exchanged impressed glances, but before anyone could ask more questions, the doors slid open. Grand Admiral Cho swept into the room, her crimson cloak billowing behind her. Her golden Delta insignia caught the light, a symbol of her unmatched authority. Her gaze swept the room, lingering momentarily on Harry, before fixing on Hermione. Captain, she said, her voice cold but commanding. I trust your presentation is complete. Hermione straightened. Yes, Admiral. Poltergeist is ready to deploy. Cho nodded, then turned to the team. Your first test of this new armor will not be in simulations. Starfleet intelligence has identified the largest weapons factory in Cardassian's territory producing hybrid Cardassians Ferengi weaponry. It's heavily fortified, and it poses a significant threat to the border. Your mission is simple. Infiltrate, destroy the facility, and ensure no technology survives. Harry leaned forward, his emerald eyes narrowing. What kind of resistance should we expect? Cho's expression darkened. Everything. This factory is critical to their operations. Expect elite forces, Cardassians, Obsidian Order operatives, Ferengi mercenaries, and perhaps worse. This will not be an easy mission. Payne cracked his knuckles. Sounds like my kind of party. Cho's gaze hardened. Do not underestimate them, Major. Failure is not an option. The Federation cannot afford to let this factory remain operational. She turned to Harry, her voice softening slightly. Vice Grand Admiral, I trust you'll lead them well. Harry nodded, his voice firm. They'll get the job done. Cho lingered for a moment, her gaze holding his, before addressing the room once more. You leave in 1 hour. Dismissed. As she swept out of the room, Hermione deactivated the hologram. The team exchanged looks, the gravity of the mission sinking in. Guess it's time to suit up, Marcus said, his usual bravado tinged with genuine determination. Carrigan grinned. Let's show them what Poltergeist can do. As the team prepared to don their new armor and weapons, the weight of the mission loomed large. But for the first time, they felt like they had an edge, one that might just tip the scales in their favor. The armory aboard the USS Aquarius was a marvel of Starfleet engineering. Walls of shimmering energy fields protected racks of the latest weaponry, while the FAI-NT hum of power resonated through the room. Bright, sterile lights reflected off polished floors, casting sharp shadows on the faces of Team Poltergeist. They stood in a line, anticipation thick in the air. Captain Hermione entered with purposeful strides, her crimson uniform pristine, the golden stripes on her shoulders gleaming like a symbol of her unyielding ingenuity. Behind her, 2 crewmen wheeled in a grav cart loaded with sleek black cases. Each one bore the Starfleet insignia, etched in gold. All right, team, Hermione began, her voice steady but charged with pride. These aren't just phasers. These are your lifelines, your shields, and your swords. Each of these weapons has been customized specifically for you. Starfleet might call it overkill, but I call it preparation. She stopped in front of General Rico, opening the first case. Inside lay a massive, intimidating weapon with sharp, angular lines and glowing blue accents along the barrel. General Rico, Hermione said, lifting the weapon with both hands. This is the pulsewave repeater cannon. It's essentially a portable heavy artillery unit. Fires high-density energy blasts capable of tearing through reinforced armor and energy shields. It has a heat dissipation system, so you can keep firing longer without worrying about overheating. Perfect for your style direct, overwhelming force. Rico accepted the weapon, his eyes narrowing with approval. He hefted it, testing its weight. Feels like Starfleet finally built something worth carrying. Hermione smirked before moving to Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix. She opened another case, revealing a compact, rugged rifle with a matte black finish. Marcus, she said, this is your quad phaser rifle. It has 4 independently powered emitter nodes, allowing you to switch between precision fire, rapid bursts, or even a scatter shot mode for close quarters. It's perfect for someone who likes versatility on the battlefield. Marcus grinned as he took the rifle. Now this is my kind of toy. Can't wait to test it out. Next was Major Carrigan. Hermione opened her case to reveal a sleek, lightweight pistol with glowing green accents. Carrigan, Hermione began, your specialty is speed and precision. This is the high-precision phaser sniper ANST targeting system synced to your Mako helmet, so you'll never miss. It also comes with a plasma disruptor mod for when you want to add some punch to your shots. Carrigan twirled the pistol in her hand with a smirk. Looks like you read my mind, Captain. Finally, Hermione stopped in front of Major Payne. She opened the last case, revealing a weapon that looked more like a sculpted piece of art than a tool of destruction. Its sleek silver finish was adorned with glowing red accents. Payne, Hermione said, her tone almost reverent. This is the heavy disruptor phaser cannon. It's the most powerful weapon in this lineup. One charged shot can disable a starship's internal systems or obliterate fortified positions. Just don't get too trigger happy, it takes time to recharge. Payne let out a low whistle as he accepted the weapon. You really do love me, Captain. Hermione straightened, addressing the group as a whole. These weapons are the culmination of months of research and engineering. They're not just tools, they're an extension of you. Treat them well, and they'll save your lives. She paused, her eyes scanning the team. "You're poltergeist. You operate in the shadows, unseen and unstoppable. These weapons are going to keep it that way." Just as the team began inspecting their new equipment, the doors slid open. And Grand Admiral Cho entered. Her imposing presence filled the room, her crimson cloak flowing like liquid fire. "Captain," Cho said, her cold voice cutting through the moment. "I trust they're ready." Hermione nodded. "They are." Cho's gaze shifted to the team. "Good. You'll need every edge you can get. Your mission briefing has been updated. You depart in 10 minutes. Dismissed." As the team filed out, their new weapons in hand, Hermione watched them go, a mix of pride and worry etched on her face. These weren't just weapons, they were promises of survival in a galaxy that seemed intent on testing their limits. The USS Aquarius slid silently through the void, her hull shimmering as the cloaking device rendered her invisible to Cardassian's sensors. The tense hum of the cloaking field resonated faintly through the bridge, a reminder of their precarious position. Outside, the border patrols of Galore-class warships prowled, their predatory silhouettes highlighted by the swirling nebulae beyond. On the bridge, Vice Grand Admiral Harry stood beside Captain Hermione, his gaze locked on the tactical display. Grand Admiral Cho's orders had been clear: destroy the high-brid weapons facility deep within Cardassian's territory. But the stakes were even higher than the mission brief suggested. Intelligence indicated Obsidian Order involvement, a variable that made failure unthinkable. "Bringing us into the planet's atmosphere," Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix reported from the helm. "Gravity's pull will mask our energy signature. Engaging silent descent." The ship shuddered, as it pierced the upper layers of the Cardassian's world's thick, amber-colored atmosphere. Outside, the stormy clouds roiled, lightning arcing between their layers, casting ominous flashes over the cloaked vessel. "Steady," Harry said, his voice calm but firm. "We're ghosts now. Let's keep it that way." The Aquarius descended into the lower atmosphere, skimming just above a sprawling jungle canopy. The facility loomed ahead, its towering structure illuminated by spotlights and surrounded by high walls bristling with automated turrets. Hermione turned to Harry. "Cloaking holds, but their planetary sensors are dense. Once we disembark, our stealth tech will keep us covered, but only if we move smart." Harry nodded. "Team Poltergeist, gear up. Time to move." In the ship's armory, the team suit ed up in their next-generation Mako combat armor, its matte black plating absorbing the light. Blue energy veins pulsed faintly along the surface, signaling the armor's active systems. The helmets, sleek and angular, featured integrated HUD displays and cloaking technology, rendering the wearers nearly invisible to the naked eye and advanced sensors. Major Carrigan smirked as she adjusted her helmet. "This never gets old. Like walking through a shadow. Just remember," Hermione said, her tone serious, "stealth is your lifeline. That facility is crawling with Obsidian Order operatives and their enhanced anti-proton rifles. Those weapons can bypass energy shielding and tear through armor. Don't give them the chance." "Noted," General Rico said, hefting his pulsewave repeater cannon. "But if things go loud, they'll wish they stayed in bed." Harry stepped into the center of the room, his voice cutting through the tension. "This is a precision mission. No heroics, no unnecessary risks. We get in, plant the charges, and get out. Everyone clear?" A chorus of nods followed. "Good, let's move." The team disembarked silently, their suits cloaked, vanishing into the stormy night as they approached the facility's outer perimeter. The jungle was alive with alien sounds, but Poltergeist moved like shadows, their every step calculated. At the facility's walls, Carrigan tapped her wrist module, deploying a holographic infiltration device. A soft whir followed, and a section of the energy barrier shimmered and deactivated. "Entry point secure," she whispered. The team slipped through, their movements synchronized. Inside, the corridors were dimly lit, the sterile, metallic architecture a stark contrast to the stormy wilderness outside. Patrols of Obsidian guards, clad in black and gold armor, moved in tight groups of 5. Their anti-proton rifles gleaming menacingly. "Guards ahead," whispered Lieutenant Phoenix, his rifle at the ready. 5-man patrol, stealth mode active. Harry signaled for the team to halt. The guards' movements were methodical, their helmets sweeping the area with multi-spectrum sensors. But the Mako armor's advanced cloaking rendered Poltergeist undetectable even to their technology. As the patrol passed, Harry gestured forward, leading the team deeper into the facility. Each step was a test of their training and technology, every shadow a potential threat. They reached the central reactor room, where the hybrid weapons were powered. The chamber was massive, filled with towering machinery humming with ominous energy. At its heart, the hybrid prototypes rested on glowing platforms. Their sleek designs a chilling fusion of Cardassian's brutality and Ferengi ingenuity. Hermione stepped forward, her engineer's mind already dissecting the room. Charges need to be placed here, here, and here, she said, marking the points on their HUDs. This will trigger a chain reaction that'll obliterate the facility. Harry nodded. Rico, Phoenix, cover us. Payne, Carrian, plant the charges. Move fast, we're on borrowed time. As the team moved to their tasks, the tension in the air was palpable. Every sound, every flicker of light, seemed amplified. The specter of discovery loomed large. But Poltergeist worked with precision, their training and trust in one another their greatest weapons. Just as Carrigan armed the final charge, Harry's communicator buzzed. Incoming patrols, came Hermione's voice. They're converging on your position. Cloak up and prepare for exfil. We don't have much time. Harry's jaw tightened. You heard her. Let's vanish. With the charges set and the facility moments away from destruction, the team melted back into the shadows, leaving nothing but the faint hum of the reactor behind. The team moved like whispers, their cloaked forms blending seamlessly into the dim shadows of the facility. Every step was calculated, every breath measured. The charges were set, and the countdown to their silent exfiltration had begun. Then the door to the chamber hissed open. Harry froze, signaling for the team to halt. His hand raised, an instinctive motion to keep silence absolute. Through the narrow slit of his visor, he watched as a Cardassian's officer, his uniform adorned with the insignia of command, stepped into the room. Behind him, a group of elite Obsidian guards followed, their polished black and gold armor reflecting the cold light of the reactor chamber. Each Mavision, anti-proton rifles held tightly, their sensors scanning the room. And then another figure entered, tall, cloaked in the austere greens and blacks of the Romulan Star Empire. Harry's breath caught. The figure's presence radiated authority, his sharp features unmistakable. It was the Romulan Praetor, the head of the Empire himself, a man of legend and infamy. Now standing in the heart of the Cardassians' facility. The team crouched, hidden by their cloaks, as the figures moved toward the hybrid weapons platform. Harry's mind raced. What in the name of the stars is the Praetor doing here? The Cardassians' officer spoke first, his voice low but commanding. The weapons are nearly ready. Their effectiveness in a battlefield scenario will cripple Starfleet's fleets, opening the way for the first wave. The Praetor folded his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and calculating. The Federation's arrogance blinds them. Their ships may outnumber us, but their ideals make them weak. Strike their borders with a coordinated assault, and their morale will shatter. Then we press into the heart of their territory, Earth itself. Harry's stomach twisted. This isn't just about Cardassians' aggression. This is a full-blown alliance. Carrigan and Major Payne, cloaked and positioned on either side of the chamber, shifted slightly, their rifles ready trained on the high-value targets. Harry caught the faint light of Carrigan's visor display as her hand inched toward the trigger. A soft crackle over their encrypted comms reached him. Carrigan's voice was barely audible. Clear shot on the Praetor and the officer. Say the word. Same here, Major Payne added, his tone devoid of emotion but heavy with readiness. Harry's mind spun as he assessed the situation. Taking them out now could derail the alliance, but the noise, the guards, we'd blow our cover in the mission. He glanced toward the charges. We don't have time for a firefight. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Every second felt like an eternity. Admiral, Carrigan pressed, the urgency cutting through the comms. Harry's finger hovered over the comm switch, his pulse hammering in his ears. His training screamed for clarity, for action. But clarity was nowhere to be found. He saw it play out in his mind. The split-second trigger pulls, the guard's immediate retaliation, the charges igniting too soon or worse. Not at all. And then there was the Praetor's voice, smooth and deliberate, pulling Harry back to the moment. The Federation has a fleet amassed along the border, the Praetor said. His tone almost amused. A bluff. By the time they realize our intent, we'll be on their doorstep. The weight of the moment pressed on Harry's chest. One command could change the course of the war or doom the mission. "Harry," came Kerrigan's voice again, softer this time. "We can end this, right now. Just say it." But the consequences clawed at him. If they failed to eliminate all threats in one strike, the team could be exposed and annihilated. Worse, their deaths could alert the Cardassians and Romulans to the Federation's knowledge of their plans, escalating the conflict to catastrophic proportions. Suddenly, the Praetor turned his head slightly, as if sensing something. The room fell silent. Even the hum of the reactor seemed to fade. The Obsidian guards tensed, their fingers tightening on their triggers. Harry's heart stopped. Had they been detected? The Praetor spoke softly, his voice cutting through the tension. "See to it that security is heightened. I sense a presence." The Cardassian's officer nodded, issuing orders to his guards. They began sweeping the chamber, their rifles scanning every inch. "Kerrigan, Payne, hold fire," Harry hissed over the comms, his voice barely audible. "Do not engage." "But, that's an order," he snapped, his tone sharp but laced with desperation. The guards passed dangerously close to Poltergeist's position, their anti-proton rifles sweeping through the shadows. Harry's breath was shallow, every muscle in his body screaming to remain still. As the guards turned away, the Praetor gave a curt nod. "Prepare for deployment. The Federation's days are numbered." With that, the group exited the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them. Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The tension in the comms line broke as Kerrigan whispered. "What the hell was that?" "A choice," Harry replied, his voice heavy. "One I pray doesn't come back to haunt us." The team regrouped, the charges ticking down toward detonation. They had their mission, but now, they also carried the weight of what they had just witnessed. The lights in the briefing room were dim, casting long shadows over the sleek, polished surfaces of the table. Grand Admiral Cho sat at the head, her expression an unreadable mask of calm. Across from her sat General Rico, still in full combat gear, his massive frame filling the chair as he leaned forward with a quiet intensity. At the opposite end of the table, Agent J from the Men in Black sat with a slight slouch, his sharp black suit almost out of place in the stark Starfleet environment. His sunglasses, as always, remained firmly in place, the cool facade masking any hints of the man behind them. He was an enigma, having been offered a position within Team Poltergeist after some rather unusual circumstances involving an intelligence mission that had caught Cho's eye. Today, however, Cho was about to test him. No pleasantries, no easy questions. The full weight of her authority and her tactical mind would bear down on Agent J in a way he hadn't experienced before. Agent J leaned back in his seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes never leaving Cho. "So, what's this about, Grand Admiral? I'm guessing this isn't a job interview, huh?" Cho's piercing gaze locked onto him. She didn't answer immediately, simply letting the silence build until it felt suffocating. When she spoke, it was with a cold, deliberate calm. "You're a wildcard," she began, her voice like the blade of a knife. "You've shown potential, but potential means nothing unless it's tested. I'm going to test you now. I'll ask the questions, and you'll answer truthfully or you'll fail." Agent J raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. "Bring it on." Cho's eyes narrowed, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. "You come from an organization that deals with extraterrestrial threats, correct?" she asked, her tone flat, as though she were stating a simple fact. "An organization that, in theory, is meant to protect the galaxy from threats beyond comprehension. And yet, you want to join my team. A team that thrives in the most dangerous environments known to man." "Yeah," Jay replied, his voice casual, but his posture straightening slightly, "and I've seen things that would make your worst nightmares look like a vacation." "Have you?" Cho's voice was a quiet challenge now. "Or, is it that you think you've seen it all because you've been playing in your sandbox, dealing with nuisances that barely scratch the surface? Tell me, Agent J, what makes you think you're prepared for this kind of war?" Jay's eyes flickered, but his confidence never wavered. "I've faced down aliens that could wipe out entire cities in a blink, and I've done it with nothing but a memory wipe and a little bit of nerve. If that's not being prepared, I don't know what is." Cho's lips curled into a cold smile. "As that's so, I see." You think that fighting simple threats that are predictable and manageable, makes you ready for a true war. The kind that has no rules, no structure, and where the very line between friend and enemy blurs. Tell me this, Agent J, do you have what it takes to execute someone you've known for years if it means the mission succeeds? Rico's gaze flicked between Cho and J, his expression unreadable. J, however, never flinched. He met Cho's cold stare with unwavering resolve. I do what needs to be done, he said, voice unwavering. You can trust me on that. Cho's eyes glinted, a flicker of approval in them for the briefest moment before they returned to their usual icy hardness. Time to relax. Though, tell me, she pressed, her tone more calculating now, what do you value more, loyalty to your team, or loyalty to your mission? Answer me honestly, Agent J. Because one will eventually cost you the other. In this world, you cannot have both. Jay leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, serious level. I value the mission. Always have. I've seen too many good people die trying to protect something that wasn't worth it. But when the team is behind me, I can trust them to watch my back and we'll finish the job together. Cho stared at him for a long moment, her eyes measuring, calculating. She didn't smile, didn't even blink. The silence stretched until it was almost unbearable. Finally, she spoke again, her voice a razor-sharp whisper. So you've chosen the mission. Good. That's the right answer. But make no mistake, Agent J. The day you are forced to choose between your own survival and your team's, that is when you will truly understand the weight of your decision. It is easy to claim allegiance to the mission when you are standing here, safe in this room. Let's see if you remember your words when you're deep in enemy territory, your team on the line. And the mission is slipping away. Jay's face remained stoic, but there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. He knew exactly what she meant. Cho wasn't just testing his resolve, she was testing his humanity. His very soul. Rico spoke up, his voice gruff but supportive. She's not wrong, Jay. You'll have to make those calls. But we're all in it together. Cho's gaze shifted to Rico, and her voice was like ice. You think I care about togetherness, General? I'm not here to nurture them. I'm here to forge them into instruments of destruction. Only the strongest survive under my command. The weak crumble. This isn't a place for sentimentality. Jay let the silence hang for a moment before responding, his voice steady, but with a slight edge of curiosity. Is that how you see it, Cho? You create soldiers, not people. Quote. Cho's expression didn't change. You'll learn, Agent J. If you survive long enough to see it. She stood, her tall figure imposing as she moved past them both. You've been tested. Now you'll see if you truly have what it takes. Welcome to Team Poltergeist. Don't disappoint me. With that, she turned on her heel and exited the room, her cloak billowing behind her. Rico stood, his eyes scanning Jay's face, searching for any signs of doubt. You held your own, Rico said gruffly, a hint of respect in his voice. Just remember, Cho's test isn't over. You've still got a lot to prove. Jay nodded, his cool exterior unbroken. I've got nothing to prove to her yet. But I will. And when the time comes, I'll be ready. As Jay left the room, the weight of Cho's judgment still lingered in the air. A constant reminder that in the world of Poltergeist, survival wasn't just about strength or skill, it was about making impossible choices and facing the consequences without flinching. The room was colder than usual, an invisible tension thick in the air. Agent J leaned casually against the table, his arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. He was used to being in control of the conversation, used to getting under people's skin with his quick wit and sharp words. But today, he had a different target. Grand Admiral Cho sat at the head of the table, her regal posture and cold demeanor already setting the tone. Her gaze never wavered from Jay, her piercing eyes like a hawk's, calculating every movement and word he made. The silence stretched on for a moment as both of them sized each other up. Agent J finally broke the silence with a chuckle. So, you're the one everyone's been talking about, huh? Grand Admiral Cho, you got a reputation, but I gotta say, it doesn't exactly match the picture I was expecting. He paused, taking in her icy demeanor, his smirk never leaving. You're supposed to be this big, bad boss, but you sure don't look like the type who's got a sense of humor. Cho's lips curled into the slightest of smiles, but it was a smile that made the hairs on the back of Agent J's neck stand up. "If I wanted to entertain you, Agent J," she said, her voice cold as ice, "I would have put you in charge of a comedy routine. But as it stands, you're here to be tested, not entertained." Agent J straightened, his sunglasses gleaming under the harsh lights. "Tested? Huh, okay. Let's see what you got. I've been in more battles than you could count, fought things that would make your worst nightmares look like a walk in the park. You think a little cold stare is gonna rattle me?" Quote. Cho leaned forward, her gaze locking with his. "You think you're special, Agent J? You think your little tricks and flashy gadgets are going to impress me?" Her voice dropped to a low, controlled whisper, dripping with contempt. "I've faced threats that you couldn't even comprehend. You're nothing more than a man in a suit with a shiny weapon and a weak smile." Agent J's grin faltered, but he recovered quickly. "I get it. You're tough. Real tough. But you know what? So am I. You might be all high and mighty, but I've seen more in a day than most people see in a lifetime. And you," he jabbed a finger toward her, "you think you can intimidate me just by staring me down. I've been doing this long enough to know when someone's full of hot air." Cho's eyes narrowed, and the air seemed to thicken with tension. "Oh, I'm not trying to intimidate you, Agent J," she said smoothly, her voice becoming a blade. "I'm trying to make you realize that your TTLE world of flashy tech and mind games doesn't hold up when you're standing before someone who has actual power. Someone who can crush you with a single decision. And right now, I'm deciding whether or not you're worth keeping alive on this mission." Jay's smirk finally slipped, replaced by a brief flicker of realization. But he wasn't going to give in so easily. "You think you can scare me, huh? You think you're the baddest thing around. I've gone toe-to-toe with aliens, people who've wiped out entire cities without blinking, and I didn't flinch. You can talk all you want, but at the end of the day, we're both just people, right? And no matter how much you think you control, we're all just one mistake away from being nothing." Cho's eyes flashed with something dark and dangerous. Her next words came out like a weapon a-cutting lethal force that sliced through Jay's bravado. "You want to talk about control, Agent J? Let me remind you who's in charge here." Her voice dropped even further, cold and deliberate, each word wrapping around him like chains. "I am the one who decides your fate. I am the one who can snap you out of existence with a single order. You are a tool, and if you ever forget that, I will personally remind you just how insignificant you truly are." The room went silent. Agent J's mouth went dry, his smirk finally faltering as he realized the weight of her words. Cho didn't wait for him to recover. She leaned closer, her gaze never leaving his. "Let me make this clear, Agent J," she continued, her voice a whisper, but one laced with undeniable authority. "You're nothing in my world. And if you don't understand that, then you're going to be a liability, not an asset. Under my command, you follow orders. You don't get to question them. And you certainly don't get to challenge me." She straightened, her cold eyes sweeping over him like a predator assessing its prey. "Do you understand?" For the first time in the entire conversation, Agent J didn't have a retort. He stood there, speechless, the full force of Cho's authority crashing down on him like a tidal wave. He'd dealt with power before, but this was something entirely different. Something that sent a chill down his spine. One that even his bravado couldn't shake off. "Good," Cho said, her voice turning icy again. "Now that we understand each other, perhaps we can move forward. But know this, cross me, and there won't be any second chances. You will break, and I will make sure of it." With that, Cho turned on her heel and left the room, leaving Agent J standing there, his replaced by T. He unnerving feeling that he'd just encountered something far greater than himself. A force that would break him if he wasn't careful. Major Payne, who had been silently observing the exchange from the doorway, stepped forward. His southern drawl thick as he muttered, "You still think you're in charge, boy? Better rethink that one." Jay stood there for a moment longer, processing what had just happened. Then, with a reluctant exhale, he muttered to himself, "Damn, she's something else." He had just learned the hard way that in the presence of Grand Admiral Cho, no one was ever really in charge. The heavy durasteel doors of the Klingon High Council chamber slammed open, and Agent J walked in with his characteristic swagger, sunglasses firmly in place. His long strides were confident. But the ancient and imposing architecture of the chamber didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. He was used to being the center of attention, and today, it seemed, was no different. The council members and warriors present turned their heads in unison, murmuring under their breath at the uninvited guest. Chancellor Gowron, seated on his throne, eyed Agent J with a piercing gaze. His voice rang out in the chamber, commanding attention with its deep, gravelly tone. Who dares enter the hall of the High Council uninvited? Agent J didn't flinch. With his trademark smile, he pushed his sunglasses up his nose, looking directly at the towering, imposing figure of Gowron. Well, look who it is. The head honcho himself, Chancellor Gowron. I gotta say, you've got the kind of face that screams, I'm in charge. But I gotta wonder, how does someone like you keep that throne? Gowron's eyes narrowed dangerously, and the murmurs in the room grew louder, many of the Klingon warriors' hands inching toward their weapons. You dare question my rule, Earthling? Do you not know the honor of the Klingon Empire? I am the might of Konos. My blood is the blood of Kallus. Agent J held his ground, unfazed. Look, I don't know much about Kallus or your bloodline, but I do know this: you talk a lot about honor, but is it really honor when you can't keep the peace? Maybe your throne's just a glorified seat for show. All this talk of strength and honor, but from where I'm standing, I see a lot of talk and not much action. You've been running things for a while, but it's about time someone put you in check. A collective gasp echoed around the room. The Klingon warriors looked ready to lunge at Agent J, but Gowron raised a hand, his lips curling into a snarl. You speak of action, but you do not understand the weight of leadership. Little human, the might of the Klingon Empire cannot be judged by the likes of you. Agent J's smirk grew wider. Oh, I understand leadership just fine, trust me. I've seen what it takes to lead a whole damn planet, and you know what? I think your whole empire's a bit of a mess. Maybe it's time someone like me took over, shook things up a little. Before the words could settle in the air, Captain Benjamin Sisko, who had been quietly observing from the side, stepped forward, his own presence demanding attention. His voice rang with authority as he spoke, his sharp gaze locking onto Agent J. That's enough, Agent J, Sisko said, his tone like steel. You don't just walk into a room like this and talk down to a chancellor. You might have charm, but that won't save you here. Gowron is not just some rival to be bested with words. He commands the Klingon Empire. You do well to remember who you're speaking to. Agent J raised an eyebrow, but his smile faltered slightly. He was used to being the one in charge, used to outwitting everyone in a room, but Sisko's no-nonsense tone made him pause for a moment. However, he wasn't one to back down easily. Yeah, Sisko. I hear you, but I'm just saying, this whole Klingon thing, it's stuck in the past. Maybe it's time they took a look at the future, ya know. Agent J shot a quick glance back at Gowron, still standing strong, though now his features were flushed with barely contained rage. But before anything else could escalate, the doors to the chamber suddenly slammed open again. Grand Admiral Cho Ntered with her usual commanding presence, her eyes immediately locking onto Agent J. Her cold, unflinching gaze sent a chill through the room, and the Klingons, sensing the authority in her very posture, fell silent. Agent J, Cho said, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. That's enough. She crossed the chamber in swift, deliberate steps and stopped directly in front of J. Her eyes narrowed, the weight of her leadership settling into every word she spoke. You've done enough for today. If you want to continue testing your boundaries, I'll be more than happy to let you do it. In a place where your bravado won't get anyone killed. Agent J opened his mouth, but Cho raised a hand, silencing him instantly. Her voice was low, but there was no mistaking the threat behind it. Do not forget who you're dealing with. You think you can just walk into a room and challenge the leadership of the Klingon Empire, and I'm supposed to stand by and watch? You're nothing more than a child testing fire without understanding the consequences. Sisko, who had been silently observing the interaction, let out a quiet sigh, then gave Gowron a respectful nod. Chancellor, I apologize for this misstep. We'll ensure Agent J is properly reminded of his place. Gowron, his eyes still burning with anger, sneered at J. You would do well to remember that this is my house, little man. If you have the audacity to challenge me again, I will not show you mercy. Know your place before you find yourself in a challenge you cannot win. Cho's gaze didn't leave Agent J as she turned toward the exit, her voice hard as steel. You're coming with me, now. Agent J's cocky smile wavered as he realized that his gamble had backfired spectacularly. He stood there for a moment longer, watching Gowron's steely glare. Before turning back to Cho, his posture suddenly deflated. All right, I'm coming, Cho, he said, though his tone was tinged with reluctance. As Cho led him out of the chamber, her presence like an iron fist at his back, she spoke, her voice laced with barely contained fury. You test too many people, Jay. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, I'll have you thrown into a Klingon prison and left to rot. Understood. Agent J swallowed, now fully aware that he was no longer the one calling the shots. Yeah, I got it. You don't need to twist my arm, Cho. Damn, I'm starting to think I've bitten off more than I can chew. With one final glance at the council chamber, Cho turned and ushered Agent J out of the room, her gaze unwavering as she led him back to the Enterprise F. The lesson had been learned. In the presence of Grand Admiral Cho, no one, not even Agent J, could get away with testing the limits of their authority. Agent J was seated in the middle of the mess hall, his tray loaded with a cheeseburger, fries, and a tall glass of iced tea. He lounged comfortably, a grin on his face as he bantered with a couple of crew members nearby. Suddenly, the mess hall doors hissed open with a loud whoosh, and in stormed Chancellor Gowron, his eyes wide and wild, the ridges of his forehead furrowed deeply with rage. The room fell silent as every crew member froze, staring at the towering Klingon figure who radiated fury. Gowron's booming voice echoed through the room. Agent J, you dare to disgrace me before my council and think it ends there. J looked up from his tray, a fry halfway to his mouth. He blinked in surprise, then casually leaned back in his chair. Well, look who it is. Mr. Big Eyes and Big Energy. What's up, Gowron? You here for a cheeseburger or just my charming company? Gowron growled, swatting Jay's tray off the table with a single powerful motion, sending food and drink flying across the floor. Enough of your insolence. You question my honor, my leadership. Prove your worth, human. You and I an arm wrestling match. Now, Jay raised an eyebrow, smirking as he wiped a bit of ketch, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Alright, big guy, let's do this. But I warn you, I don't go easy on anybody. The mess hall erupted into murmurs as the crew gathered around the table. Gowron slammed his elbow onto the surface, his massive hand open and ready. Jay stood, shaking out his arms dramatically before taking his seat across from the Klingon Chancellor. Alright, y'all, Jay said, addressing the crowd. Watch and learn. This is how humans show Klingons who's boss. They locked hands, and the tension in the room was palpable. Gowron sneered, his teeth bared. You will regret your arrogance, Starfleet worm. Jay grinned. Yeah, let's see if those forehead ridges give you an edge. With a growl from Gowron and a cocky laugh from Jay, the match began. Gowron's raw strength was immediately apparent, his hand forcing Jay's closer to the table within seconds. Sweat beaded on Jay's brow as he gritted his teeth, trying to hold his ground. Come on, Jay, someone shouted from the crowd. Stay in the game, man. But Gowron was unrelenting. With a triumphant roar, he slammed Jay's hand onto the table, shaking the entire mess hall. The crowd erupted into cheers and gasps, some clapping while others whispered in awe of the Klingon Chancellor's might. Jay sat back, shaking his sore arm with a wince. Alright, you win, Mr. Wrath of Konos. Don't gotta rub it in. But Gowron leaned forward, pointing a thick finger at Jay. Remember this, human. The blood of Khalas flows through my veins. Do not challenge what you cannot defeat. Before Jay could respond, the mess hall doors opened again, and Grand Admiral Cho walked in, her crimson cloak billowing behind. Her expression was icy, her accent sharp as her gaze cut across the scene. What is going on here? The crowd parted, revealing Gowron towering over Jay, who was still nursing his pride in his arm. Cho's eyes narrowed as she strode forward. Chancellor Gowron, she said coldly. This is my ship, and this behavior is unacceptable. You have made your point. Leave. Gowron turned to face her. His broad chest puffed out. I will leave when I choose, Grand Admiral. Your human insulted me before my council. Honor demands satisfaction. Cho's expression darkened. She stepped up to Gowron. Her head barely reaching his chest, but her presence radiated authority. You are a guest aboard my ship, Chancellor. Your honor does not supersede my command. I said, leave. Gowron sneered, leaning down until his face was inches from hers. You would dare order me? Without a word, Cho reared her head back and delivered a powerful headbutt directly to Gowron's ridged forehead. The impact echoed through the mess hall, and the crowd gasped as Gowron stumbled back, clutching his head in shock. Cho didn't flinch, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Yes, I would dare. Your guards will escort you off this ship, or I will. Your choice. Gowron's two guards hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to support their chancellor. Though stunned, Gowron looked at Cho with a newfound respect. A small, grudging smile playing at his lips. You have spirit, Grand Admiral. Perhaps too much, but this is not over. As his guards led him out of the mess hall, Cho turned her attention to Jay, who was still sitting in stunned silence. You, she said sharply, her Chinese accent thickening with her anger. Get up. You have embarrassed yourself and this ship enough for one day. Jay stood quickly, holding up his hands in surrender. Hey, Cho, I didn't ask for the Hulk over there to throw down. He came to me. Cho's eyes narrowed, her voice low and deadly. If you want to survive in this galaxy, Agent J, you will learn respect. Consider this your final warning. She turned on her heel and marched out of the mess hall, leaving Jay to stand amidst the murmuring crew. He sighed, rubbing his arm. Man, he muttered to himself, I gotta stop messing with people who headbutt like freight trains. The team moved like whispers, their cloaked forms blending seamlessly into the dim shadows of the facility. Every step was calculated, every breath measured. The charges were set, and the countdown to their silent exfiltration had begun. Then the door to the chamber hissed open. Harry froze, signaling for the team to halt. His hand raised, an instinctive motion to keep silence absolute. Through the narrow slit of his visor, he watched as a Cardassian's officer, his uniform adorned with the insignia of command, stepped into the room. Behind him, a group of elite Obsidian guards followed, their polished black and gold armor reflecting the cold light of the reactor chamber. Each moved with military precision, anti-proton rifles held tightly, their sensors scanning the room. And then another figure entered, tall, cloaked in the austere greens and blacks of the Romulan Star Empire. Harry's breath caught. The figure's presence radiated authority, his sharp features unmistakable. It was the Romulan Praetor, the head of the Empire himself, a man of legend and infamy. Now standing in the heart of the Cardassians' facility. The team crouched, hidden by their cloaks, as the figures moved toward the hybrid weapons platform. Harry's mind raced. What in the name of the stars is the Praetor doing here? The Cardassians' officer spoke first, his voice low but commanding. The weapons are nearly ready. Their effectiveness in a battlefield scenario will cripple Starfleet's fleets, opening the way for the first wave. The Praetor folded his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and calculating. The Federation's arrogance blinds them. Their ships may outnumber us, but their ideals make them weak. Strike their borders with a coordinated assault, and their morale will shatter. Then we press into the heart of their territory, Earth itself. Harry's stomach twisted. This isn't just about Cardassians' aggression. This is a full-blown alliance. Kerrigan and Major Payne, cloaked and positioned on either side of the chamber, shifted slightly, their rifles ready trained on the high-value targets. Harry caught the faint light of Kerrigan's visor display as her hand inched toward the trigger. A soft crackle over their encrypted comms reached him. Kerrigan's voice was barely audible. Clear shot on the Praetor and the officer. Say the word. Same here, Major Payne added, his tone devoid of emotion but heavy with readiness. Harry's mind spun as he assessed the situation. Taking them out now could derail the alliance, but the noise, the guards, we'd blow our cover in the mission. He glanced toward the charges. We don't have time for a firefight. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Every second felt like an eternity. Vice Grand Admiral, Kerrigan pressed, the urgency cutting through the comms. Harry's finger hovered over the comm switch, his pulse hammering in his ears. His training screamed for clarity, for action. But clarity was nowhere to be found. He saw it play out in his mind. The split-second trigger pulls, the guard's immediate retaliation. The charges igniting too soon or worse, not at all. And then there was the Praetor's voice, smooth and deliberate, pulling Harry back to the moment. The Federation has a fleet amassed along the border, the Praetor said. His tone almost amused. A bluff. By the time they realize our intent, we'll be on their doorstep. The weight of the moment pressed on Harry's chest. One command could see: change the course of the war or doom the mission. Harry, came Kerrigan's voice again, softer this time. We can end this, right now. Just say it. But the consequences clawed at him. If they failed to eliminate all threats in one strike, the team could be exposed and annihilated. Worse, their deaths could alert the Cardassians and Romulans to the Federation's knowledge of their plans, escalating the conflict to catastrophic proportions. Suddenly, the Praetor turned his head slightly, as if sensing something. The room fell silent. Even the hum of the reactor seemed to fade. The Obsidian guards tensed, their fingers tightening on their triggers. Harry's heart stopped. Had they been detected? The Praetor spoke soft through the tension. See to it that security is heightened. I sense a presence. The Cardassian's officer nodded, issuing orders to his guards. They began sweeping the chamber, their rifles scanning every inch. Kerrigan, Payne, hold fire, Harry hissed over the comms, his voice barely audible. Do not engage. But, that's an order, he snapped, his tone sharp but laced with desperation. The guards passed dangerously close to Poltergeist's position, their anti-proton rifles sweeping through the shadows. Harry's breath was shallow, every muscle in his body screaming to remain still. As the guards turned away, the Praetor gave a curt nod. Prepare for deployment. The Federation's days are numbered. With that, the group exited the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them. Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The tension in the comms line broke as Kerrigan whispered. What the hell was that? A choice, Harry replied, his voice heavy. One I pray doesn't come back to haunt us. The team regrouped, the charges ticking down toward detonation. They had their mission, but now, they also carried the weight of what they had just witnessed. The team moved swiftly, their boots barely making a sound against the cold metal floors of the facility. The charges were set, the mission almost complete. All that remained was reaching the extraction point. Then, without warning, their cloaking devices flickered and failed. The shimmering distortion around them disappeared, leaving them exposed in the brightly lit corridor. Harry swore under his breath. Stealth is down. Move. Before anyone could react further, a shrill alarm blared through the facility. Red lights strobed along the walls as automated defenses activated, and from the far end of the corridor, Obsidian guards poured in, their sleek black armor glinting in the crimson light. The first volley of anti-proton fire screamed through the air, narrowly missing Rico as he dove for cover. Ambush! Rico barked, unloading a volley from his phaser rifle. The energy bolts slammed into the advancing guards, but their heavy armor absorbed most of the damage. Keep moving, Harry ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos. The team pressed forward, their Mako armor absorbing GL. Ansing hits but showing strain under the relentless assault. Captain Hermione was at the center, her engineering skills critical for disabling facility defenses during their retreat. She fired bursts of concentrated phaser energy, her precision disabling an automated turret overhead. Rico and Kerrigan led the charge, their weapons blazing. Payne and Phoenix provided suppressing fire, their expert RKS manship picking off guards one by one. But the Cardassians didn't relent. More guards joined the fray, their anti-proton red beam streaks cutting through the air with deadly precision. The corridor soon turned into a war zone. Poltergeist fought long and hard, the best they could, not letting up for a second while avoiding the anti-proton beams. As they approached the exit, a stray anti-proton bolt struck Hermione squarely in the side, penetrating her armor. The impact sent her sprawling to the floor, her weapon skidding away, screamed out in agony. ARRRGGGGHHH. Hermione. Harry's voice was raw as he sprinted to her side. She gasped for air, her face pale as she clutched her side. Blood seeped through her uniform, staining the pristine fabric. I'm fine, she choked out, but her labored breathing said otherwise. You're not fine, Harry growled, hoisting her into his arms. The weight of her armor made the task harder, but he refused to let her go. "Sir, we've got incoming," Phoenix shouted. Another wave of guards rounded the corner, their rifles raised. "Cover us," Harry barked. Rico, Carrian, Phoenix, and Payne formed a tight defensive line, their phasers unleashing deadly torrents of energy. The corridor lit up with the exchange of fire, the air filled with the acrid smell of burning metal and ozone. "Keep moving, Harry," Rico yelled, his voice strained as he took out a guard who had gotten too close. Harry gritted his teeth, carrying Hermione as fast as he could. She groaned in pain, her head lolling against his shoulder. "We're almost there," he muttered, more to himself than her. The team reached the final corridor leading to the Aquarius. Outside the massive blast doors, the ship hovered in stealth mode, its cloaking field partially active. The hatch was open, the faint glow of its interior a beacon of hope. "Go, go, go," Payne roared, firing one last volley before turning to sprint toward the ship. Harry crossed the threshold with Hermione just as another bolt grazed his shoulder. Payne shot through him, but he pushed forward, collapsing onto the deck as the hatch sealed behind them. "Get us out of here," Rico shouted to the pilot. The Aquarius roared to life, its engines igniting as it shot upward through the atmosphere. Inside, the team surrounded Hermione, their faces grim. Harry knelt beside her, his hands pressing against her wound to stem the bleeding. "You're going to be okay," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Hermione managed a weak smile. "Remind me to upgrade the armor, again." Rico clapped Harry on the shoulder. "She's tough. She'll pull through." Quote. Harry nodded, but his jaw remained tight as he glanced out the viewport. Below them, the charges they had set detonated, engulfing the facility in a fiery explosion. The mission was a success but at a cost. And as the Aquarius cloaked and disappeared into the stars, Harry couldn't shake the image of Hermione's blood on his hands or the nagging fear that this was only the beginning. The mission debrief room aboard the USS Aquarius was tense, the air heavy with unspoken words. The team sat scattered around, their armor battered, and their faces lined with exhaustion. Harry stood at the head of the room, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The faint hum of the ship's engines was the only sound until Carrian broke the silence. "This could have all been avoided," she snapped, her voice slicing through the quiet like a disruptor beam. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Care to explain yourself, Major?" Carrian stood abruptly, her chair screeching against the metal floor. "Explain? You want me to explain?" She gestured wildly. "We had the Romulan Praetor and the Cardassians officer in our sights, Harry. Two of the most critical enemies to the Federation. Standing there like Targ at a hunting range, and you told us to hold fire." The room tensed, all eyes darting between the two. Rico leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his expression neutral but watchful. Phoenix shifted uneasily, while Payne just shook his head, clearly anticipating the fireworks. "You think it was that simple?" Harry retorted, his voice sharp. "You think taking that shot would have solved everything?" Carrian took a step closer, her eyes blazing. "Yes, it would have sent a message. A decisive strike that would have thrown their whole operation into disarray. Instead, we ked away and almost got killed because you hesitated." Harry stepped forward, his presence commanding but restrained. "We're not assassins, Carrian. That's not how Starfleet operates. Those two weren't the only targets in that facility. Their deaths would have tipped off the entire Cardassians and Ferengi alliances about our presence. We needed intel, not a bloodbath. And what the hell did we get?" She shot back. "Hermione's in critical condition, we barely escaped, and now we're reacting instead of leading. This isn't strategy, it's survival." The tension was palpable, and even Rico, who rarely got involved in these arguments, finally spoke. "Carrigan's got a point, Harry," he said, his tone measured. "The intel was important, but so was the opportunity. Sometimes a bold move can end a war before it begins." Harry's jaw clenched. "And sometimes a bold move plunges us into one without a plan. Killing them would have made martyrs of them and united the entire Cardassians and Romulan factions against us. We're not playing chess here, this is life and death." Carrian shook hepping but losing none of its intensity. "You're too cautious, always waiting for the perfect moment. Newsflash, Harry, it doesn't exist. While you're weighing the pros and cons, People like Hermione pay the price. And one day, it'll be all of us. Harry's expression softened for just a moment, but he quickly masked it. I made the call, Carrigan. If you want to question my command, take it to Cho. But on this ship, I expect my orders to be followed. The room fell into a strained silence. Carrigan glared at Harry, her chest rising and falling as she struggled to keep her temper in check. Phoenix, ever the pragmatist, finally broke the silence. We're all pissed, but we've got bigger problems. The factory's gone, and the intel we recovered gives us a chance to disrupt their plans. Let's focus on that instead of tearing each other apart. Carrigan let out a frustrated sigh and sat down, crossing her arms tightly. Fine, but don't expect me to forget this. Harry nodded curtly. Noted. Now, if we're done with the insubordination, let's focus on the next steps. The war isn't going to wait for us to sort out our issues. As the team slowly dispersed, the tension lingered like a storm cloud. Rico caught Harry's eye on his way out and gave him a small, knowing nod, as if to say, you handled that as best as you could. But as Harry watched Carrigan leave, her anger still radiating off her in waves, he couldn't help but wonder if his decision had cost him more than just a clean mission. It might have cost him the trust of his team. The doors to Grand Admiral Cho's ready room hissed open, and Harry stepped inside. The faint scent of jasmine lingered in the air, mingling with the soft hum of the ship. Cho stood by the large viewport, her hands clasped behind her back, her red cloak draping elegantly to her ankles. Sit, she said without turning, her tone cool and commanding. Harry obeyed, his posture rigid. You wanted to see me, Admiral. Cho turned, her dark eyes locking onto his. Do you know why I called you here? I assume it's about the mission, Harry replied evenly, though his jaw tightened. You assume correctly, Cho said, her voice sharp as a blade. She paced toward him, her golden-striped cloak catching the dim light. Explain to me why my second-in-command, my Vice Grand Admiral, allowed a situation to escalate to the point where one of our top engineers is in critical condition, and your team nearly fell apart at the seams. Harry inhaled deeply, meeting her gaze. I made the call I believed was right. Taking the shot would have jeopardized the mission and Cho held up a hand, silencing him. And nearly cost you the trust of your team, she finished for him. I've read the reports, Harry. Carrigan's insubordination, the loss of stealth, Hermione's injuries. These are not acceptable outcomes. He bristled slightly but held his tongue. Cho's voice softened, though her intensity didn't waver. You're a brilliant leader, Harry. But brilliance alone won't win wars. Your team needs to believe in you unequivocally. Doubt is a cancer, and right now, it's spreading among poltergeist. Harry nodded slowly. I understand, Admiral. Cho stepped closer, her tone dropping to something more personal. Do you? Because if I thought for a moment that you didn't, I wouldn't have entrusted you with the title of Vice Grand Admiral. She paused, her gaze softening just slightly. You're better than this, and you will do better. Harry stood, his expression resolute. I won't let you down. Cho's lips curved into a faint smile, though her eyes remained calculating. See that you don't. You're too valuable to lose, Harry. Professionally, and otherwise. The briefing room was alive with tension as Harry leaned over the holographic map of the Cardassians' facility, his team gathered around him. Rico, Carrigan, Payne, and Phoenix were focused, but the air was thick with unspoken words. The sudden hiss of the doors startled them all. In strode Chancellor Gowron, flanked by two hulking Klingon warriors. His presence was a storm, his golden sash gleaming against his dark battle armor. His eyes blazed with fury, and his booming voice shattered the quiet. Admiral Potter, Gowron growled, his voice reverberating through the room. What were you thinking? The team froze, exchanging uneasy glances as Harry straightened, meeting Gowron's gaze. Chancellor Gowron, Harry said evenly, masking his surprise. To what do I owe the honor of your visit? Honor. Goro. N spat the word as though it were poison. You speak of honor after that. After you had the Romulan praetor and a high-ranking Cardassians officer in your sights and you let them walk away. Harry's jaw tightened, but his tone remained calm. I made the call I believed was right for the mission. Right. Gowron's laughter was harsh, his teeth bared. The right call would have been to kill them where they stood. Two of the Federation's greatest enemies, served to you on a platter, and you chose cowardice. Carrian, emboldened by the Klingon leader's words, crossed her arms and muttered, "He's not wrong." Harry shot her a warning look before turning back to Gowron. "I wasn't about to risk compromising the mission. If we'd taken the shot, the entire facility would have been on high alert. We might not have made it out alive." Gowron slammed his fists onto the table, making the holographic map flicker. A warrior does not think of escape when glory is within reach. You had the chance to cripple their plans, and deliver a blow that would echo through the halls of history, and you hesitated. Harry's temper flared, though he kept it controlled. "With all due respect, Chancellor, this isn't a Klingon warship. My team's survival and the success of the mission come first. If I'd taken that shot and failed, we'd be dead, and the intel we gathered would be lost." Gowron sneered. "Intel? Bah, intel is meaningless without action. What good is knowing their plans if you lack the courage to stop them?" The room was silent, the tension palpable. Even Rico, usually quick with a quip, seemed to hold his breath. Harry stepped closer to Gowron, his green eyes blazing now. "Chancellor, I respect your ways, but I will not sacrifice my team for a fleeting moment of glory. This isn't about my pride or yours. It's about ensuring the Federation is ready for what's coming." Gowron's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "Be careful, Potter. Do not confuse pragmatism with cowardice. You may hold the rank of Vice Grand Admiral, but in my eyes, you still have much to prove." "I'm not here to prove anything to you," Harry replied sharply. "I'm here to protect the Federation, and that includes its allies." Gowron studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a guttural laugh, he stepped back. "Perhaps you have the makings of a warrior after all. But know this: hesitation is a luxury you cannot afford. Next time, do not miss the chance to strike." Without another word, Gowron turned and strode out of the room, his warriors following in his wake. The silence that followed was deafening. Rico let out a low whistle. "Well, that was fun." Harry sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Let's get back to work." Carrian crossed her arms, her glare still icy. "He's not wrong. You know, you should have taken the shot." Harry's gaze hardened. "This discussion is over. We have a mission to plan." The team exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing further. The weight of the Klingon Chancellor's words lingering in the air. Harry's quarters were quieter than usual, the weight of the recent mission hanging over the crew. Harry was alone in his ready room, staring at the holographic map of the Cardassians' facility. His mind churned with the what-ifs, the doubts that gnawed at him since they had escaped. "Ah, Harry Potter," came a voice as SM. Uth as silk and as smug as a Ferengi banker. Starfleet's golden boy, now turned military strategist. How quaint. Harry looked up sharply to see Q lounging in midair, legs crossed, wearing a perfect Lee-tailored Starfleet uniform with a captain's rank. A SM face, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. "Q," Harry said, exhaling slowly. "I don't have time for your games right now." "Oh, but this isn't a game, my dear boy," Q replied, snapping his fingers. The holographic map morphed into a vivid reenactment of the moment in the Cardassians' facility, the Romulan praetor and the Cardassians' officer in their sights. Kerrigan's hand steady on the trigger. "This is a teaching moment." Harry's jaw tightened. "What do you want?" Q floated closer, circling Harry like a predator assessing its prey. And to understand why you let a perfectly good opportunity slip through your fingers. A Romulan praetor and a Cardassians mastermind, ripe for the taking, and you hesitated. "I made the best decision for my team and the mission." Harry shot back. "Did you?" Q leaned in, his smirk widening. "Or were you simply afraid of making the wrong decision?" Harry stood, his posture rigid. "I wasn't going to risk their lives for a reckless shot." "If we'd failed," Q interrupted with a dramatic groan. If. The most tiresome word in the human vocabulary. You're living in a universe of infinite possibilities, Harry. And yet, you cling to your oh-so-rigid Starfleet protocols like a child clutching their Hogwarts-issued science manual. Harry's eyes narrowed. Hogwarts is the finest scientific institution in Starfleet. It taught me to think critically and act responsibly. "Oh, spare me the lecture," Q retorted, rolling his eyes. "Your precious Hogwarts may have given you the tools, but it didn't give you the guts. That's something you'll have to find on your own. Harry bristled. You don't understand what it means to lead, to carry the weight of other people's lives. It's not about guts, it's about responsibility. Q clapped his hands mockingly. Bravo, Vice Grand Admiral. A textbook Starfleet response. But let me tell you something, Harry. The universe doesn't care about your rules or your responsibilities. It rewards boldness, decisiveness, and yes, a little chaos. Harry's voice was ice. And what would you have done, Q? Risked everything for a moment of glory. Q's smirk faded, replaced by an uncharacteristic seriousness. Glory. No, Harry, not glory, impact. Those 2 lives, snuffed out in that room, could have saved millions. But instead, you left the galaxy's chessboard intact. And now the pieces are still moving toward war. Harry stared at him, his resolve firm. I'll deal with the consequences of my choices. But I won't gamble with my team's lives. Q sighed theatrically, snapping his fingers again. The holographic scene vanished, replaced by the vast expanse of space. Ah, such a noble sentiment. Predictable, really. But tell me this, Harry, how long do you think Starfleet's shining star will stay aloft before it burns out under the weight of all that nobility? Harry stepped closer, his voice unwavering. As long as it takes to protect the Federation and everyone in it. Q regarded him for a moment, his expression inscrutable. Then, with a sly smile, he said, You're an interesting one, Potter. Perhaps there's hope for you yet. But don't disappoint me, I hate being bored. And with that, Q vanished in a flash of light, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts once more, the weight of his decision heavier than ever. 3 days later, Harry sat alone. In the dimly lit observation lounge of the Enterprise F, his eyes fixed on the streaking stars of warp space. His thoughts swirled with guilt and second-guessing Kerrigan's anger, Gowron's disappointment. And Q's cryptic mockery weighed heavily on him. For all his efforts to be the leader Starfleet needed, the doubt clawed at him relentlessly. The soft chime of the door broke the silence. Without waiting for a response, Grand Admiral Cho stepped inside, her crimson cloak flowing behind her like liquid fire. In her hands, she carried an elegant crystal decanter of wine and 2 matching glasses. Her presence filled the room, commanding yet calm, her dark eyes fixed on Harry. May I join you, Harry? She asked, her voice smooth and deliberate, the faint lilt of Katie Leung's accent making it even more soothing. Harry turned, surprised, then nodded. Of course, Admiral Cho, she corrected with a rare, almost playful smile as she set the decanter and glasses on the table. No titles tonight, just Cho and Harry. He watched her pour the deep red wine into the glasses, the ambient light catching the golden accents of her pristine uniform. She handed him one, her fingers brushing his briefly. A toast, she said softly, raising her glass. To what? He asked, his voice carrying a note of weariness. To us, she replied, her eyes locking with his. To the fact that, despite everything, we're here. Together. Harry hesitated for a moment, then clinked his glass against hers. To us, he echoed. They sipped in silence, the weight of their shared burdens momentarily melting away. Cho sat beside him, closer than protocol would normally allow, and leaned back, letting herself relax in a way Harry had rarely seen. I saw the way Q toyed with you, she said after a moment, her tone quiet but firm. You're carrying so much, Harry. Too much. He let out a bitter laugh. It comes with the rank, doesn't it? Cho's expression softened, a rare vulnerability flickering across her face. I know what it's like to bear the weight of command, to feel like every decision is a gamble with lives on the line. But you don't have to carry it alone. Harry looked at her, his usual guarded demeanor faltering. And what if I make the wrong choice? What if my hesitation, my caution costs lives? Cho reached out, placing a hand gently on his. You're human, Harry. You will make mistakes, but you have a strength that few others possess, a heart that refuses to let others pay the price for your choices. That's what makes you a great leader. Her words struck a chord deep within him, and for the first time in days, he felt a flicker of solace. He took another sip of wine, the warmth of the drink matching the warmth of her presence. You always seem so composed, so untouchable, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. How do you do it? Cho smiled faintly, her gaze drifting to the stars. It's a mask, Harry. One I've worn for so long, I sometimes forget what's underneath. But with you, she turned back to him, her eyes searching his. I don't want to wear it anymore. The air between them grew thick with unspoken emotion. Harry set his glass down, his hand lingering near hers. Cho, she leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. Let me carry this with you. Let me be your strength when you need it, just as you've been mine. Harry's breath hitched, the vulnerability in her words cutting through the walls he'd built around himself. He didn't resist when she placed her other hand on his cheek, her touch light but grounding. For a long moment, they stayed like that, the stars outside their only witnesses. Then, slowly, Harry closed the distance between them, their foreheads touching as if to seal an unspoken vow. You're not alone, Harry, she murmured. Not anymore. And in that quiet, intimate moment, the weight of their respective burdens felt just a little lighter. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, bound by a connection that had grown stronger with every shared triumph, every shared doubt. For the first time in a long while, Harry allowed himself to simply be with her, for her, and perhaps, because of her. The briefing room was tense, the air thick with anticipation. Team Poltergeist, Captain Hermione, Fleet Admiral Yuri, and key tactical officers sat around the table, their faces grim. Cho stood at the head, her presence commanding. A holographic display of the Cardassian sector hovered above the table, highlighting key strategic locations. Our intelligence confirms that the Cardassians plan to deploy their hybrid weapons from a central hub. Cho began, gesturing to a planet deep within Cardassians' territory. This factory is heavily fortified, but it's the nerve center of their operation. If we take it out, we cripple T. Hermione leaned forward, her brow furrowed. That's easier said than done. Their defenses will be on high alert. Cho's gaze swept over the room, landing on Harry. That's why we're taking a more unconventional approach. Harry raised an eyebrow. Unconventional how? Cho's lips curved into a faint smile. We're going to use the stealth modifications you developed with Captain Hermione's help. But this time, we're not just cloaking the Aquarius. We're cloaking an entire strike force. A murmur rippled through the room. Kerrigan crossed her arms, her expression skeptical. Cloaking multiple ships at once. That's risky. If one falters, the entire operation is compromised. It's a calculated risk, Cho replied, her tone calm but firm. But it's our best chance to strike before they're ready. Harry leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady on Cho. What's the timeline? 36 hours, she said. That's all we have to prepare. A silence fell over the room as the gravity of the mission sank in. Then, to everyone's surprise, Cho stepped closer to Harry, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder. This mission will test us all, she said, her voice softer now, but no less resolute. But I have faith in every one of you. Especially you, Harry. The room fell silent, the weight of her words lingering. Harry met her gaze, a spark of unspoken understanding passing between them. I won't let you down, he said quietly. Cho's lips curved into a rare, genuine smile. I know you won't. As the team began discussing the details of the mission, the connection between Harry and Cho became a quiet yet undeniable presence, an anchor amidst the chaos. The atmosphere in the briefing room was charged as Team Poltergeist assembled, joined by Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Grand Admiral Harry Potter, and Fleet Admiral Yuri. The holographic display of the Cardassian sector cast a cold blue light over the room, highlighting the factory at the center of their mission. Grand Admiral Cho, standing at the head of the table, began with her signature calm authority. As you've all been briefed, this facility is the keystone of the Cardassians' hybrid weapons program. Its destruction will significantly delay their deployment efforts. Kerrigan, her voice calm but biting, cut in. Delay, not stop. They'll rebuild. Cho's gaze flicked to her. That's why it's imperative we hit them hard and fast, leaving no chance for recovery. This is not a negotiation, Major. Harry cleared his throat, stepping in. The plan is straightforward. We'll infiltrate using the Aquarius's enhanced stealth systems. Captain Hermione's modifications give us an edge, but timing is critical. Once inside, we plant charges on key systems and extract before reinforcements can pin us down. Kerrigan, arms crossed, scoffed audibly. With all due respect, Vice Grand Admiral, I don't think you're the best choice to lead this mission. The room tensed. General Rico, leaning back in his chair, gave Carrigan a sharp look. You wanna explain that, Carrigan? His voice carried his authoritative gruffness, daring her to continue. She didn't hesitate. General Rico has more experience in ground operations. This mission needs precision and decisiveness, not hesitation. Harry's jaw tightened, but he kept his tone steady. I understand your concerns, Major, but this isn't just about ground tactics. This mission requires coordination with the Aquarius and a broader understanding of fleet operations. That's why I'm leading. Carrigan started to retort, but Cho's voice cut through, cold and unyielding. Major Carrigan, I expect professionalism from my officers. If you question Vice Grand Admiral Potter's leadership again, you'll answer to me. The room fell silent. Carrigan's lips thinned, but she gave a curt nod. Understood, Grand Admiral. Before the tension could ease, Agent J, leaning casually in his chair, decided to break the silence. Man, this is better than Klingon opera. All this drama, and we haven't even suited up yet. Major Payne turned toward him, his deep southern drawl cutting in. You keep running that mouth, Jay, and I'll give you something to sing about. Jay smirked, leaning forward. Oh, I'm shaken in my boots. Big, bad Payne with his big, bad scowl. You know, maybe we should call you Major Buzzkill. Marcus Phoenix chuckled, his gruff southern voice carrying across the room. Jay, you keep pokin' the bear, you're gonna get mauled. Hermione, seated at the far end of the table, rubbed her temples. Can we focus, please? Some of us have actual work to do. Cho's icy glare silenced the room entirely. You'll suit up in 20 minutes. Dismissed. The team gathered in the armory, where rows of gleaming Mako armor stood waiting. Captain Hermione stood in the center, her British accent crisp as she addressed the group. These are the latest iterations of Mako combat gear. You'll find enhanced strength augmentation, adaptive camouflage, and improved energy shielding integrated into the design. Quote, she gestured toward the sleek black and silver armor. The material glinted under the fluorescent lights, its design streamlined yet rugged. Gold accents marked the edges, and each suit bore the Starfleet insignia engraved into the chestplate. Each suit is tailored to your physiology and skill set, Hermione continued. The helmets feature an advanced HUD, allowing for real-time tactical overlays, target acquisition, and team communication. The phaser rifles are equally advanced dual mode with a rapid-fire pulse and focused beam options. Jay whistled, picking up one of the rifles and holding it up to the light. Now this is what I'm talking about. Feels like something out of a holodeck western. What do I gotta do to keep one of these? Major Payne growled. You keep your finger off the trigger, that's what you do. Jay grinned, aiming the rifle playfully. Relax, Payne, I'm a professional. Besides, if I wanted to take you out, I wouldn't even need one of these. I'd just wait for you to trip over your own boots. Payne stepped forward, his tone deadly serious. You better watch that mouth, Jay, or I'll shut it for you. Rico barked a laugh, slapping Payne on the back. Relax, Major. Save it for the Kardashians. As the team suited up, Jay continued to admire his armor, flexing his arms. Man, I look good. Like a galactic superhero. Marcus shook his head, muttering. You're a piece of work, Jay. Carrigan, adjusting her armor, glanced at Harry. You sure this armor's gonna hold up if things go south? Harry, already suited, met her gaze. It'll hold. Let's make sure we do, too. The room fell quiet as the gravity of the mission sank in. Cho's voice came through the comm system, sharp and commanding. Team Poltergeist, report to the hangar. Time to move out. Jay slapped Marcus on the shoulder, grinning. Showtime. With their weapons ready and armor gleaming, the team moved as one, their banter giving way to steely resolve. The mission awaited, and failure was not an option. Team Poltergeist moved with surgical precision through the labyrinthine corridors of the Cardassians' hybrid weapons facility. The Aquarius remained cloaked in low orbit, monitoring their progress and ready for a quick extraction. The facility was eerily quiet, the usual hum of machinery replaced by a suffocating silence that felt more oppressive with each step. Harry Potter led the team, his Mako armor's HUD displaying a complex map of the facility. Hermione's modifications had given them a tactical advantage, but every corner they turned felt like the calm before a storm. Behind him, Carrian, Rico, Marcus, Payne, and Jay moved like shadows, their rifles at the ready. "Harry," Carrigan's voice came through the calm, cool but edged with tension. "This place is too quiet. Obsidian Order facilities don't leave their corridors empty. Something's off." "I know," Harry replied, his tone equally cautious. "Stay sharp. We're almost to the central chamber." Jay chimed in, his New York drawl adding a flicker of levity. "You know, quiet's good. Means they don't know we're here yet. Or maybe they're just scared of us." Payne snorted. "Or their cell." Ahead, Hermione's voice broke through. "I'm picking up an energy signature, something massive. It's deeper inside the facility, in a secured chamber. It doesn't match any known Cardassians or Ferengi technology." Harry paused, his gut twisting. "What kind of energy signature?" Hermione hesitated. "It's unstable, almost like it's alive." The team exchanged wary glances, but Harry motioned for them to continue. They moved deeper into the facility, their footfalls muffled by the adaptive padding of their armor. The tension in the air was palpable, each shadow on the wall feeling like an unseen enemy. Finally, they reached the central chamber. The reinforced doors loomed before them, their surfaces adorned with strange markings that neither Harry nor Hermione could identify. "I've got this," Marcus growled, stepping forward with a breaching charge. "Stand back." The doors blasted open with a muffled thud, and the team stormed in, their weapons raised. What they saw stopped them in their tracks. Inside the chamber, a massive, pulsating device dominated the room, its surface glowing with an unnatural green hue. Surrounding it were rows of stasis pods, each containing a figure suspended in a sickly yellow fluid. The figures weren't Cardassians or Ferengi, they were Federation officers. "What the hell?" Carrigan's voice was barely a whisper. Hermione moved closer to the device, her scanner trembling in her hand. This isn't just a weapon. It's some kind of hybridization program. They're experimenting on captured Federation personnel, merging them with Borg and Dominion tech." Rico's gruff voice cut through. "How is that even possible? The Cardassians and Ferengi don't have this kind of capability." "They don't," Hermione said, her voice trembling. "This is beyond anything we've seen. This is..." A sudden chime on their comms interrupted her. The voice was unfamiliar, cold and calculating. "Team Poltergeist, we've been watching your progress with great interest. You've stumbled NTO something Starfleet intelligence would prefer remain a secret." Harry froze, his blood running cold. "Who is this?" The voice ignored the question. "Destroy the facility if you must, but leave the device intact." "That's an order." "Order," Carrigan snapped. "From who?" The voice's tone grew sharper. "You're out of your depth, Major. This operation is classified at the highest level. Do as you're told, or there will be consequences." Quote. Harry's mind raced. This was no longer just a mission to cripple the Cardassians-Ferengi alliance. It was something much bigger and far more dangerous. "Harry," Hermione said quietly, her voice strained, "we need to decide, now." As Harry turned to address the team, the chamber began to rumble. The device's glow intensified, and the figures in the stasis pods started to stir. The voice on the comm spoke one final time, dripping with menace. "Time's up, Vice Grand Admiral. Choose wisely." The room erupted into chaos as alarms blared and the figures in the pods began to break free. Harry's grip tightened on his rifle, his mind a storm of conflicting choices. Their mission was compromised, their escape uncertain, and the enemy was far more than they had anticipated. And somewhere, hidden in the shadows, Starfleet intelligence watched it all unfold. Author's note. As the chamber trembled under the strain of the awakening figures, the team stood on the edge of chaos. Each member's face etched with a mix of fear and resolve. The strange, pulsating device glowed brighter, its eerie hum filling the air like a heartbeat counting down to something unimaginable. Would Harry defy the cryptic command and destroy the device, risking the wrath of Starfleet intelligence? Or would he prioritize the mission's survival and the safety of his team, even if it meant leaving something so monstrous intact? And what of the figures stirring in the pods? Were they victims, or something far worse? The stakes had shifted. This was no longer just a covert strike but a dangerous game of shadows, secrets, and unimaginable consequences. Somewhere, Someone in Starfleet intelligence held the strings, watching, waiting. Was Team Poltergeist just a pawn in a much larger conspiracy? One thing was clear. Whatever choice Harry made would echo across the Federation and perhaps the galaxy. But who could he trust? And, in the end, would his decision save the Federation, or doom it? Rico's Pulsewave Repeater Cannon. Militant Weapon Variants 25 by Marksman 104 on DeviantArt. Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix Quad Phaser Rifle. Starfleet Phaser Rifle Type 3 Candelas by Bagara 3005 on DeviantArt. Major Sarah Kerrigan High Precision Phaser Sniper Rifle. AS-21 on X. Modernized Phaser Rifle, another classic weapon designed from Star Trek series. This is my own reimagination of it. It's requested by a Pixiv user. Major Payne Heavy Disruptor Phaser Cannon. Starfleet Phaser Rifle Type 3C Isomagnetic Dissent by Bagara 3005 on DeviantArt. Agent J Standard Issue Phaser Rifle. Phaser Rifles Nemesis by Bagara 3005 on DeviantArt. The brand new Mako Armor. ArtStation. Starfleet MACO. Armor. Agent J. Agent J by Dumandu 1019 on DeviantArt. Aquarius Light Escort. Aquarius Class Starship. High Resolution by Enithran on DeviantArt. Do search them all up in Google Images. Your eyes are in for a delicious feast. Don't deny them this. Also, here's 2 songs, a hint to what's coming next apart from cliffhanger. Enjoy. And do leave me a like, favorite and a comment. Would love to hear back from you. See you soon and stay tuned. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. Oh Children, from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. SVRCINA. Meet Me on the Battlefield official lyric video. Preemptive Strike. I really had a hard time with this chapter, you'll know why soon, but let me tell you, the ending is going to be well worthwhile, as I have been planning for a long time. We've reached a pivotal point in the story, and the gloves comes off right after this chapter, as things are going to intensify and I will leave on the edge of your seat. Even the brightest stars cast a long shadow, and that shadow is not content to stay silent for long. Preemptive Strike. Deep within the folds of space-time, far Remo. Ved from the mortal dimensions of the known galaxy, a colossal chamber floated in a void of cascading energy. It was neither a place of life nor death, but a nexus where the Ancient Ones convened. Their forms shimmered like living starlight, shifting between human semblance and celestial abstractions. Each word they spoke resonated with the power to shape realities. At the head of the chamber sat Kalith, the goddess of whispers. Her form adorned with a crown of burning nebulae. Her gaze was piercing, a kaleidoscope of galaxies swirling within her eyes. Opposite her sat Nyxara, the goddess of shadows. A spectral figure cloaked in eternal night, her voice carrying the chill of forgotten tombs. Between them towered Azarin, the god of dominion, his presence a molten furnace of raw power. His very gesture seemed to ripple across dimensions, a reminder of his dominion over creation and destruction alike. Kalith leaned forward, her ethereal fingers intertwining as her voice sang like the Who. M of a dying star. The Federation dances on the edge of ruin, and the flames of war grow ever brighter. Our whispers have seeded doubt among their leaders, but the mortals are resourceful. They cling to hope as a drowning man clings to driftwood. We must escalate. Nyxara's shadowy form pulsed as she spoke, her voice a haunting melody. The Romulans, the Cardassians, the Ferengi, they play their parts well. Their ambitions stoked by our hands. But they are mere pawns. Even the strongest cannot withstand the chaos we have yet to unleash. Azarin's booming laughter filled the chamber, shaking the very fabric of their ethereal domain. Chaos, you say? It is the order we will impose, my dear Nyxara. An order forged through the annihilation of their illusions of peace. The Federation's arrogance blinds them. They do not yet see the storm we have prepared. Kalith tilted her head, her expression shifting to one of amusement. And what of our perfect instrument? Its resurrection will herald a new age. But the mortals are stubborn. Starfleet and its meddlesome heroes resist even now. Nyxara's voice was a dagger wrapped in velvet. Harry Potter. Grand Admiral Cho. Their kind intrigues me. They are the finest of Starfleet. Yet they carry such deep fractures. Perhaps we shall exploit them further. Kalith smirked, her radiant features darkening with malice. The whispers of plan. Ted and the Cardassians and Romulan leaders are bearing fruit. They plot and scheme, unaware they are guided by strings. Yet their ambitions are but a sideshow. The true stage is being set elsewhere. Azarin slammed his fists together, creating a cascade of light and shadow. Enough subtlety. The time approaches to strike directly. The T-800 prototype waits, hidden beneath layers of their ignorance. When the fools trigger its activation, their galaxy will burn in the fires of its perfection. Calith's laughter was light, mocking. And what do you propose, dear Azarin? Shall we descend upon them in our true forms? Shall we declare ourselves gods of their fleeting lives? Azarin's molten eyes flared. No, they must bring about their own undoing. The T-800 will be their salvation, their weapon, and their damnation. It is the culmination of their arrogance. What happens when mortals play with powers beyond their comprehension? Nyxara's shadows writhed, her form expanding until it filled half the chamber. The T-800 will be the seed of our dominion. But it is only the beginning. Let them suffer. Let them beg for salvation. And when they kneel before their destruction, they will see only as Calith, Nyxara, and Azarin, gods of their shattered reality. Calith leaned back, her glowing features serene. Then it is settled. The pieces are in place. The Federation, the Romulans, the Cardassians, and the Ferengi all will play their parts. And when the time comes, the Harbinger will awaken. Azarin grinned, his voice an ominous echo. And when it does, the galaxy will learn what it means to defy the Forgotten Ones. As their laughter filled the void, the chamber shimmered and faded, leaving only the haunting whispers of their plans etched into the fabric of reality. Hidden within a licked research station deep in the Beta Quadrant, the T-800 prototype awaited its time, its dormant systems silently humming with the potential to change the fate of the galaxy forever. Grand Admiral Cho stood before the vast window of her quarters, her gaze fixed on the swirling stars beyond. The shadows of the room stretched around her, mirroring the weight of the situation she had just uncovered. She knew that the Cardassians and Ferengi had always been formidable in their own right, but the Romulans now aligned with them had raised the stakes. As a tactical genius, she knew exactly what this meant. Romulans, always playing their cards close to the chest. But this time, they've overplayed their hand. Cho's mind raced with possibilities, calculating the repercussions of this unholy alliance. She let out a breath, the weight of her thoughts settling on her shoulders like a storm cloud. They think they can challenge the Federation. The Cardassians, with their military prowess, and the Ferengi, with their cunning and wealth. But the Romulans the Romulans. They are the true danger. Their stealth, their technology, and their ability to manipulate from the shadows make them a force to be reckoned with. Cho turned, her sharp eyes narrowing as she spoke softly to herself, but the words felt like a decree, each syllable sharp and calculated. If they believe that their alliance will be enough to challenge the Federation, they are gravely mistaken. She crossed to her desk, her fingers running over the intricate surface of the map laid before her. They've miscalculated. The Federation is not just a military force. Not just fleets of warships. No, it is far more than that. It is the embodiment of superior technology, unmatched science, and the very ideals that bind this galaxy together. The Romulans, Ferengi, and Cardassians may have their own designs, but they do not understand what it means to be the Federation. Her eyes flicked to the star charts, studying the locations where the Romulans were most likely to be engaging. I will not allow them to tip the balance of power in their favor. The Federation is not merely a collection of fleets, it is a force of knowledge, innovation, and unity. We have the edge in that, and that will be their undoing. She walked to the window, her reflection in the glass mirroring her unyielding resolve. I will counter their every move. The Romulans are subtle, calculating. But they are not invincible. I'll deploy the fleet where they least expect it, while quietly reinforcing our scientific endeavors. The Romulans will find their subterfuge met with the power of our innovation. She placed her hands behind her back, her gaze steady, resolute. I'll make them understand. The Federation does not merely win through strength, but through ingenuity. Our technology will outmatch their hybrid weapons. Our scientists will find the answers before they even know the questions. Cho's voice dropped into a low, dangerous tone, like a whisper of a storm ready to break. I will remind them, those who would defy us, that the Federation is more than just fleets of ships. It is an alliance of superior minds, and nothing can outpace our advancement. The Romulans, Ferengi, and Kardashians may think they can play the game of power, but they will soon learn that we do not play the same game. She straightened, her mind now firmly set on her next moves. First, I will strengthen the Federation's defenses at critical points, especially in the regions where the Romulans have influence. Second, I'll work with our top scientists to accelerate the development of countermeasures to their hybrid weaponry. And third, while I may keep the fleet on high alert, I'll ensure that our diplomacy remains as sharp as our weapons. If the Romulans think they can operate unchecked in the shadows, they are gravely mistaken. Grand Admiral Cho's lips curled into a tight smile, one that held no warmth. I will remind them why the Federation stands unshakable. Let them come for us. One by one, or all together. They will find the same truth. The Federation is stronger than they could ever comprehend. With that, Cho turned back to her desk, her tea hots already moving toward the next strategic step, her mind as cold and calculating as the stars themselves. The room was shadowed, dimly lit by a single overhead light that cast long, dramatic nes across the faces of the 5 individuals seated at the sleek, obsidian conference table. The atmosphere was heavy with a palpable tension, a mixture of anticipation and the stark realization of what had brought them together. The walls of the USS Enterprise F's secure debriefing chamber seemed to absorb the silence, broken only by the faint hum of the ship's engines. The doors swished open, and Grand Admiral Cho entered, her crimson cloak billowing like a storm cloud. Her gaze was sharp, her presence overwhelming as she strode to the head of the table. Her piercing eyes swept over the Team Black Widow, stoic and poised. Captain Walker, his brooding intensity unmatched. Slade, the hardened tactician. Danko, the embodiment of blunt force and unyielding will. And the Texas, cold precision wrapped in a deceptively human facade. Cho remained standing, a towering figure of command, as she spoke. Her accent gave her words a razor-sharp edge, each syllable a calculated cut. You are here because you are exceptional. You are here because you are willing to do what others cannot, will not, even dare not. And you are here because I trust you understand the stakes. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle over them. The Federation faces threats not only from without but from within. Enemies in the shadows. Conspiracies that eat at our foundation like rot. This mission is not Starfleet Command's, it is mine. And it requires a level of precision and ruthlessness that cannot exist within the regulations. Cho's gaze locked onto Black Widow first. Natasha Romanoff, you have operated in every conceivable theater of war and espionage. Your hands are already stained with the sins of the shadows. Will you stain them further, knowing it is for a greater purpose? Romanoff met her gaze without flinching. I've been a weapon before, Admiral. At least now I'll be aimed at the right target. Cho nodded, then turned to Walker. Captain Martin Walker, you have walked through hell. You understand the necessity of sacrifice, no matter how brutal. Are you prepared to do so again? Walker leaned forward, his voice low and gravelly. If it needs to be done, I'll do it. Just don't expect me to look back. Next was Slade. Cho's expression hardened. Slade Wilson, you are a tactician, a soldier, a killer. Can you put aside your personal vendettas and serve a greater cause? Slade smirked, leaning back. If you give me the right tools and let me do things my way, you'll get results. That's a promise. Cho's eyes shifted to Danko. Captain Ivan Danko, your methods are direct. I need blunt force in this team. But I also need restraint. Can you temper one with the other? Danko's response was curt and emotionless. You tell me who to crush. I'll crush. Restraint is overrated. Finally, Cho's gaze landed on the Texas. The synthetic being's flawless exterior betrayed no emotion, but its dark blue eyes gleamed with an unsettling intelligence. Texas, you are not bound by morality as humans are. Yet you possess an understanding of it. Can you execute missions with absolute efficiency, even knowing the ethical ramifications? The Texas inclined its head, its voice smooth and devoid of hesitation. My programming allows for analysis of moral weight. However, I am optimized for mission success. The ends justify the means, Admiral. Always. Cho straightened, her voice rising in authority. This team will be my sword. You will strike where no one else dares, eliminate threats before they materialize, and ensure the Federation's survival even if it means sacrificing its ideals. She stepped closer to the table, her tone turning cold and sharp. If you have any doubts, speak now. Once you accept this mission, there is no turning back. Failure is not an option, and hesitation will not be tolerated. No one spoke. The room seemed to hold its breath. Cho allowed a rare, faint smile to touch her lips. Good. Then let me tell you about your first mission. She tapped a console on the table, and a hologram of a Cardassian's outpost shimmered into existence. You will deploy to this facility. It's a critical node in the Cardassians' Ferengi hybrid weapons network. Your objectives are simple: infiltrate, extract intelligence, and destroy it completely. Collateral damage is expected. Civilians are secondary. The mission comes first. The Vanguard exchanged glances, a mixed lure of determination and grim understanding in their eyes. Cho's voice dropped to a near whisper, lethal and resolute. You are my scalpel and my hammer. Now go and prove your worth. The USS Eclipse, a sleek, predatory void black silhouette in the vast expanse of space, moved silently toward its target. Cloaked in advanced stealth technology, the dreadnought was a ghost, unseen and unheard, Yuri. An elite team of operatives on a mission that could shift the balance of power in the quadrant. Inside its dimly lit war room, the team prepared for their operation with precision and focus, led by none other than Grand Admiral Cho herself. Cho stood at the head of the table, her crimson cloak draped over her advanced black Mako armor. The armor was sleek, angular, and glowed faintly with crims. On accents technology far beyond even Poltergeist's arsenal. Her presence was commanding, her voice sharp as a blade. The tall Shi'ar, she began, her Chinese accent adding a unique cadence to her cold, deliberate words, has overstepped. They've armed the Cardassians and enabled the Ferengi to create hybrid weapons. This is not an act of defiance. It's a declaration of war. They think they can operate in the shadows, unnoticed. Tonight, we'll show them that the Federation's shadows are deeper. The holographic display in the center of the table projected the tall Shi'ar facility, a sprawling underground installation hidden beneath a civilian colony on a remote Romulan world. Red markers indicated shield generators, weapons storage, and command centers. Cho's gaze swept over her team. Black Widow leaned against the wall, her expression as sharp as her reputation. Captain Walker sat forward in his chair, studying the display with the intensity of a man who had seen the cost of failure. Slade sharpened a combat blade, his movements slow and methodical. Danko sat with arms crossed, his presence like an unmovable mountain. Finally, Texas stood by the door, her emotionless face betraying no doubt or hesitation. You all know your roles, Cho continued, pointing to the generator clusters on the map. Danko and Texas, you'll take out the shield generators. Widow and Walker, you'll infiltrate the archives. Extract every byte of intelligence, and destroy their database. Slade and I will neutralize high-value targets and oversee the operation. Danko smirked, his thick Russian accent breaking the silence. Sounds simple enough. Do they know we are coming? Cho's expression was icy. They don't, but they'll wish they did. Widow's voice, smooth and confident, followed. And the civilians? Collateral damage. Cho's gaze darkened. None. This isn't about slaughtering innocents. We're sending a message, not becoming monsters. Walker leaned back. And what if the message requires a bit of creative interpretation? Cho fixed him with a glare that could freeze plasma. You don't get creative, Captain. You follow orders. Understood. Walker nodded, his smirk fading. Good. Cho closed the display and stepped back. Suit up. We leave at 10. The shuttle descended like a shadow, landing in a dense forest near the facility's perimeter. Danko and Texas moved swiftly, their advanced armor blending seamlessly with the environment. Danko's plasma phaser tore through the automated turrets guarding the first generator, while Texas, with machine-like precision, disabled the security drones with pinpoint accuracy. When the first generator exploded, sending a ripple of energy through the facility's shields, Texas turned to Danko. First objective complete. Proceeding to the second. Danko chuckled. Do not sound too excited. Machine. You might scare them. Texas didn't respond. She was already moving toward the next target. Inside the facility, Black Widow and Captain Walker moved with silent efficiency. Widow's cloaking system rendered her nearly invisible as she bypassed the biometric locks on the archive room. Walker covered her, his plasma phaser ready. How much longer? He whispered. 2 minutes, Widow replied. Her voice calm. Keep your eyes open. When a patrol of tall Shi'ar agents rounded the corner, Walker dropped them with precision shots, his phaser silencing them before they could raise an alarm. Widow smirked. Nice shooting. I aim to impress, Walker quipped, his tone dry. In the central command hub, Cho and Slade moved like predators among prey. Slade's combat blade found its mark repeatedly, dispatching enemies with brutal efficiency, while Cho's plasma phaser tore through defenses. A Romulan commander raised his disruptor, but Cho was faster, her shot disintegrating him before he could fire. Slade, wiping his blade clean, glanced at her. You've done this before. Cho didn't respond immediately, her gaze fixed on the chaos around them. Finally, she said, more times than I care to count. Focus, Slade. We're not finished. As explosions rocked the facility and alarms blared, the team regrouped at the shuttle. Widow carried a data core containing critical intelligence, her expression triumphant. Danko confirmed the generators were destroyed, and TX reported no survivors in her sector. Cho entered last, her armor scorched but her demeanor unshaken. Mission accomplished. No loose ends. Let's move. As the shuttle lifted off, Ed behind them, a chain reaction consuming the tall Shi'ar's secrets in fire. Back aboard the Eclipse, the team debriefed in silence. Cho stood before them, her expression unreadable. You've proven today why this team exists. The tall Shi'ar will rebuild, but they'll never forget what happened here. Remember, the galaxy will never know your names. But the Federation will endure because of you. She paused, her gaze lingering on each of them. We are the shadows, and we've just reminded the stars what happens when you try to extinguish the light. Their next mission just around the corner as the stakes are raised with each mission. Grand Admiral Cho strode into the Shadow Ops briefing room with the weight of authority bearing down on her every step. The room was cold, sterile, and dimly lit, reflecting the gravity of what was to come. Around the long black table sat her elite team: Black Widow, Captain Walker, Slade Wilson, Danko, and the Texas. Each of them looked up, their gazes sharp, their postures poised for the inevitable. Cho placed a small data pad on the table and activated the holographic projector. A map of the Alpha Quadrant sprang to life, with several points marked in ominous red. She gave them a moment to study the display before speaking, her voice cold and deliberate, laced with her distinct Chinese accent. The information we extracted from the tall Shi'ar has revealed a disturbing truth, Cho began, her dark eyes sweeping over the team. The Cardassians, Ferengi, and Romulans have been bolstering their efforts not only through alliances but with assistance from traitors within Starfleet intelligence. These rogue agents have provided critical data and resources to our enemies, compromising the security of the Federation. Quote, Black Widow tilted her head, her sharp features illuminated by the holographic display. So, we're cleaning house, she said, her tone matter of fact. More than that, Cho replied, her gaze locking onto Natasha. We're going to dismantle their entire network. This will be a two-phase operation. Phase 1. Eliminate the rogue agents embedded within Starfleet intelligence. Phase 2. Strike the core infrastructure of this alliance before it becomes an irreversible threat. Slade leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Sounds like a busy day. Any specifics on these agents? Cho pressed a button on the data pad, and the hologram shifted to display profiles of several individuals. These are your targets. Each one of them has betrayed their oath to Starfleet. You will identify their operational bases, gather incriminating evidence, and neutralize them. We cannot allow any of them to escape. Danko nodded grimly. Traitors will be dealt with accordingly. But what about their handlers? Cho's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. That is Phase 2. The tall Shi'ar secrets have also revealed the locations of several key facilities where Cardassians, Ferengi, and Romulan operatives converge. These sites are critical to their hybrid weapons program. Once we have neutralized the internal threat, we will strike those facilities simultaneously. TX will coordinate the timing of the attacks to ensure maximum disruption. The Texas, seated with an air of stoic detachment, nodded. Understood. All targets will be synchronized for simultaneous elimination. Success probability: 89.6% based on current parameters. Walker's voice was calm but firm. And what's the fallback plan if something goes wrong? Cho stepped closer to the table, leaning on it with both hands. Failure is not an option, Captain Walker. But if contingencies are required, you will adapt. This team exists because you are the best at what you do. Our enemies thrive on hesitation. You will not hesitate. The room fell silent, the weight of her words pressing on them. Black Widow broke the quiet. I assume the rogue agents are being closely monitored. What's the window of opportunity? Minimal, Cho answered. You will move within 48 hours. Intelligence suggests the agents are already preparing to flee. If they escape, their knowledge will bolster the enemy further. We cannot allow that to happen. Slade's smirk vanished, replaced by a cold intensity. So, we're hitting them hard and fast. Works for me. Danko cracked his knuckles, his expression one of grim determination. And the second phase. Those facilities will be heavily guarded. How much resistance are we expecting? Cho straightened, her gaze unwavering. Maximum resistance. The Tal Shiar, Obsidian Order remnants, and Ferengi mercenaries will be entrenched. That is why you will be equipped with the latest advancements in combat technology. You will also operate under complete stealth until the moment of attack. Quote, the hologram shifted again, displaying schematics of their enhanced black Mako armor and advanced plasma phasers. These are upgrades based on Federation and Tal Shiar technology. The armor is impervious to conventional weapons and offers advanced cloaking capabilities. The phasers are designed to obliterate targets while inducing excruciating pain. Use them wisely. Walker's jaw tightened as he studied the schematics. You're gearing us up for a war. Cho's gaze bore into him. This is a war, Captain. A war for the survival of the Federation. The room went quiet again, each team member absorbing the gravity of their mission. Finally, Cho's voice softened, but only slightly. You were chosen because you understand the stakes. The Federation's ideals are worth protecting, even if it means crossing lines others will not. You are the shadows that ensure the light endures. You will not fail. She stepped back and turned to leave, her parting words echoing in the room. Mission details will be uploaded to your personal devices. Dismissed. As the door hissed shut behind her, the team exchanged glances. Black Widow's eyes glinted with a mix of determination and unease. Well, she's not wrong. We're in this now. Slade grinned darkly. Damn right. Let's give them hell. Walker stood, his expression unreadable. We'd better. Because if we don't, no one else will. The team dispersed, each heading to prepare for the mission ahead. The weight of Cho's expectations and the Federation's survival hung heavily over them, but they'd been forged in fire. And fire was what they'd bring to the enemy. The shadows of the ship's dimly lit observation lounge danced faintly against the expansive view of space. Stars glimmered in the infinite black, and the distant glow of a nebula cast a faint blue hue over the room. Grand Admiral Cho stood with her arms crossed, her silhouette outlined against the floor-to-ceiling viewport. The weight of recent missions seemed etched into her every movement, her normally unshakable demeanor carrying a trace of something heavier doubt, perhaps, a reflection. Captain Martin Walker entered quietly, his footsteps almost lost in the low hum of the ship's engines. His rugged face bore the marks of a soldier who had seen and done too much. His gaze lingered on Cho for a moment before he spoke. You called for me, Admiral. Walker's voice was steady, but there was a cautious undertone, as if he sensed this wasn't going to be a routine discussion. Cho turned to face him, her dark eyes unreadable yet piercing. She gestured to the chairs near the observation deck table. Sit, Captain. We need to talk. Walker hesitated but complied, lowering himself into the seat with the controlled movements of a man who'd trained his body to remain battle-ready even in moments of calm. Cho remained standing, her gaze returning to the stars. The Tal Shiar remnants are in shambles, she began, her tone calm but laced with an undercurrent of tension. Our mission was a success, and yet, she paused, searching for the right words. The fallout from these operations is already rippling through the Federation. Starfleet Command is uneasy. Whispers about rogue actions, about lines being crossed. They're beginning to look my way. Walker leaned back, his arms resting on the chair's armrests. Admiral, with all due respect, you knew this wasn't going to be clean. Clean. I know, Cho said sharply, turning to face him fully. But knowing and accepting are two different things. The team operates in the shadows for a reason. But the shadows have a way of bleeding into the light. And when that happens, it's not just me who pays the price. It's all of us. Walker's expression hardened. If you're asking me if I regret what we've done, the answer's no. Those people, the ones on your hit list, they're not innocents. They're traitors, saboteurs, and murderers. Leaving them alive would have cost more lives than we could count. I don't doubt that, Cho said, her voice softening slightly. She moved to the chair opposite Walker and sat down. For the first time, she allowed a hint of vulnerability to show. But what about the cost to us? To you, to the team, the things we've done, they leave scars, Walker. On our enemies, yes, but also on us. Walker studied her, his sharp eyes narrowing as he processed her words. You think the team can't handle it? Or are you worried about yourself, Admiral? Cho's lips pressed into a thin line. I'm worried about what happens when the mission is over. When the dust settles and all we're left with are memories of what we've done. Walker, I've seen teams like this before. They don't last. The weight of their actions, the secrecy, the isolation, it consumes them. This team isn't like any other. Walker said firmly. You handpicked us because we're the ones who can carry that weight. You think Black Widow, Texas, Denko, or Slade didn't know what they were signing up for? Hell, Admiral, you think I didn't know? Cho's eyes locked onto his, her expression unyielding. And what about when that weight becomes too much? When it breaks one of you, or all of you? What then? Walker leaned forward, his voice low but intense. Then we deal with it. Same as we always do. Same as you always have. This isn't about who breaks, Admiral. It's about making sure what we do matters. That it's worth it. And right now, it is. Cho exhaled slowly, her gaze softening just a fraction. You believe that? I do, Walker said without hesitation. And so does the team. We've seen the enemy, Admiral. We've seen what happens when good people sit back and let the cancer grow. You're giving us a chance to cut it out before it's too late. That's not a burden, it's a purpose. For a long moment, Cho said nothing. She studied Walker as if trying to discern whether his conviction was real or simply a soldier's bravado. Finally, she nodded. Purpose, she repeated, almost to herself. Perhaps you're right, but I won't pretend this path is without cost. To you, to me, to the Federation. We'll pay it together, but make no mistake, Captain the Ledger will demand balance one day. Walker smirked faintly, leaning back in his chair. When that day comes, Admiral, I'll still stand by the choices we made. Because someone has to do the dirty work. And it sure as hell isn't going to be Poltergeist. Cho allowed herself a rare, brief smile. No, it's not. And maybe that's why we're still here, Walker. Because the Federation needs people willing to make the hard choices. Even if it means becoming what they fear. Quote. Walker stood, his posture relaxed but his expression resolute. Then we'd better get ready for the next mission, Admiral. The shadows are waiting. As he left the observation lounge, Cho remained seated, her gaze returning to the stars. The shadows, indeed, were waiting. And so was she. The lights flickered above, casting an eerie glow on the metallic walls of the room. The hum of the ship's engines was a constant in the background, but in this quiet, isolated space, it almost seemed distant. Captain Walker leaned against the table, his arms folded as he stared at the floor. His uniform, once pristine, now bore the marks of countless skirmishes and battlefields. Beside him, Slade sat silently, sharpening his knife with meticulous precision. The two men had fought side by side on countless missions, but this one felt different. The weight of it hung over them like a shadow. It wasn't just the target they had to eliminate, but the choices they'd had to make to get there. Ever wonder why we do it? Walker asked quietly, his voice barely audible. Slade didn't look up, but his hands stilled. The knife was still in his grip, but now it was merely a tool. An object in his calloused hand. He took a breath, the silence between them heavy, before answering. Not sure you'll like the answer, Slade muttered, his voice deep and low. War's not clean, Walker. It's dirty. It doesn't care if you're a hero or a monster. The people you fight for, the people you fight against, they're all the same in the end. Walker exhaled, a bitter smile flickering on his face. It's funny, isn't it? The people who write the history books will never have to carry what we've done. He turned to Slade, his eyes haunted by memories. They'll never know the choices we had to make. The lives we've taken, the pieces of ourselves we've lost along the way. Slade's eyes met Walker's for the first time. They didn't need to say more, they understood each other at that moment. Both scarred in their own ways by the realities of war. The Shadow Ops team wasn't just a tool for Cho's vision, it was a reflection of the darker parts of their souls, pieces of men and women who had been forged in the fires of combat and now found themselves struggling to hold on to whatever humanity remained. Not everyone's meant to be a hero, Slade said, his voice quieter now, almost as if he was speaking to himself. Some of us, we're just meant to survive. But that doesn't mean we can stop trying. It's what makes us different from the people we fight. Walker nodded, his fingers tapping absently against the table. Yeah, but at what cost? I used to believe in the mission, in the cause. Now, I just wonder how much of me is still in there. Slade chuckled, a rough, humorless sound. You're still in there, Walker. You're just buried beneath all the blood and the lies. The room fell silent again, the weight of their conversation lingering in the air like smoke. EY weren't just soldiers, they were men caught in a war that had no clear lines between right and wrong, good and evil. For Cho's Shadow Ops team, there was no simple answer, no way to neatly compartmentalize their actions into categories of justified or unjustified. The war they fought wasn't just about battles, but about the very souls of those who fought in it. And perhaps that was the most complicated part of all. After a long pause, Walker straightened up, wiping a hand across his face. We just do what we have to do, Slade. And hope we're not too far gone by the time this ends. Slade gave him a small, grim smile. If it ever ends. Scene: Starfleet Intelligence Headquarters, Earth. Fleur Delacour stood in the shadows of the Intelligence Command Center, her elegant uniform pristine. Her blonde hair shimmering under the dim lights. Beside her, Luna Lovegood, calm and enigmatic as always, tapped lightly on a PADD, her silvery gaze scanning the data. They were Starfleet Intelligence's finest operatives, sharp, resourceful, and unstoppable. But tonight, their loyalties shifted. We don't have much time, Fleur whispered, her French accent soft yet urgent. Her voice carried the weight of the decision they'd made, the risk they were taking. Luna tilted her head slightly, her expression serene despite the tension crackling in the air. The stars have aligned for this moment, Fleur. We're exactly where we need to be. Fleur's lips tightened into a thin line, but she said nothing. Luna's cryptic wisdom often grated on her nerves, but this time, it felt oddly reassuring. Together, they moved with purpose. Their footsteps soundless as they approached the command center's secure terminal. The plan was simple in theory but fraught with danger. Extract vital intelligence files on covert Starfleet operations. Erase their digital footprints, and escape aboard a shuttle to rendezvous with the USS Enterprise F, Cho's flagship. The shuttle bay hummed with activity as engineers and pilots routine operations. Fleur and Luna blended seamlessly into the chaos, their stolen officer credentials granting them access to the Delta-class shuttlecraft, Celestial Whisper. Keep your head down, Fleur murmured as they ascended the ramp. Her hand rested lightly on the phaser concealed at her hip. Luna, however, seemed unbothered by the possibility of detection, her airy demeanor contrasting with Fleur's sharp vigilance. Once aboard, Fleur powered up the shuttle, her fingers dancing across the console. We're in, she said, her voice tight. Now we just have to. An alarm blared, cutting her off. The security grid had detected unauthorized activity. Ah, Luna said thoughtfully, tilting her head. It seems they've noticed. No kidding, Fleur snapped, her accent thickening under pressure. She initiated the launch sequence, overriding the bay doors with a precise burst of commands. The shuttle shot into the void of space, a streak of silver against the endless black. Moments later, Starfleet patrol ships appeared on their scanners, converging rapidly. Fleur's eyes narrowed as she maneuvered the shuttle through a dizzying series of evasive maneuvers, her piloting skills on full display. Any ideas, Luna? Fleur asked through gritted teeth. Luna gazed out the viewport, her tone serene. The Enterprise is near Jupiter Station. If we angle the shuttle just so, she adjusted a control. And the shuttle's warp signature fragmented, creating a false trail. Fleur glanced at her, impressed despite herself. You're full of surprises. The Celestial Whisper docked with the Enterprise in a calculated gamble. They had hoped to slip aboard unnoticed, but the moment the shuttle door hissed open, armed security officers surrounded them, led by a stern-faced lieutenant. "Step out slowly. Hands where I can see them," the officer barked. Fleur emerged first, her movements deliberate. "Lieutenant, I assure you, this is a misunderstanding," she said, her tone icy but composed. Luna followed, her hands raised but her expression unbothered. "We're here to see Grand Admiral Cho. She'll understand." The lieutenant scowled. "You're under arrest. Both of you." Without resistance, Fleur and Luna allowed themselves to be cuffed and escorted to the brig, their calm demeanor unsettling the officers. Hours later, Grand Admiral Cho entered the brig, her footsteps measured. Her piercing gaze swept over the two prisoners. Fleur sat upright on the bench, her poise undiminished despite her circumstances. Luna lounged beside her, humming softly to herself. "Admiral," Fleur said, inclining her head. "Thank you for coming." Cho raised an eyebrow, her voice cold. "You've stolen classified Starfleet intelligence, hijacked a shuttle, and evaded pursuit. You're either incredibly foolish or incredibly bold. Why are you here?" Fleur met her gaze unflinchingly. "Because we believe in you." Cho's expression didn't change, but her eyes narrowed slightly. "Explain." Luna spoke this time, her voice dreamy but certain. "We've seen what Starfleet intelligence has become, shadows within shadows. They claim to protect the Federation, but they've lost sight of what truly matters. You, Grand Admiral, have a vision. A purpose. You understand that survival sometimes requires stepping into the darkness." Fleur nodded. "We've seen the reports. The missions you've sanctioned. You're willing to do what others cannot. And you do so with precision and control. We want to be part of that. To fight for a Federation that can withstand any threat." Cho regarded them silently for a long moment. Finally, she turned to the security officer. "Release them." "Admiral," the officer began, but Cho silenced him with a sharp look. "They are under my command now." As the cuffs were removed, Fleur stood gracefully, her gaze unwavering. Luna smiled faintly, her demeanor as tranquil as ever. "You won't regret this," Fleur said. "I rarely do," Cho replied coolly. She turned on her heel, gesturing for them to follow. "Come with me. If you're going to serve under me, you'll do so properly." As they left the brig, Fleur and Luna exchanged a brief glance. They had gambled everything on this decision, and now, under Cho's command, their fates were irrevocably tied to hers. The doors to Grand Admiral Cho's ready rooms slid open with a whisper, revealing a space as commanding and opulent as the woman herself. Fleur and Luna stepped inside, momentarily stunned by their surroundings. It was nothing like the cold, utilitarian quarters they'd known in Starfleet intelligence. This room was a testament to power and elegance. A blend of cutting-edge technology and artful design. Soft lighting reflected off polished obsidian walls lined with displays of antique star charts and holographic battle simulations. A sculpted desk of rare black marble stood at the center, its surface illuminated by gentle gold inlays that formed the constellation patterns of distant galaxies. Behind it, a panoramic viewport offered an uninterrupted view of the stars, an ever-shifting tapestry of light that seemed to dance in tribute to the Admiral's command. Adorning the walls were items that spoke to Cho's taste and ambition: medals of valor, relics of past campaigns, and an ancient Klingon blade mounted alongside a Vulcan meditation crystal. Every detail was carefully curated, and the air carried a subtle scent of jasmine, hinting at a rare indulgence amid her otherwise unyielding demeanor. Fleur felt a shiver run down her spine, a mix of awe and apprehension. She had always prided herself on maintaining composure, but here, in this room, she felt exposed, as if the very walls held secrets that only Cho could unlock. Luna, by contrast, seemed perfectly at ease, her wide eyes absorbing the splendor, as though it were an extension of some fantastical tale she'd once read. Cho sat behind her desk, poised with the confidence of a queen on her throne. Her black uniform was impeccable, its silver ACC ends catching the light like threads of stardust. She gestured with a graceful hand, her voice smooth and commanding. "Sit," Cho said, her dark eyes studying them with an intensity that made it clear she missed nothing. Fleur and Luna obeyed, taking the seats opposite her. For a moment, silence reigned, the hum of the ship a mere whisper beneath their feet. Cho's gaze shifted between them, assessing, calculating. "What do you know about Starfleet intelligence?" she asked, her voice velvet-wrapped steel. Fleur exchanged a glance with Luna, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Fleur straightened, her expression sharpening into something resolute. "We know enough," she began, her French accent laced with both bitterness and defiance. "We know that behind the promises of protection and diplomacy lies a machine willing to sacrifice principles for power. They use us to gather secrets, to make decisions that erode the Federation from the inside out. And they call it security." Luna spoke next, her voice softer, tinged with a wistful quality. "They've become shadows of themselves, Grand Admiral. The ideals that once defined them have faded, replaced by whispers and veils. We have seen missions that turned on betrayals, lives sacrificed for what they called the greater good. We grew weary of serving whispers." Cho's eyes narrowed, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. "So, you come to me because you believe I am different? Or because you hope I will make use of your disillusionment?" A subtle tension crackled between them before Fleur responded. "We came because we believe in your vision. The Federation needs someone who can see beyond idealistic rhetoric and act decisively. We know you can." Cho leaned back, her eyes glittering like obsidian. The silence that followed was electric, charged with the weight of revelation. Finally, she stood, moving with fluid grace to a cabinet carved from rare Bolian wood. From within, she retrieved 2 crimson cloaks, their shoulders adore Ned with silver strips that shimmered like threads of moonlight. "Vice Admirals," Cho announced, draping one cloak around Fleur's shoulders, then Luna's. The fabric was cool to the rips, reflecting the ambient light and casting a subtle glow over their astonished faces. "Your ranks are not a gift, nor are they a reward," Cho said, her voice turning solemn. "They are a commitment, a vow that you will carry out my orders without hesitation, for the good of the Federation, as I see it." Fleur felt the weight of the cloak settle over her, the crimson fabric a symbol of their new allegiance, its silver strips a mark of the burden they now bore. Luna's expression softened, a rare glimmer of emotion in her usually detached eyes. "We accept," Fleur said, her voice unwavering. "Good," Cho replied, a rare smile touching her lips. "Welcome to the future, Vice Admirals." The stars beyond the viewport shone with cold brilliance, as if bearing witness to this new alliance, one that would reshape the galaxy's balance of power. Fleur Delacour and Luna Lovegood, now adorned in their striking Vice Admiral cloaks, were hard to miss as they entered the bustling 10-forward mess hall. The crimson fabric, with its shimmering silver strips, caught the light, drawing every eye in the room. They carried their trays with a casual elegance that only the newly promoted could muster, each plate an artful aura of replicated delicacies that looked almost too perfect to eat. Fleur sighed as she scanned the room for a quiet table, her natural grace turning heads as crew members suddenly became very interested in their drinks, or more accurately, Luna, oblivious to the attention or simply unbothered by it, hummed softly, her gaze fixed on a plate of starfruit and a slice of pecan pie. "I feel like a targ in a Denobulan wedding parade," Fleur muttered under her breath, sitting down at a table near the viewport. Before they could even take a bite, the first crewmember approached a young ensign, nervously clutching a PADD. "Vice Admiral Delacour, I was wondering if you might want to join me on the holodeck later for, a fencing program." "I hear you're great with a blade," he stammered. Fleur raised an eyebrow, her blue eyes sharp. "Mon Dieu, a duel before dessert. How gallant," she replied, her tone half amused, half dismissive. The ensign flushed and retreated just as another officer swooped in, a science lieutenant this time. "Vice Admiral Lovegood," the lieutenant began, "I've programmed a recreation of the Orion Nebula's inner star formation. It's quite romantic. Perhaps you'd like to." "Oh, how lovely," Luna interrupted, tilting her head thoughtfully. "But I already have a date with my dessert." She picked up a slice of pie and took an exaggeratedly dainty bite, leaving the lieutenant to shuffle awkwardly away. The crowd began to grow as whispers spread throughout 10 Forward. Fleur and Luna found themselves surrounded by eager officers, each vying for a moment of their attention. Questions about favorite foods, preferred holodeck simulations, and even their thoughts on warp core efficiency became thinly veiled attempts to ask them out. Fleur finally stood, her tone sharp but not unkind. "Enough. We're trying to have lunch, not schedule a dating roster." Luna added, her voice dreamy but firm, "Besides, you'll have to get past the stars themselves if you think you're worthy." The crowd hesitated, unsure whether to be offended or charmed. Taking their opportunity, the two admirals quickly gathered their trays and left the mess hall. Grand Admiral Cho looked up from a detailed star chart as her ready room doors opened. Her expression shifted from mild irritation to a rare flicker of amusement as Fleur and Luna entered, carrying their trays like refugees from a battlefield. Admirals, Cho said coolly, raising an eyebrow. I assume 10 forward became inhospitable. Fleur set her tray down with a dramatic sigh, the silver of her cloak catching the ambient light. It was a zoo, Admiral. Apparently, a Vice Admiral rank is the galaxy's most effective dating profile. Luna sat beside her, balancing her pie on her knee. I told them the stars would decide, but they didn't seem to understand. Quote, Cho allowed herself a small smirk and gestured toward the chairs opposite her desk. You may eat here. I'll tolerate the intrusion for now. Fleur and Luna hanged a glance before settling into the chairs, their plates once again front and center. Fleur took a sip of her perfectly replicated wine, her expression relaxing as the tension from 10 forward began to fade. Luna, ever curious, looked at Cho with her wide, inquisitive eyes. Admiral, do you ever have this problem? People following you about, wanting your attention. Cho's gaze flicked to Luna, her usual poise intact. I've cultivated an aura of intimidation precisely to avoid such inconveniences. Fleur laughed softly, a rare sound. And yet, you have a love interest, Vice Grand Admiral Potter, is it? Cho's hand froze momentarily on her PADD. She set it down carefully, her expression unreadable. Harry is a complicated man, she said finally, her tone softer than usual. Oh, do tell, Luna exclaimed, leaning forward with childlike enthusiasm. What's he like? Does he write poetry? Sing to you under the stars? Cho's lips twitched, betraying the ghost of a smile. He's dependable, loyal, annoyingly noble at times, but I find it endearing. Fleur tilted her head, a mischievous glint in her eye. Endearing. Mon Dieu, Admiral, you sound positively smitten. Cho gave her a sharp look, but it lacked real bite. This conversation is veering into insubordination, she said crisply, though there was a warmth in her tone that hadn't been there before. Luna, unperturbed, picked up her fork and gestured with it. You should tell him how you feel. Stars don't wait forever. Cho raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed with the advice. I'll keep that in mind, she said dryly. The three women ate in companionable silence for a few moments before Fleur spoke again, her voice thoughtful. Perhaps it's not the stars we wait for, but the courage to reach for them. Cho looked at her, the intensity of her gaze returning. Perhaps, or perhaps we simply wait for the right moment to strike. Luna smiled faintly, as if amused by a secret only she knew. Fleur returned to her wine, and Cho allowed herself a rare moment of ease, surrounded by the quiet camaraderie of her new vice admirals. For a brief, stolen moment, the galaxy outside seemed distant, its conflicts silenced. By the clinking of glasses and the soft hum of laughter, the hum of the ship was a comforting backdrop as the three admirals settled further into their impromptu luncheon. Fleur, having polished off her wine, leaned back in her chair with the elegance of a queen surveying her court. Luna, meanwhile, was determinedly dissecting her pie, each bite an almost meditative experience. Cho, who rarely indulged in food outside of sustenance, found herself quietly amused by their ease. It was rare to see people so unaffected by her presence, and rarer still to feel oddly entertained. So, Fleur began, swirling her glass in a way that would have made a sommelier weep with envy. Admiral, do you and Vice Grand Admiral Potter ever argue? Surely, a man that noble must have some infuriating habits. Cho's expression tightened, her ever-present mask of authority cracking just slightly. He insists on calling me Cho, in private, she admitted reluctantly. No title, no rank. Just Cho. Luna gasped dramatically, her fork clattering to her plate. The audacity. How do you stand it? Cho's lips twitched. Barely. Fleur smirked, leaning forward conspiratorially. And does he, how you say, whisper sweet nothings? Or is he more the grand declaration type? Cho considered this, her gaze distant for a moment. Neither. His affection manifests in practicality. The last time he romanced me, he repaired my personal shuttle's inertial dampeners. Luna clasped her hands together, her eyes wide with mock adoration. How utterly romantic. Nothing says, "I care for you," like preventing motion sickness. Fleur chuckled, raising her glass in a mock toast. To love, a la Starfleet. Cho allowed herself a small laugh and actuous a sound neither Fleur nor Luna had ever expected to hear, and they exchanged a look of triumph as if they'd just won a battle. The mood in the room lightened considerably, and Luna, emboldened by the rare levity, reached into her cloak and pulled out a tiny, iridescent orb. She held it up like a magician about to perform a trick. "Do you know what this is?" she asked, her voice brimming with mystery. Cho and Fleur stared at it, equally bemused. "It's a glimmer bobble," Luna explained, her tone reverent. "A tiny organism that glows brighter when people are happy. I found it on the Trill homeworld." Fleur raised an eyebrow. "Luna, that is clearly a stasis orb for a maintenance bot." Luna ignored her, shaking the orb gently. It glowed faintly, casting a soft, golden light. "See, it senses joy." Cho, intrigued despite herself, leaned forward. "And if it doesn't glow? Then someone here is repressing their emotions," Luna replied solemnly. Fleur snorted into her wine, and Cho shot her a sharp look that only made her laugh harder. "Well, I think we know where to start," Fleur teased, pointing her fork at Cho. "Careful, Vice Admiral," Cho warned, though her tone lacked its usual edge. "I could have you reassigned to waste disposal." "Ah, but who else will liven up your ready room with such charm?" Fleur countered, batting her eyelashes theatrically. Cho sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose, but the faintest smile tugged at her lips. "I regret this already." Luna, ignoring the banter, placed the glowing orb on the desk and began humming a tune that sounded suspiciously like an old Earth lullaby. The room fell into a comfortable rhythm, Cho sipping her tea, Fleur finishing her dessert, and Luna happily cataloging the auras of everyone in the room. Suddenly, the orb flared brightly, casting the room in a golden hue. "What does that mean?" Cho asked, eyeing it warily. Luna grinned. "It means someone here is secretly very happy." Fleur glanced at Cho, her smirk widening. "Admiral, is there something you'd like to share with the class?" Cho, unflappable as ever, took a deliberate sip of her tea. "Only that I'll be replacing my security protocols to prevent future uninvited lunches." Luna leaned back, her expression serene. "You can't fool the glimmer bobble, Admiral." Fleur raised her glass again, a wicked gleam in her eye. "To the unflappable Grand Admiral Cho, may her happiness always shine, even if she denies it." Cho rolled her eyes but didn't protest, allowing the toast to pass unchallenged. For a brief, shining moment, the room was filled with laughter, camaraderie, and the warmth of unexpected friendships. It was a rare thing on the USS Enterprise F, and for Cho, an even rarer thing in her life. As the lunch wound down, Fleur leaned back with a satisfied sigh. "You know, Admiral, this might be the best meal I've had in years." Cho arched an eyebrow. "Then perhaps I should arrange for 10 forward to remain permanently inaccessible." Luna giggled, tucking the glowing orb back into her cloak. "Oh, Admiral, you wouldn't deprive the crew of their starry-eyed admirals, would you?" Cho's expression softened just enough to betray her answer. "We'll see." The ready room had quieted somewhat, though the warm camaraderie lingered in the air like a soothing melody. Cho, seated in her high-backed chair with an air of effortless authority, regarded Fleur and Luna as they polished off their desserts. A curious thought crept into her mind, one she would never ordinarily entertain, but something about the light-hearted atmosphere emboldened her. Setting down her tea, she folded her hands neatly and leaned forward, her dark eyes gleaming with a rare mischief. "Tell me," she began in a tone far too casual for her usual demeanor, "what do you both think of Vice Grand Admiral Potter?" Fleur paused mid-sip of her wine, her elegant eyebrows rising in surprise. Luna, still humming softly, tilted her head like an inquisitive owl, her silvery blonde hair catching the ambient light. "Harry," Fleur asked, drawing out the name as if tasting it for the first time. "He is intriguing, very gallant, quite unlike most Starfleet officers." Luna, ever dreamlike, nodded sagely. "He has kind eyes, the sort that could charm a nebula into staying still." Cho's gaze sharpened imperceptibly, though her expression remained composed. "Intriguing, gallant, charming, so, hypothetically," she said, her voice taking on a faintly teasing edge. If he were to ask either of you to join him on the holodeck for, say, a private simulation, would you accept? Fleur's laughter was quick and melodic, a sound that danced across the room. Oh, mon Dieu, Admiral. Are you worried we might steal him away from you? Cho's posture remained regal, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, a challenge, perhaps, or even a hint of vulnerability. I'm merely assessing your loyalties, she replied smoothly. Luna's serene smile widened, her gaze unerringly perceptive despite her whimsical demeanor. You needn't worry, Admiral. I'm not one to interfere with cosmic alignments. Quote, Fleur, ever the provocateur, leaned forward with a playful smirk. But if I were interested in Harry, do you think he'd be tempted? I hear the French accent is hard to resist. Cho's lips pressed into a thin line, her composure threatening to crack. Harry values integrity and loyalty above all else, she said, her tone deceptively calm. He wouldn't be swayed by trivialities. Oh, but mon cher Admiral, Fleur purred, her voice dripping with mock innocence, what if he enjoys a bit of excitement? A Vice Grand Admiral must get tired of stoic professionalism, non. Cho's gaze turned steely, but the corners of her mouth twitched ever so slightly. Excitement is overrated. Consistency wins battles and hearts. Luna, sensing the growing tension, interjected with a whimsical air. I think Harry would admire all of us equally, for our strengths and differences. He's far too noble to play favorites. Cho arched an eyebrow, her rare teasing streak giving way to genuine curiosity. And what do you imagine my strengths are, Vice Admiral Lovegood? Luna's dreamy gaze locked with Cho's, her voice soft but resolute. Your strength, Admiral, is that you care more deeply than you let on. Even now, your concern for Harry shows that. Fleur, ever perceptive, softened her playful tone. We wouldn't dream of stepping on your toes, Admiral. Harry's loyal. Why is as much to you as it is to Starfleet? And frankly, she added with a sly smile, you're far too formidable a rival. Cho allowed herself a small, rare smile, her tension easing. Good. It would be inconvenient to lose a promising officer to personal rivalries. Luna giggled. And we wouldn't want to test the patience of a Grand Admiral with plasma phasers at her disposal. Fleur raised her glass in a toast. To Harry, then, may his gallantry continue to inspire, and to Grand Admiral Cho, the undisputed ruler of his affections. Cho rolled her eyes, though a faint blush colored her cheeks. Finish your wine, Vice Admirals. This conversation never leaves this room. Of course, Admiral, Fleur said with a wink, raising her glass higher. Never, Luna echoed, her voice as light as stardust. As the three women settled back into their meal, the room was filled with a rare and genuine warmth, their laughter echoing through the ship's halls long after their plates were empty. The ambient hum of the Enterprise F's engines was interrupted by a sudden flash of brilliant white light in Grand Admiral Cho's ready room. When the glow subsided, Q stood there, immaculate as always in his Starfleet captain's uniform. A smug grin plastered across his face. Admiral Cho, Q announced, arms spread wide as if bestowing his presence were a divine gift. I was in the middle of perusing the Horsehead Nebula when I thought, why not grace Starfleet's most intriguing officer with my company? Cho, seated behind her sleek desk, barely looked up from her datapad. She tapped it once, setting it aside, and leaned back in her chair. Folding her hands, her expression didn't waver, so cunning, so confident, that it made even him pause. Ah, Q, she said smoothly, her voice dripping with control. I was wondering when you'd arrive. I assume you're here to tell me what the Obsidian Order and the Tal Shiar are planning. Q blinked, momentarily thrown off. He recovered quickly, chuckling. Oh, my dear Admiral. You are delightful. Do you think I'd just hand over galactic secrets? Where's the fun in that? Cho's smile widened, a predator toying with its prey. I wouldn't expect you to hand them over, Q. That would be too easy. But I imagine you can't resist the challenge of proving yourself superior to mere mortals like me. Surely, sharing a hint wouldn't harm your omnipotent reputation. Q snapped his fingers, and a comfortable armchair appeared behind him. He lounged in it like a king, resting his chin on one hand. Persuasion suits you, Admiral, but I invented it. You're good, excellent, even but not me good. Cho tilted her head, her eyes gleaming. That's a shame, Q. I thought you were smarter than the Obsidian Order. Or the Tal Shiar, for that matter. I didn't think you'd be afraid to outmaneuver them. Q sat up straight, his ego clearly pricked. Afraid? Me? He scoffed, crossing his arms. They're nothing more than sneaky little children playing espionage games. If I wanted to, I could turn their fleets into papier-mâché starships with a snap of my fingers. Cho leaned forward, resting her elbows on the desk, her smile never faltering. Then prove it. If their plans are so insignificant to you, share them with me. Let me see how superior you truly are. Q hesitated, narrowing his eyes. You're trying to manipulate me, Admiral. Am I? Cho said, her tone the epitome of innocence. Or are you simply realizing that the so-called gods aren't as all-knowing as they claim to be? The room went silent for a moment, the tension palpable. Then, Q burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the ready room. Oh, Cho, you're dangerous. If I weren't omnipotent, I might even be worried. You should be, she replied, her voice like silk. Q smirked, then stood, his chair vanishing in a puff of smoke. Fine, I'll give you a hint, not because you've persuaded me, but because I find you endlessly entertaining. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The Obsidian Order and the Tal Shiar are working together reluctantly, of course. They've found something in the Gamma Quadrant, something ancient and powerful. They plan to say it to gain leverage over Starfleet and the Klingons. What it is exactly, well, that would ruin the surprise, wouldn't it? Cho's expression didn't change, but her eyes flickered with triumph. Thank you, Q. That wasn't so hard, was it? Q straightened, dusting off his uniform. Oh, don't get used to it, Admiral. I'm not in the habit of doing favors. Of course not, she said smoothly, her tone almost mocking. Q pointed a finger at her, wagging it like a teacher scolding a student. You're playing a dangerous game, Cho. But I must admit, you play it well. I'll be watching with great interest. With a snap of his fingers, Q disappeared in a flash of light, leaving Cho alone in the ready room. She leaned back in her chair, her smile fading into a calculating expression as she picked up her datapad. Well, she murmured to herself, that was easier than expected. Outside the ready room, Fleur and Luna stood by the door, having overheard the entire exchange. Fleur shook her head in admiration. Mon Dieu, she even outwitted Q. Luna, her dreamy smile intact, nodded. She didn't outwit him, she let him outwit himself. Brilliant. Inside, Cho sipped her tea, the faintest smirk tugging at her lips. Fleur and Luna entered Cho's ready room after their overhearing of Q's visit. Cho didn't even glance up as they walked in, but her sharp sense of awareness was evident in her voice. Enjoy the show, she asked coolly, sipping her tea. Fleur raised her hands innocently. How could we not? You outwitted Q, of all beings. I'd call it magnificent. Luna nodded dreamily, her eyes scanning the ready room. He seemed flustered. It's always amusing when gods don't get their way. Cho smirked, finally setting her tea aside. Flustered or not, his information will save us weeks of investigation. I trust neither of you will be repeating any of this outside this room. Of course not, Admiral, Fleur said with a grin. Though I think Luna might write a poem about it. I might, Luna replied, tilting her head in thought. Q does rhyme quite nicely with hubris. Cho allowed a soft chuckle to escape her lips and gestured for them to sit. Now, before you distract me entirely, let's talk about Poltergeist. I'm curious what you've observed since joining the fleet. They're unconventional, wouldn't you say? Fleur exchanged a look with Luna, her grin widening mischievously. Unconventional. That's putting it mildly. Did you know Marcus Phoenix called Major Carrian a cross between a banshee and a neutron bomb during training, and she took it as a compliment. Luna, already laughing softly, added, oh, and Major Payne, he spends an absurd amount of time shouting at anyone who dares to breathe near his combat rations. Cho raised an eyebrow, faint amusement flickering in her eyes. Sounds like Payne, but they're effective, even if their quirks are abundant. Fleur leaned back, a rare, unguarded expression on her face. Speaking of quirks, we've had our share of embarrassing moments too. It's only fair we tell you, Non. Cho folded her arms, intrigued. Go on. This should be entertaining. Fleur flushed slightly but soldiered on. When I was first assigned to Starfleet Intelligence, I went undercover as a Romulan operative. I was confident, flawless until I tripped over my own cloak during a very dramatic exit. I barely escaped with my cover intact. Luna burst into laughter, her musical voice filling the room. Oh, Fleur, I can see it now, the graceful agent, foiled by gravity. Fleur rolled her eyes but smiled. What about you, Luna? Surely you've had your moments. Luna's serene expression grew thoughtful. There was that time I infiltrated a Ferengi trading outpost, pretending to be a salesperson. I spent 20 minutes negotiating the price of a warp coil before realizing I was trying to sell it back to the original owner. Cho blinked, then let out a rare laugh, soft but genuine. Impressive. It's a wonder either of you survived in Starfleet Intelligence. Fleur, emboldened by Cho's laugh, leaned forward conspiratorially. Well, Admiral, tell us what's your most embarrassing moment. Cho's eyes narrowed, though her lips twitched as if fighting a smile. I don't have embarrassing moments. I plan too well for that. Surely there must be one, Luna prodded gently, her gaze full of curiosity. After a moment, Cho sighed, giving in to their expectant stares. Fine. Early in my career, I once accidentally called an admiral captain during a briefing. He corrected me with such indignation that I spent the next month triple-checking every rank I encountered. Fleur and Luna laughed, their voices mingling in a delightful harmony. Fleur raised her glass of water in a mock toast to lessons learned and dignity mostly intact. Cho allowed herself a faint smirk. Indeed. Now, back to Poltergeist. If you were to describe them to an outsider, what would you say? Luna's smile turned wistful, their chaos-wrapped incompetence. Each of them has their flaws, but together, they're like the pieces of a mosaic, imperfect individually but breathtaking as a whole. Fleur nodded. I'd say they're the most maddening, brilliant, and unpredictable team Starfleet has. And they're lucky to have you commanding them, Admiral. Cho's expression softened imperceptibly. They're lucky to have each other. And now, they have you both as part of this fleet. Don't make me regret it. The three women shared a moment of understanding before Fleur, ever the provocateur, grinned. And if we happen to trip over our cloaks or sell warp coils to their owners, you'll cover for us, right? Cho rolled hurt but amused. Finish your tea before I reassign you to inventory duty. As laughter filled the ready room once again, the tension of galactic conflict seemed momentarily distant, replaced by the warmth of camaraderie and shared stories. The corridors echoed with the chaotic rhythm of boots pounding against steel floors, punctuated by distant explosions and the relentless wail of alarms. Team Poltergeist, battle-worn but determined, moved with precision through the dimly lit passageways. Harry led the charge, Hermione's condition weighing heavily on him as her ragged breathing crackled in his comms. Behind him, Jay's voice broke the tension. Hey, Harry, I know you're the boss and all, but you and Carrian have been throwing sparks at each other this whole mission. Maybe when we get out of here, y'all can grab a drink, hit up Riza, I don't know, get a room, maybe. Carrigan shot him a death glare, her icy tone cutting through the air like a blade. Not now, Jay. Ah, come on, Jay teased, firing his phaser rifle at a straggling hybrid. All I'm saying is, we're all thinking it. I mean, the tension. You could charge a warp core with it. Focus, Jay, Harry barked, his voice strained as he adjusted his grip on Hermione. Rico chimed in with his gruff accent. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Carrigan. Shut it, Jay, before I throw you to the damn Kardashians. Y'all are no fun, Jay muttered, shaking his head. Fine. Back to Savin. The galaxy, I guess. The banter was cut short as the team rounded a corner and skidded to a halt. Standing in their path was a group of Borg, no, not just any Borg. These were former Starfleet officers, their once pristine uniforms now tattered and fused with jagged cybernetics. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the team, and their mechanical voices echoed ominously. Resistance is futile, one intoned, its voice a chilling mixture of human and machine. Ah, hell no, Jay muttered, raising his phaser rifle. They got zombie robots now. Harry stepped forward, his voice firm. They're not zombies. They're Borg, and they're still former Starfleet. Show respect, but don't hesitate. Shoot to disable, not to kill. Carrigan scoffed. They don't look like they're in the mood to chat, Harry. Then we don't give them a chance, Harry snapped. Team, spread out. Suppressive fire. The corridor exploded into chaos as the Borg advanced, their cybernetic weapons whirring to life. Blue plasma bolts ricocheted off the walls, forcing the team to take cover. Marcus Phoenix stepped into the fray, his shotgun-style phaser tearing through the nearest Borg's chest with a deafening blast. They just keep coming, Marcus growled, reloading with practiced efficiency. Yeah, and they're a real lookers club too, Jay quipped, ducking under a barrage of plasma fire. What's next? Assimilated kittens. Kerrigan snarled as she fired off a burst of precise shots, each beam targeting the exposed weak points in the Borg's cybernetics. Jay, if you don't stop running your mouth, I'll let them assimilate you first. Oh, Kerrigan, Jay said, grinning as he rolled behind a console. If I get assimilated, you'll miss me. Who else is gonna keep you on your toes? Less talking, more shooting. Rico barked, his deep voice booming as he hurled a grenade down the corridor. The explosion sent sparks flying, but more Borg stepped over the debris. Unfazed, Harry's heart pounded as he assessed the situation. Hermione, can you reconfigure their targeting systems? I can try, she whispered weakly, her trembling hands working on her datapad even as her injuries slowed her movements. Take your time, Hermione, Harry urged, shielding her from another barrage. I don't think they're gonna wait. Payne bellowed, his southern drawl punctuated by the roar of his heavy phaser rifle. These things are tougher than a $2 steak. Harry's HUD pinged a warning. The Borg were adapting to their weapons. Switch frequencies. Jay, Payne, give Hermione cover while she works. The team adjusted their weapons as the Borg advanced closer. Jay rolled his eyes but complied, letting loose a stream of suppressive fire. You know, Harry, if we get out of this, you owe me dinner. And none of that replicator crap either. Real food. Deal, Harry snapped, firing a concentrated burst that struck a Borg square in its ocular implant. Jay grinned despite the chaos. See, Kerrigan, that's how you negotiate under pressure. You should try it. Kerrigan didn't dignify him with a response, instead focusing on dismantling the Borg one shot at a time. Finally, Hermione let out a triumphant gasp. I've done it. Their targeting matrix is scrambled. They won't hit us as accurately now. The Borg's weapons faltered, their fire growing erratic. Harry seized the opportunity. Move. We push through now. The team surged forward, their combined firepower overwhelming the disoriented Borg. Marcus led the charge, his shotgun blazing, while Rico and Payne cleared the rear. As they reached the next corridor, Jay turned to Kerrigan with a cheeky grin. Admit it, you're impressed. Keep dreaming, Jay, Kerrigan replied coldly. But there was a faint flicker of amusement in her eyes. The respite was brief, the sound of more Borg echoing from deeper within the facility. Harry glanced at his team, their faces determined but weary. The fight wasn't over, and the stakes had never been higher. The air was thick with the acrid tang of smoke and the metallic stench of burnt alloys as Team Poltergeist trudged through the debris strewn corridors toward the facility's exit. Behind them, controlled detonations roared like thunder, shaking the ground and sending plumes of fire and ash billowing into the air. Harry's jaw was set in grim determination, his grip tightening on Hermione's shoulder as she leaned on him for support. We're almost there, he reassured her, though his voice was tight with strain. Define. Almost, Jay quipped, glancing nervously at the distant glimmers of sunlight that promised freedom. 'Cause my boots weren't made for this kind of mileage. Quit whining, Kerrigan snapped, her tone sharp as she scanned the area for threats. We're not out of this yet. Yeah, and why don't you tell us more about how we're not out yet, Jay retorted. Real morale booster, Kerrigan. Both of you, focus. Rico growled, his gruff voice silencing further banter. Eyes open, stay sharp. The team pressed on, their boots crunching over shattered tiles and debris. They emerged into the open, a sprawling wastella, ND of jagged rock formations and ash-covered ground. Just beyond lay their salvation, the cloaked Aquarius, waiting for them at the extraction point. Relief began to spread through the group, but it was short-lived. A sudden hiss of disruptor rifles powering up froze them in their tracks. Hold it right there, a commanding voice rang out, dripping with cold authority. The team whipped around, their weapons raised, only to find themselves hopelessly outnumbered. A dozen Romulan soldiers, clad in gleaming, angular armor, stepped forward, their disruptors trained on the group. At the forefront was a Romulan general, his piercing green eyes narrowing as he surveyed Team Poltergeist. His bearing radiated both disdain and lethal confidence. "You've caused quite the mess," he sneered, his voice sharp and cutting. "Unfortunately for you, it ends here." Harry's mind raced. They were surrounded, outgunned, and exhausted. Even with their Mako armor and advanced weaponry, the odds were insurmountable. He tightened his grip on his phaser rifle, ready to fight to the last. The general stepped closer, his disruptor leveled at Harry. "Drop your weapons. Surrender now, and I may consider sparing." Before he could finish, a blinding flash of light streaked through the air, striking the general square in the chest. His body convulsed as a powerful jolt of energy surged through him, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The Romulan soldiers hesitated, their discipline wavering as they searched for the source of the attack. The tension broke as three figures emerged from the shadows, air-imposing formsack Mako armor that seemed to drink in the light. Each armor suit was a masterpiece of engineering, its angular plates fitted with shimmering energy fields and integrated weapon mounts. In the hands of the newcomers were lethal plasma phasers, glowing with a deadly crimson hue. As they stepped forward, they removed their helmets, revealing none other than Grand Admiral Cho, Vice Admiral Fleur Delacour, and Vice Admiral Luna Lovegood. "Stand down," Cho commanded, her voice icy and authoritative, carrying Katie Leung's distinct accent. Her eyes swept over the Romulan soldiers, daring them to defy her. Behind them, heavily armed security officers from the Enterprise F materialized, their sleek Starfleet combat armor and phasers at the ready. The Romulans found themselves completely surrounded, their once assured advantage obliterated. "Looks like the cavalry showed up," Jay said with a relieved grin, lowering his rifle slightly. "And here I thought we were the heroes of this story." "You're welcome," Fleur quipped, her French accent smooth and laced with a hint of amusement. She strode forward gracefully, her plasma phaser trained on the nearest Romulan soldier. "Now, drop your weapons or don't. It will end the same." The Romulan soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence shattered. One by one, they complied, tossing their disruptors to the ground. Cho stepped over the unconscious general, her gaze cutting through the tension like a blade. "Take him into custody," she ordered. "I want him aboard the Enterprise for immediate interrogation. He may have information vital to Starfleet Command." Quote. Luna stepped forward, her serene demeanor belying the precision in her movements. "We'll handle the security detail. You all look like you've been through enough." Harry straightened, his expression a mixture of gratitude and exhaustion. "You couldn't have timed that better." Cho turned to him, her piercing eyes locking onto his. "You'll brief me on everything once we're aboard. For now, let's get out of here before more company arrives." The Romulan general was hoisted up by Starfleet security, his limp form a stark reminder of the stakes they faced. As Team Poltergeist fell in line with their rescuers, Harry glanced back at the facility. The faint tremors of detonations shook the ground, a grim affirmation that their mission had succeeded but at a cost. Cho's voice cut through his thoughts. "Harry," she said softly, her tone losing some of its edge. "You made the right call back there. But don't let it weigh you down." He nodded, her words offering a flicker of solace. Yet, as they moved toward the waiting Aquarius, a gnawing unease settled in his chest. Something told him that this wasn't the last they'd see of their enemies or the secrets they were desperate to uncover. The soft hum of the mess hall aboard the Enterprise F provided a rare reprieve from the chaos of the mission. Officers moved about with trays of replicated food, their conversations a subdued buzz. After hours of poring over mission reports and casualty summaries, Vice Grand Admiral Harry Potter decided he needed a break, even if it was just a quick meal. He entered the mess hall with his usual calm demeanor, though the weight of command hung heavy on his shoulders. He nodded politely to a few crew members who greeted him, then made his way to the replicator. "Shepherd's pie," he ordered, his British accent precise, though tinged with exhaustion. The replicator hummed, producing a steaming plate. Harry grabbed it, along with a mug of tea, and turned to find a seat. Before he could, a figure stepped into his path, a tall, wiry man in his mid-50s, with salt and pepper hair and a face lined by years of service. His eyes, sharp and calculating, steady. Harry with an intensity that made the younger officer pause. The man wore the standard Starfleet uniform, but the small, unobtrusive insignia on his lapel marked him as a member of Starfleet intelligence. Vice Grand Admiral Potter, the man greeted, his tone flat but weighted with authority. Harry tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth tugging into a polite but wary smile. Commander Lang, the man supplied. His voice was calm, but there was a hard edge beneath it, like a blade hidden in silk. Mind if I have a word? Harry glanced around. The mess hall wasn't particularly crowded, but a few curious glances were directed their way. Of course, he said, gesturing to a nearby table. They sat across from each other. Lang didn't bother with food or drink, keeping his sharp eyes locked on Harry. The silence stretched just long enough to become uncomfortable before Lang leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Impressive work on the mission, he began, his tone deceptively conversational. Destroying that Cardassian's facility, securing valuable intelligence, quite the feather in your cap. Harry nodded, his expression neutral. The credit belongs to my team. They performed admirably under intense circumstances. Lang allowed a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. Humility is a good trait, Admiral. But let's not pretend you don't understand the broader implications of your actions. Harry's brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing, letting Lang continue. Your involvement in this mission, and your close association with certain individuals, Grand Admiral Cho, for example, hasn't gone unnoticed, Lang said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Starfleet intelligence takes a keen interest in operations that tread into sensitive territory. Harry set his fork down, his appetite waning. If you have something to say, Commander, I suggest you get to the point. Lang leaned back in his chair, studying Harry like a predator sizing up prey. The point, Admiral, is this. Watch your step. You've shown promise potential, even but stepping out of line. Making decisions that could destabilize Starfleet's carefully maintained balance. That could have consequences. Harry's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice steady. If you're accusing me of something, Commander, I'd appreciate clarity. Lang's smile widened, but it was a cold, humorless thing. No accusations, just advice. You're climbing the ranks quickly, Admiral. People are watching. People like us. Harry met Lang's gaze unflinchingly. I've always acted in the best interests of Starfleet and the Federation. If that's a problem for intelligence, I'd suggest taking it up with my superiors. Lang chuckled softly, shaking his head. You've got spirit, I'll give you that. He stood, smoothing out his uniform. Just remember, Admiral, that intelligence sees everything. The line between hero and liability is thinner than you think. Harry watched as Lang walked away, his steps purposeful and unhurried. The older man's presence left a lingering chill in the air, one that clung to Harry even as he tried to return to his meal. He glanced around the mess hall, suddenly acutely aware of the eyes that might be on him. The whispers he couldn't hear. Lang's warning wasn't just words, it was a shadow cast over everything Harry had worked for, a reminder that even in victory, he was being measured and judged. With a deep breath, Harry pushed his plate aside and stood. The tea remained untouched as he strode out of the mess hall, his mind already turning over Lang's words and the implications behind them. The corridors of the Enterprise F seemed narrower now, the air heavier. Harry's steps were firm, his resolve even firmer. If Starfleet intelligence wanted to watch him, so be it. He had no intention of letting their scrutiny deter him from what he knew was right. But as he made his way back to his quarters, the faintest sliver of doubt crept into his thoughts. What secrets did intelligence hold? And how far would they go to maintain their control? The air aboard the USS Enterprise F was electric with anticipation. The ceremonial hall, draped in crimson and gold banners bearing the insignia of the United Federation of Planets, glimmered under the soft light of holographic projections showing Starfleet's greatest victories. Rows of dignitaries and officers filled the hall, their uniforms meticulously pressed, their expressions reflecting both pride and curiosity. At the front of the room stood Grand Admiral Cho, her polished boots clicking softly against the floor as she took her position. Her crimson cloak flowed behind her like a living entity, the silver and gold accents catching the light. The weight of the moment rested heavily on her shoulders, but her cold, calculating eyes betrayed no emotion. As the assembled crowd rose to their feet, the President of the Federation, a tall, charismatic figure with a voice that could inspire even the most cynical, stepped forward. His uniform was simple compared to the grandeur of the occasion, a deliberate choice to focus attention on the woman standing before him. He began, his voice rich and resonant, carrying across the room like a clarion call. Today, we gather aboard one of Starfleet's most remarkable vessels, the USS Enterprise F, not to mark the end of an era, but to celebrate the dawn of a new chapter in the Federation's history. In these challenging times, when our enemies grow bold and our allies look to us for guidance, the need for strong, decisive leadership has never been greater. The crowd remained silent, captivated by his words. For decades, the Federation has stood as a beacon of hope, unity, and strength. But our ideals, as noble as they are, do not defend themselves. It is through the courage and brilliance of individuals like Grand Admiral Cho that we not only survive but thrive. Today, we honor a leader who has demonstrated unparalleled tactical genius, unwavering dedication to the Federation's principles, and a vision that has reshaped the very core of Starfleet itself. The President turned slightly, addressing the crowd as much as Cho herself. From the brink of war to the edge of the unknown, Admiral Cho has been the iron will behind some of Starfleet's most critical victories. Her leadership in neutralizing threats, her strategic brilliance in the face of overwhelming odds, and her relentless pursuit of excellence have saved countless lives and safeguarded the Federation's future. His voice softened, taking on a personal tone. It is not merely her victories that we celebrate today, but the unyielding spirit behind them. Cho has shown us that strength is not just in firepower, but in foresight, in calculated risk, and in an unshakable belief that the Federation must endure. For that, she has earned our trust, our respect, and our gratitude. He turned fully toward her now, his expression solemn but warm. Admiral Cho, by the authority vested in me as President of the United Federation of Planets, it is my honor to name you Great Lord, Sovereign Admiral, the highest-ranking officer in Starfleet, and to entrust you with leadership of Starfleet Special Operations. In this role, you will oversee all covert missions, elite forces, and strategic initiatives to defend and advance the Federation's interests across the galaxy. An aide stepped forward, presenting the ceremonial insignia. With deliberate care, the President pinned the 7 shining Starfleet deltas onto each side of her collar, their brilliance catching the light like stars. He then took the 2 large golden Starfleet deltas, symbols of supreme authority, and secured them to her upper elbows on her flowing crimson cloak. The room erupted into thunderous applause, a wave of admiration and respect sweeping through the hall. As the applause died down, the President stepped back, allowing Cho to address the assembly. She took a single step forward, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. I accept this honor not as a symbol of my achievements, but as a call to greater responsibility. The Federation stands at a crossroads, faced with enemies who would tear down everything we hold dear. I will lead with clarity, precision, and an unwavering commitment to the ideals that define us. We will not falter. We will not fail. Together, we will secure the Federation's future. Her words hung in the air, commanding the room as completely as any battle plan. The applause that followed was deafening. As the ceremony concluded, Harry Potter, now Vice Grand Admiral, stood among the crowd. A mix of pride and unease filling him. He could see the weight of command settling even more firmly on Cho's shoulders. Her ascent was undeniable, her brilliance unmatched. But with her rise came greater dangers, greater enemies, and the ever-present shadows of those who sought her downfall. In that moment, as Cho locked eyes with him across the room, he knew their journey was far from over. The battles ahead would test not just their strength, but their very souls. The ceremonial hall aboard the USS Enterprise F was once again filled, but this time the atmosphere was more intimate. The audience was smaller, composed of the highest-ranking officers in Starfleet, a few select dignitaries, and the proud crew of the Enterprise F. The team of Poltergeist, now legends within Starfleet, stood at attention at the center of the hall. Their newly polished Mako armor gleamed under the warm light, a reminder of their unrelenting service and bravery. Great Lord Sov, Reign Admiral Cho entered the hall with the commanding presence of a monarch. Her crimson cloak, adorned with golden Starfleet deltas, billowed behind her as she approached the podium. Her gaze swept over the room, cold and calculating. But there was a glint of pride in her eyes as they landed on Team Poltergeist. She stepped forward, her voice resonant and firm. Katie Leung's distinct accent carried an air of authority, cutting through the quiet anticipation of the room. Today, we honor not just individual achievements, but the unparalleled excellence of a team whose valor has reshaped the landscape of Starfleet Special Operations. Team Poltergeist has stood against enemies who sought to undermine the Federation, faced dangers that would break the strongest among us, and emerged victorious, time and time again. Her words hung in the air, a mix of reverence and finality. She allowed the gravity of the moment to sink in before continuing. They have proven their worth not only through their skill and courage but through their loyalty to one another, to this crew, and to the ideals of the Federation. It is time we recognize their efforts with the honors and ranks they so rightfully deserve. The room erupted into applause, but Cho raised a hand, commanding silence once more. She turned to General Rico, who stood tall and stoic, his weathered face betraying a mix of pride and reluctance. General Rico, she began, her tone softening slightly, you have led this team with wisdom, grit, and unmatched tactical brilliance. Your leadership has been the foundation of Poltergeist's success. However, the time has come for you to take on an even greater responsibility. Effective immediately, you were promoted to Grand General, tasked with training the next generation of Starfleet's elite Special Operations Forces. Your experience and discipline will forge the future of Starfleet's most capable warriors. Rico saluted, his gruff, authoritative voice carrying a rare note of emotion. It's been an honor, Admiral. I'll make sure the next generation is ready. The applause this time was louder, a testament to the respect he commanded. Next, Cho turned to Sarah Kerrigan, her calm and composed demeanor unshaken. Major Kerrigan, Cho said, your strategic acumen and unparalleled combat skills have been pivotal in our victories. You've earned the trust of your team and the respect of Starfleet. Today, you were promoted to Colonel, a rank befitting your leadership and dedication. Kerrigan nodded, her cold voice laced with determination. Thank you, Admiral. I won't let you down. The ceremony continued as Cho addressed Marcus Phoenix, whose heavy southern drawl added a unique charm to his gruff personality. Lieutenant Marcus Phoenix, Cho said, a rare glimmer of humor in her tone. Your steadfast courage and raw strength have been a bulwark for this team. Effective immediately, you were promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. Nix smirked slightly, his voice a low rumble. Appreciate it, Admiral. Guess I'll have to start calling the shots now. The crowd chuckled lightly before falling silent again as Cho faced Major Payne. Major Payne, Cho began, her voice as steely as ever. Your relentless determination and tactical ingenuity have made you a cornerstone of Poltergeist. Effective immediately, you were promoted to Colonel. Your no-nonsense approach will serve you well in your new role. Payne gave a sharp salute, his deep southern accent ringing with pride. Thank you, Admiral. Ready to keep bustin' heads, ma'am. As Cho turned to Captain Hermione, the atmosphere shifted slightly. The young fleet engineer, now clad in her advanced Mako armor, stood proudly at attention. Captain Hermione Granger, Cho said, her tone warming slightly, your brilliance has transformed not just this team, but Starfleet itself. Your innovations in combat technology and your unyielding resolve in the face of danger have saved lives and ensured victory. Effective immediately, you were promoted to Fleet Commodore. Your mind is as much a weapon as any phaser in Starfleet. Hermione's British accent carried her gratitude as she replied, thank you, Admiral. It's been a privilege to serve. Finally, Cho turned to Agent J, whose confident smirk seemed unshakable even in this solemn moment. Agent J, Cho said, her voice sharpening, your quick thinking, humor, and sheer audacity have proven invaluable. Effective immediately, you were promoted to Captain. Try to take this responsibility seriously, or at least as seriously as you can. Manage. Jay's New York accent rang out as he replied, a cheeky grin on his face. Don't worry, Admiral, I'll keep it classy. Well, mostly. The crowd laughed, breaking the tension momentarily. As the final promotions were announced, Cho stepped back, raising her voice to address the room once more. This team represents the best of us. Their bravery, innovation, and unwavering commitment have secured the Federation's future. Let their promotions stand as a testament to what we can achieve when we work together, against all odds. The room erupted into applause as Cho pinned the new ranks onto each member's uniform. The ceremony concluded with the team standing tall, their achievements etched into the history of Starfleet. But even as the applause died down and the audience dispersed, the newly promoted members of Poltergeist knew their journey was far from over. The shadows of war still loomed, and the stakes reaching dangerous levels. Already various factions have been formed, ready to act when called. The Ready Room was nothing short of magnificent, a reflection of great Lord Sovereign Admiral Cho's status and taste. The soft hum of the ship's engines was a faint backdrop to the opulence of the chamber. Rich crimson drapery framed the large viewport, where the stars streaked by in silent elegance. A glass desk with ornate etchings sat at the room's center, its surface gleaming under the soft glow of golden sconces. Behind it stood Cho, her crimson cloak cascading down her back, the twin golden Starfleet deltas on her elbows catching the light. Beside her, Vice Admirals Fleur Delacour and Luna Lovegood, in their own crimson cloaks adorned with silver trim, stood like sentinels. Fleur's icy beauty and Luna's serene, otherworldly presence created an air of quiet authority. When the door swished open, Vice Grand Admiral Harry Potter stepped in. His demeanor a mix of curiosity and professionalism. Dressed in his own crimson uniform, the silver-trimmed deltas gleaming on his collars, and his silver stripes fully decorating his shoulders. But even as he stood tall, there was a flicker of surprise in his emerald eyes as they darted between the three women. "Admiral Cho," he began, his voice steady, "you summoned me."